a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, again. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives, not a second to waste. They're ticking away.
Alright, let's get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives, not a second to waste. They're ticking away. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything it's art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
And
And today we're gonna see some dreams shatter and the miracle journey go on for another few. It is day 3 of nothing else than Challengers EMEA stage 3. And on my side, I got a beautiful face after, you know, Mitch was nice to look at, but I got Hazza with me, even better. How you doing?
Okay, yeah, I was wondering where you were going with that one, Zesh, but it's an absolute pleasure to be joined by Valorant's very own Tom Holland here as well. Looking forward to today.
I haven't heard that one before. Pretty original. I'm impressed.
Thanks.
Well, with that being said, it has been a few original 2 days we had already. We had a lot of interesting games, a lot of surprising games, fast ones, rather long ones, upsets, and also the favorites winning. And this is the interesting part about Challengers. It always comes in, let's say, with a pretty big surprise. I would say we're taking a quick look at yesterday's result to figure out what actually happened there on day 2 of Challengers. And a quick look is going to tell us that, first of all, Hazza, the biggest surprise, or one of the bigger surprises, is BBL Pacific not even struggling against a team they have recently lost in a best of 5.
Yeah, it's hard to call it a surprise in some ways with the track record and history that this team has, but against Enterprise, like you mentioned, and after that opening game, which looked dreadful against Mandatory, they've done themselves huge favors coming into what will ultimately have to be a tiebreaker if they want to survive the group.
Yeah, and I mean, besides that, if we take a look at the games we haven't necessarily seen, I mean, Dynasty, most importantly, picking up a win against Eintracht Frankfurt, which, well, leaves Eintracht with absolutely 0 wins. Mouz taking down Boers, and I think for me, has one of the greatest storylines of yesterday, Ulf taking down Job Life.
Yeah, the other 2 results are expected, I think. The Bulls one a little sad to see for me personally. I think as soon as they'd secured Challengers EMEA, you were wondering if they were going to build on their performances, but 4 rounds against Mouz shows how good the German champs are. And that final game, like you mentioned, yeah, incredibly close. Lot to be worked on for both teams, I think, coming out of that match, but Ulf will be very happy they got it over the line.
Absolutely. And I mean, a quick look at the groups, you know, there was a lot of things that happened there as well, because of course, again, only the number 1 is getting out of that group. And the great part is some are somewhat decided to a certain extent. I mean, that group A is like, yeah, it's a bit of hoping, it's a bit of praying for some teams. My eyes are absolutely on that group B, because this is the game we're having today, Team Liquid Academy and Dynasty.
Yeah, it's going to settle the fate of the group. Some more Ascension hopes, both with teams in the tournament, Dynasty, teams outside of it, Focus, hoping that Liquid Academy can pick up that one. For me, though, taking a step back and looking at this, I think one of the groups that could get really spicy towards the end is Group D, just based on the fact that Ultimates, Ulf, and Job Life are all within decent contention for points, I think. Job Life and Ultimates more so than Ulf. But yeah, they're all going to have games against one another, which we're yet to see as they faced off yesterday for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Daddy Elise, it's the basically miracle run, getting through there through the qualification by winning. And that's the interesting part to me, right? Because all those groups are about to be finished, about to be rounded up, and you know, I'm not really good with maths. As I'm not strong. It's not my strong suit, and I think you need to help me out a bit on what kind of conditions we have. You know, I prepared something. Prepared something. Let me take a look around where I have it. Ah, yeah. Up. Okay. So hear me out. Hear me out.
Nice. I'm liking the divider.
Perfect. Yeah, I was upgrading it. Okay, so for the viewer out there, those 4 are set, right?
Yeah.
Do you agree on that?
Those are going to be an Ascension. We'll see them there.
Actually, remarkable. Twisted Minds and Team Rad. I didn't necessarily see that one coming, but 15 points.
Yeah. MENA points looking a little different to other regions, so they'll be there in Berlin.
Excellently, and those are obviously a different shade of green. So what's going on here with those guys? What can happen?
Well, so in the last week, we had a big change to how Ascension is going to look. It's 8 teams instead of 6. That's opened up a couple of extra points for people who thought that Eternal Fire were gone. They're back, are Stage 1 grand finalists.
True.
And you've got a couple of other teams in there as well. They currently sit in the qualification points, right? From 1 to 8, they have a chance to make it through. But yeah, Eternal Fire Focus, they're not in the competition. They can't gain any more points. It's on other teams to potentially mess up for them to get in.
Okay, and what about those that are, because there's our Job Life, Dynasty, Mouz, Ulf. We're leaving this for now, but those 4, they're playing, and all some of them are playing today. What needs to happen with them to get up here?
Well, if we go through it one at a time, starting off with Job Life, as you can see, at the very least, they're going to need a couple more points, and they're probably hoping at this stage that they can qualify from the group, I suppose, but there is a world where Ultimates finish above them, they finish second, they still get a couple of points in that 4-team group, and that can nestle them in quite nicely into those green spaces. But you have to be looking at the team beneath as well. Dynasty, we've already spoken about them a little bit. If they go ahead and win today, that puts them in playoffs, and that's going to give them enough points to completely leapfrog Job Life. They would end up on 12 by my calculations, which would then continue to sort of push that threshold up for the bottom team.
I'm already losing Job Life like they lost yesterday. Okay, and then we have obviously my only German hope, Mouz. Where do they need to finish? Like how many points they need to get? Where do they need to go?
I believe that Mouz would have to make it out of the group, so they also need to make playoffs, because if you're hoping that the 2 points they'd get from 5th to 8th would be enough, you've also got Ultimates floating around there as well, so they would have to technically outperform them in the same stage. Wouldn't really work. They also need playoffs.
And Ulf, last but not least?
Ulf, it's the same story. They're also going to need at least playoffs, if not third or potentially even a grand final appearance, for them to really feel comfortable in those places. Wow, you put them up quite high.
I believe in them. And last but not least, those need to just literally win the thing, right?
Yeah, those are our Northeast teams, and they do need to win the whole tournament, because remember, anyone left in the competition, if they win the grand final, not only will they qualify to Ascension, they get first seed, which is going to be huge for what that looks like when we head to groups.
Right. Okay. I think this is great. I made it look much more confusing than it is, but I think it's pretty clear. You need to at least get playoffs or more, and we're coming back to this later when someone is eliminated. For now, I'm putting this back where it belongs. Great. I love inventions. I love messing around with things. But you know what? Okay, so we got through this. We have agreed on what needs to happen, basically. And this brings us to today. If we take a good look at the games that we have offered today, a lot of things could be decided right here. Over on this stream, we're going to take a look at Team Liquid Academy versus Dynasty, and later on, the Academy team of Movistar Koi versus Mouz. And both of those games have a lot of gravitas attached to them.
Yes, they do. For Liquid Academy, it's the case of keeping their year running. Every single game they play from here on out is more official experience as an Academy team. They can't play in Ascension, so that's what they're gunning for. For Dynasty, yeah, it's to keep themselves in the running. Same for Mouz, of course. Koi Phoenix, another Academy team, so ineligible.
Let's take a look actually at that first game, I would say, because it is going to be nobody else than Team Liquid Academy fighting against Dynasty in a game that has so much impact to it. And those are totally two different storylines, because for Team Liquid Academy, you were just touching on it. They are basically a team where I would have said, you know what, they just need to just try to extend their year, as you mentioned, play as many games as possible. And for them, they're doing pretty good in that department when we take a look at that roster, because they're playing as many games as they can. Playoffs in Northeast, now they're almost looking like they might go in playoffs here. As many reps as possible.
Yeah, that's been the story of their year. Cooper said in stage 1 back in, well, you know, Northeast, newly formed as a region of both East and North. But we have quite an interesting format with lower and upper Swiss stages. They started in upper Swiss because they had an invite directly. But in playing that extra stage and going all the way to the elimination game, the 2-2 match there, they gained valuable experience playing a bunch of different opponents, building up their synergy, having plenty of tape to review, and with the coach of Bacon coming in as well, someone who's been with the Liquid organization for a few years now as well and has that experience as an analyst, as does Cooper. That's been the building blocks that has been required to get this team up and running.
Yeah, they have a playstyle which is very strategically heavy, and I mean, for example, the likes of Frankfurt, they didn't stand a chance against that at all over on that map on Sunset. It looked a little bit tighter on Ascent, that for sure is the case, but at the end of the day, it's a remarkable team for me, because the thing that I really have to say about Team Liquid Academy, and I think that also was said by Cooper in the most recent interview he did when they were winning against Frankfurt, this is all about making players Tier 1 ready, making them ready for the big stage, making them ready for those upgrades. And when I'm thinking about some of the greatest players that this team has, I think you have to say GSR, but I think you also need to say Rexstone, because both of those individuals, both of those players have been playing an absolutely exceptional season so far. Two a bit different in the roles here, Haza, but I would say they are difference makers when it comes to Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are the two faces that you do not want to go up against in a clutch situation either. This partnership has blossomed throughout the year. And to touch on something that you were talking to me about earlier, building these players into what Liquid sees their future to be. They're both ready to step into that main roster potentially in a little bit of time, of course. GSR is still only 17 years old, so it's not until next year, the end of next year, that we're going to potentially be able to see him involved. But as someone who broke out on flashes initially on Breach and Vice, it's not something that you see all too commonly, but Bacon has now shifted him more to a secondary duelist, at Yoru for example, so he can, you know, use the aggressive flair that he has, but also be a lot more malleable as a player, so he can fulfill multiple different roles. And for Rexstone, it was what you brought up to me, saying how hard it is to find, you know, a quality anchor these days, and just having that backbone to your team.
Back in my 2022, people were just lurking as anchors when they were T-side. That was all fun. But coming back to actually what this team made so special, I think there's so many factors that make them so interesting. And one of them is that they were absolutely leading in that double duelist meta. A team that was creating win conditions based on having this very set, flashy play. And this is just 3 examples, which I find so interesting, because we see the Waylay, we see the ISO, then we see the Euro and Phoenix. It's remarkable what they came up with.
Yeah, and it's the depth that I'm talking about in terms of agent pool per player, and then how the team can respond in each and every game, because they have multiple styles that they could potentially run. I'm thinking of that Eintracht match, for example, where their coach, Sebe, coming in, said, you know, it would be a game that was won on adaptations, and I think he hit the nail on the head. Unfortunately, Frankfurt failed to make them, and I think that Liquid Academy did a much better job, because the players understand what it is to sort of play against different comps, run different comps. They've got that aspect to their game. I think, the adaptability of this roster is one of its main strengths.
Yeah, after their early stage 2 dropout, they had a lot of time to adapt it, and Bacon and the team just found out this is the best way to actually make it work. If they're gonna make it work, it's a different story, because on the other side, there's a team that is seeking to finally find the step into Ascension, with Team Liquid Academy, of course, getting as many reps in as possible. But those lads right here, they have been coming in to finally get themselves the qualification points, because as we saw on the drawing board earlier, they are officially not qualified.
Yeah, Dynasty have to win this game. It's as simple as that. The stakes are make it through this best of 3 into playoffs. You get an extra chance with a lower bracket potentially, and put yourself in contention for Ascension. I think, look, them getting the extra 5 points from a minimum of 4th place, pushing them up to 13, could, you know, it doesn't guarantee they'll be qualified by the end of today, but by the end of the group stage, there's definitely the potential there. In terms of the team as well and the roster, it looks much different to the one which came in at the start of this year.
Very, very much. I mean, we just need to go back a few months and take a look at the difference they had from Split 2 to Split 3, right? They lost players to actually the main team of Koi. Then also it was Simon Dark not being part of it anymore. We have Caden deciding to actually retire and not going to another team. I mean, look, there they suddenly are. They're on the big stage. You see right there, the big Italian bold man being in the form of CMOS. And yeah, Betty G, you can never forget that face. Yeah. It's remarkable step up from them, but again, they have lost those quality individuals.
Yeah, the Spanish Challenger League this year has been a serious feeder for tier 1 talent. Looking at this Koi team, the Koi Fenix Academy team as well, and even GX as well in some of the pickups that we've had in players jumping up to the big leagues in the top flight, which is obviously very deserved. But for the Challenger teams, it feels like a gut punch whenever it happens. Even Simon Dark, his transfer was affected by the idea that he would maybe be playing on Apex, right? That was a move which didn't fully materialize in the downtime that they had between stage 1 and stage 2. But yeah, it's a kick in the teeth. The players they've brought in though, especially, you know, Creamy Dreamy and Ticey, after having a rough start with Permitter Unicorns, I mean, you would have seen it in Dark. The results weren't necessarily reflective of their capabilities, but they've come in as a duo, a package deal as they often are, and we've seen them make a final and win it.
You actually came back with memories that I absolutely, totally forgot. It's crazy. Yeah, true. The Unicorns of Love meal deal with those two. Anyway, getting back to something that is so fascinating about the team, because not only the storylines of them actually losing players and coming back here, there is something so bipolar about them that in one department, they're absolutely exceptional. I mean, they're insane. But when we take a look at the department of afterplans that we're going to take a look at first, this team is not getting their stuff together. They're the worst of all the 14 teams of getting basically the #1 win condition on the attacker side wrapped up.
Yeah, I mean, only 64% win rate in a post plant. It doesn't feel huge, especially once you get into that position. And I have to say, this is always one of the more difficult aspects of your game in a team environment that you have to really work on and put conscious effort into, especially in Valorant, where it's more difficult to do those dry runs, I suppose, and set up these scenarios. I know a lot of teams like to practice their retakes as much as possible, and their post plants, of course, because, yeah, it is a very key aspect of the game.
And exactly the opposite side, they're the best at. They're the worst in after plans, but somehow the strongest in retake. And as you just mentioned, you know, this practicable part of the game is something they can work with. And this is so fascinating because this creates a lot of win conditions and also on the other side, potential lose conditions. And that's a thing that they cannot really afford today. Those things need to be on top of their game if they really want to have that Ascension chance. And my eyes are particularly on those retakes because for me, if you can get that stringed up properly, and if you get especially then the momentum shifting once you're on this defending side, you might and have a good chance of getting like those 9 free halves in. Very often then it might already be decided with the map.
Yeah, look, a strong defender side is always a huge boon to any team when you consider the natural bias of how this FPS leans. It is more towards the defender side in general, and that kind of makes you hope that the post plants could improve. Call back to the duo that I mentioned, Ticey and Creamy Dreamy. Their time on Sweet and Sour was all about getting so close but not taking and fully grasping that opportunity when it came for them. They had a couple of grand finals against an Apex team which we all knew ascended at the end of the year, but they pushed them very close. And in those moments where it really hangs in the balance and it can be so easy to sort of slip away, they've gained valuable experience. And now having a final under their belt, I think that's a massive confidence booster.
It very much is, and that confidence booster is relevant because we had it at the beginning. Let's take a look at the groups again for a very particular reason. We need to reiterate this right here, right now. Take a look at that group C. Only one advances. Pardon, Group C. What am I on about? Group B. Apologies. Of course, I'm sorry, I was mouse focused. Dynasty right now in a position where this single game is deciding if they're first or if they're second. If they're getting the valuable playoff points that will allow them to get into Ascension territory, at least as close as they need to be, or not. You could say that till Ascension, this is the most important game this team has played so far.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Because when you look at the other groups as well, especially Group D, one of those teams is going to be gaining more points and increasing what the threshold looks like. It will be higher than 9 points. We know that for certain. So for Dynasty, it's a win or you're out. That's literally as simple as it gets.
It's crazy to me for think of that, because we have a lot of those scenarios. We'll come back to that later, but it is just coming down to that. You collected it all over the season. You know, they were looking rough through some patches of the year, then they were looking absolutely strong. I mean, finishing that LAN final 3-0 just a few weeks back, a month back, was absolutely remarkable by them. But I'm just really curious to see if Team Liquid Academy, and this is the most important part here, if Team Liquid Academy can connect to that Frankfurt performance, especially when we take a look at Ascent. Ascent was a bit closer, let that be. But that's the most important part for me, if they can connect to that aspect of the game, because then it's looking really, really, really hard for Dynasty.
Oh no, absolutely right. I think Valorant a lot of times is completely momentum based, at least in terms of how your team is performing, because there are so many moving parts in terms of, you know, compositions, what the map pool looks like. We've seen a lot of changes to that this year, and it continues into this event with Abyss as well, and that's something that we'll be thinking about in a little bit. You have to have the stars align a lot of the time to make sure that you are having that perfect run, and if you want to go to Ascension, it's such a narrow window in the first place, if we're talking about Dynasty here, that you need all of those things to fall into place for you. And as you said, all right, they played a grand final. It was 0-3 for Liquid in their final, a 3-2 comeback for Dynasty in their final, which showed a little bit of grit, a little bit of tenacity, which is what they want. Official reps on maps in a LAN environment, also absolutely huge. So yeah, definitely lots to be thinking about for them there.
Absolutely, and I mean, one thing I'm looking forward to especially is when we take a look at the Frankfurt game again, Famzi, who's going to go up against GSR. I mean, Famzi played an exceptional game against the Frankfurt side, finishing on like 270, 260 ACS, fully going into the opening duels as a big advantage taker. But I mean, you know GSR even better than I do. If this guy is capable of being, if there's someone who's being capable of being an X factor, it is GSR. It is nobody else.
Yeah, and he hit the ground running in the first stage. It's just that second stage where you had players that had time sort of to take off for school, other factors coming in that really rocked the boat for Liquid Academy. He was the Upper Swiss MVP though when he debuted, and I think that's really important to mention that he has that quality. He's continued to improve. I think this stage is looking like his best stage yet. He's been able to carry a lot of games, even when he isn't with the limelight in his face, I suppose. The secondary duelist Yoru is feeling more like a primary at times, especially with how temperamental Donatello can sometimes be in those opening duels. But to give credit to him as well, I think he has shown a lot more discipline, but we'll have to see what we get here.
Exactly, this is what we're going to do. No surprise on the side of Dynasty. Corrode out of the pool for those guys. One of the greatest maps, you could say, for Team Liquid Academy, and they are voting out Lotus.
Sure. Yeah, this second ban is interesting for me. I think it's more of aiming at a strength for Dynasty have, especially when you consider that the map's in a weird place for Liquid Academy at the moment. Their Sunset, however, wasn't initially a pick that they liked a lot, but it has improved, and we've seen that against Frankfurt, so why not leave it open?
This is a lot of confidence coming in from Dynasty, deciding to play Sunset right here in Team Liquid Academy, going over at Ascent, a map that was close, lost it against the guys of EP as well in a quite dramatic fashion, to be honest. So it's a very interesting map, but we're seeing the same from the previous Team Liquid Academy game, but we're gonna end up on Haven. This is, on paper, actually a pretty solid map pool for the side of Team Liquid Academy, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I think so. Dynasty will be happy with what they've gotten here, though. The reason why you say it as it is because these weren't maps historically that Liquid Academy were super favorable on, I suppose, right? Sunset, it was a case of trial and error, as this team always has been. That initial debut against Metasport was not what they would have been looking for, an overtime loss, but coming into that Frankfurt game, you saw how good the defender side was, 11-1 half, and that's the sort of confidence you want to bring into this opening map. Sure, Dynasty lost one against Frankfurt, if you want to draw that line between the two, but it was bind, and we've seen what Frankfurt's bind looks like. So yeah, I think this feels pretty even for both.
It does feel pretty even for both, but if I would still be leaning, I don't know. It feels like one of those situations where it is kind of this momentum-based confidence. However, it is kind of interesting to see as well on how good the preparation looked like. Because for me, one of the things that I would have said that was a problem, or small problem, so to say, for Team Liquid is when they got antied by Enterprise, who sure had more time back in the Northeast playoffs. But it is one of those factors where it seems like, okay, when you understand Team Liquid Academy, then it can be a fairly smooth game for you, but we'll see about that. I'm not fully sold on it. It is for me truly that duel between GSR and FAMZ in terms of the entry department, the calling, which sometimes feels a bit rough on the Cupid side of things. It's going to be very much determined. Could be determined on that first map.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you say what you like about Cupid's calling. His individual performance and his mechanics has improved a lot recently, and he sort of took to socials to mention that even himself as well, his routine and how he's been preparing for these games. I think very quickly before we jump into Agent Select, though, I do want to mention that last map of Haven, and you sort of highlighted it there a little bit as well in the point you made about Enterprise. They got demolished there in the grand final, 13-2. And I think if it ends up on the decider, the question's always going to be, have they learned their lesson? Have they improved? Because with Liquid Academy, it always tends to be the case. It was the trial and error I was speaking about. If they've got the repetitions in, they go back at the footage, they review it, and they understand what it is that needs to be changed. But coming back to, as well, what you just laid up, those first couple of maps do feel that extra bit more pivotal because of that.
Yeah, it is most likely the fact that it is a lot of time that Team Liquid Academy have, and when they have a lot of time, it feels like the preparation is very snappy, very sharp, very on point. I mean, with Dynasty being the follow-up organization of Desire, it would be nice to see an Italian organization in Ascension again. I would absolutely love to have at least that representative of that very underrepresented region, so to say. It would be nice to have, but you know, it feels a lot like this is one of the scenarios. This is one of the situations where I want to see from start on how much the pressure is, because I realized very vividly on Desire, which is part of the core back, so to say, of this Dynasty team back in Ascension 2024, they were really good. I would have even said they're the best in the group that they were in, besides CGN, of course. Yeah. But they were falling under the pressure, under the nerves. This is really what made them as bad as they were back in that Ascension. So I hope they learned their lesson from that, at least Tag and with his experience along his core.
Yeah, I mean, you said CGN were best in the group, but let's not forget this was a group that also had Apex. It had a Go Next team, which actually did massively underperform, so I agree, which they did smoke out of the water if we're talking the Desire team. But yeah, other than the Apex point, I do completely agree with you. And look, maybe we're going back to the Ascension of old. We've got two meta teams. We might have an Italian team in there as well. Clearly the strongest regions that we've got. But jokes aside, I think it's nice to see even Tag here as that legacy player. You mentioned earlier about Caden retiring. I felt like he was always going to be the one to fly the flag for this team, but Tag had that potential, and even from the like the Go Next, the Barca games that you're talking about, he massively stepped up. He's someone who has always been quietly on the radar for a few teams, but just never quite had that cut to make the jump up. I remember speaking to him in a post-match interview after that Barca game, and him saying, like, you know, if there's one team I wanted to play for on VCT, it would be Fnatic, and Fnatic had like a little roadshow in Milan and everything, you know, and I could kind of see a world where he moved up, but not to them for the time being. And I think, yeah, it's in these inter-regional competitions where he's really going to be tested.
Very much indeed. I mean, we are right now waiting because we have a little issue going on. I mean, it's very interesting to see, because you mentioned, let's go over that. With the teams qualified, there's 4 open slots, and those 4 open slots are fascinating to fill, because one thing we didn't talk about too much was hold on.
Oh, here we go. We're getting the ball back out. This is brilliant.
No. Was this team? Was this team?
Yes.
We didn't talk about them too much. I mean, they're really hoping, because, correct me if I'm wrong, but they want Team Liquid Academy to win. Focus is really praying for that.
Yeah, because if Liquid Academy end up winning, you look at the remaining teams that could potentially progress, and having mentioned the Group D situation before already, only one of those is going to be making playoffs and having the maximum points haul. So, and with Liquid Academy being an academy team, they take away all the points from everyone else, right? They just get snapped up. That, like, it doesn't go down to the next place, none of that. They just cut out the middleman, and it makes life way better for Focus. I mean, it's been a whirlwind few weeks for them, I imagine, with the changes to the Ascension format, bringing in more teams, which gives them a little bit of a cushion, and now these group stage results.
And there was a universe with those with the 6 teams qualified and those VCT teams having, like, I don't know, 1 win or whatever it was, that there's only going to be 4 qualifying. It was a crazy universe to think of it. But more importantly, I think it is one of those things where it's so awesome to see that everything's on the line today. Like, both games we're watching today is like the biggest pressure type of games for both Mouz as well as obviously Dynasty, and this makes it extra exciting, because this is the nice thing about this Challengers Year format. You actually had all your time, and now it matters on that one again.
No, it's good, man. Look, if we get Focus in and we get Mouz in, then there's going to be 3 teams from Northeast in Ascension, which is great, you know. Yeah.
Northeast.
Focus, man. They never left North. I'm coping so hard, but you look at the LTR players. I mean, even look at Dynasty. We've got Creamy Dreamy and Ticey in there as well, man. You got Waddle in there. That's a core, right? North on top, man. Not just geographically, but like quite literally.
Okay. We need to hold yours. We should have never gotten there. I'm really thankful that there's not a fully British team advancing anyway. You're claiming North. Okay, it's like Scandinavia. All right, please.
Look, I can claim North, man. I can claim North. We're all. They don't want me. They don't want me, Zesh. I'll be honest. They don't want me. But But I can try.
Yeah. No. I appreciate that. I think
we just got an
great.
IKEA in Norwich, so that's basically it, right?
Oh yeah. No, I mean, listen. What else? What else than a good IKEA? Maybe we can take a look at the matches that we're going to see today, because we got some time to fill. And you know what? Is it your first desk, Kaza? Very first?
No, that's not my first desk.
I'm just sorry that I'm asking.
Okay,
sorry, I'm not watching it. I'm not watching every Northeast broadcast. Apologies. More importantly, what are we seeing today? Well, Job Life versus Team Ultimates is one of those games, by the way, where even though Job Life lost yesterday, there is this universe, odds, likely God looking at them and be like, you still have a chance. You still can do it. They are playing today, and I mean, the Ultimates were not very surprisingly, I think it's fair to say, winning against Tetiolice, even in a very tight manner. And as well, mandatory versus enterprise. I think we can quickly talk about that one, because there is something very important about this Group A game that we're seeing right here. Mandatory needs to win to continue their journey with safety. Yeah. If Enterprise take this, it's a big scramble, a big problem.
Honestly, I think it decomplicates a lot of situations if Mandatory just go ahead and win this group, because first of all, you don't want the headache of an Enterprise 2-0 and then who dropped however many rounds, what are we looking at, who actually moves out of the group, but more so Mandatory making a late swing, pun very much intended, for the Red Hammers at Ascension, because look, we saw them in stage 1, but there was a drop off in stage 2. The beginning of their stage 3 wasn't exactly any better when they lost to BLX. So they've gone back to the drawing board. They've boot camped. Enzo as a leader is someone who I just really would love to see get that second chance to be promoted with his squad of players, and even on a French team rather than an international roster. Also in terms of the points tables as well, having both the 2 top teams already qualified out gives other teams an opportunity to make things, incredibly interesting in terms of seeding.
It very much does. It very much does. It's one of those situations where right now our hands are tied, and we would be very much all the people saying, hey, Kastler, start the game. Yeah, listen, there's nothing else I would rather like to do. But we're going to head into a little break. We're going to take a little breather and come back to you once this is all fixed. And no break. I'm sorry.
Is this your first day on the desk?
No, hey, wait. I was offered a break. I would take it. I didn't want to take it. And okay.
The problems have been fixed. So.
Okay, so
there you go.
There's. I have one very good news. We have the little Kinder Surprise egg, and there's going to be agents waiting for us.
All right.
But we don't know what's going to be played.
Oh,
That's the great part.
Do I have to like put up the agents at the screen myself? And if we
Oh,
don't,
do you have? Yeah. Do you have one of those boards
you
too?
do not have them printed out already, so you didn't come
I
prepared.
have them all printed out. I have them all printed out. No, we're gonna find it out later, actually, in game. We're gonna head into it in just a moment, and this brings us back to the point again. You know, we're starting on that sunset. It needs to be a Dynasty hitting the ground running, and it's gonna be so important. They were finishing the game against Koi Phoenix 13-11 to take the trophy home, and that's exactly where they need to continue with their sunset.
All right, yeah, and look, let's go ahead and talk about comps. How are you feeling? I know I'm asking you a question here. How are you feeling about the Waylay for Liquid Academy? Because they've been running this a lot. They've been very sort of set piece heavy on their defensive macro, at least, to overload the A space at the start. How do you think Dynasty are going to approach that? Because it was also a very important area of the map for them. I
tell you, if they watch the VODs good and they know how they play, they're going to see the perfect way to abuse it on the main spaces when they are defending. I think when Team Liquid Academy is defending, just take A space because they're not really good at anchoring and they want to play fast flood retakes. At least this is what my VODs have been showing me, but it's a different story because all of this talking and talking finally comes to an end where we can settle down and we're heading into our game in just a moment. And with that being said, it makes it much more exciting. I'm usually not the biggest fan of watching free maps when they are just dragging along, but today I want all 6. I want them all 6. And you know what? We got 2 fine people who are going to take care of that. It's going to be nobody else than Pavlos and Winter guiding us through this. So please, let's start map 1.
Oh, cheers, Vincent. You're being awfully nice today. I appreciate that. But I'm excited for another reason, because this could be likely the most important match Dynasty has played all season so far. And Liquid Academy have got a situation on their hands which they're too familiar of having, right? Being the dream wreckers, destroying the hopes and dreams of Dynasty, or potentially making Focus's dreams come true.
I mean, even looking at regionally Northeast, you're looking at Team Liquid Academy to be the gatekeepers, or of whether it was going through the Upper Swiss or into making deep runs into playoffs. And now we get to the point where they even gatekeep an Ascension for some of these teams, because again, they cannot make it. They are an Academy team. They cannot play an Ascension. So they are currently playing, 1, to extend their year, but 2, to gatekeep Dynasty out of those extra slots or extra points that they can get if they're able to make it out of this group.
Oh boy, a lot of permutations and a lot of teams having their eyeballs locked on their monitors right now as we're getting into the server. Team Liquid Academy and Dynasty will be playing up against each other, starting things off on Sunset. An interesting pick, didn't we say, Summer?
Oh yeah, if you go by recency bias, this is going to be an interesting one for Dynasty. Obviously, TLA, the last matchup they played on this, it was a 13-1. So Dynasty picking into this, they got to be feeling confident. It is one of their best maps to play, whether that's super recency bias in regards to the most recent matchups, or even going back into the regional leagues and the matches that they've played there as well. So good things expected from Dynasty, but also from this, they touched on it on the desk of this Waylay composition. Obviously, you have GSR and the Yoros, that secondary duelist, but they haven't actually played against any comp similar to this yet.
Well, mind games deliberate from the start of the game. Dynasty just taking a lot of mid-control, now traversing into this B-bomb site. There is only one defender, the likes of Rexstone, around, but if there's anyone you want on the pistol duties, in anchoring duties, it's got to be him. Still though, we'll be there to realize presence, throw in a flash, make Team Liquid, well, make Dynasty a little bit slow on their push and let them take over.
I mean, and even just the dink off onto safety over towards Boba, players coming into rotate, it has forced Dynasty to use the paranoia, so there's a little bit less of utility to hold back into this post plant, and we know how much Team Liquid Academy love their retake, so this one's going to be 5v5. They have the health advantage, and realistically looking at Cooper to be that initiation force with that paranoia.
Poor, that's a monster of a shot from GSR to begin things. Paranoia, decent, but can you follow it up? Ticey using the box as cover, and this crossfire from Dynasty looking damn scrumptious. Nothing much can be done about it, and the fact that Famzy is able to go into first gear, reverse into 5th gear, from front backwards like that in his opponent's phases allows Dynasty to come off on top with first blood.
Yeah, and you look at the paranoia, it was great from Team Academy, but nobody checked the left corner. You can see here, Creamy Dreamy just sat being an absolute nuisance. Sure, eventually gets taken down. but he puts FAMSI in such a position to capitalize off the distraction of, hi, I'm in this corner, look at me, and really takes it to the max, and is even able to afford a Phantom coming into this one, so it's going to be a really dangerous buy. But Team Liquid, they're no strangers to completely zero investment into the second rounds after they lose the pistol.
I mean, I know we only just saw the pistol here, Summer. And I guess we'll walk into that subject a little later. But what we need to be talking about is the second round from Team Liquid Academy. Something that they do know how to do too successfully and too consistently is convert these rounds.
Okay, it's getting a little bit dicey. Tag down to 33. Spike not in their hands, but at least they're able to collect Donatello.
I don't mind Ninja's position here. He's going all the way around. And he might actually get a timing onto one, but the fact that Dynasty are just holding hands through the effort. Sure, you get 3 picks, but the round is collected nevertheless.
Zero investment, right? Just have this in your mind. Zero investment from Team Academy. Just power a friendship over towards mid. They managed to get 3 kills across into the round, like you said. And it was only realistically one of the players that didn't make any investment into weaponry into that round. Right. So there is a little bit of reinvestment coming through. You can see the credits being expended from Tag to get that rifle on board. So it's still a dangerous bonus, but not as dangerous as it could have been if that round was cleaner. But now the pressure's back onto Team Liquid Academy. See what they can do with the rifles back out. A little bit of a different setup. We've got the Vice over towards A.
And you could already see Team Liquid Academy, the style of play they like to take on. Very heavy on those retakes, so would be happy to leave sights open to begin with. We did see it in that 13-1 against Eintracht Frankfurt. We'll be seeing it again. Ooh. Annihilation coming through. Cupid's life is stuck with Team Liquid Academy here. The takeover is on. Dynasty takes space control, and FAMSI trading lives. That's 2 picks to nothing.
And it's again the fight's over towards both, but the FAMSI just seems to be coming out on top, whether it's in the pistol for 3 or now in towards the bonus. Replenish the smoke as well, so now it's just a difficult situation for Team Liquid Academy, and they're calling it off. You're right.
Oh man. And look, we did enter this round saying that, all right, Dynasty, not the best buy. They did lose 3 players in that second round, and FAMSI just did it all by himself, takes a couple of peaks. He goes his way through success there.
Yeah, and it is just off the back of those kills over towards Boba. And sure, the replenishment of the smoke makes it even more difficult, especially when you have neither of your duelists who have self-initiation utility, whether you're looking at GSR flashing through the smoke, just being a nuisance so they can bridge that issue of that replenish smoke over towards CT, or with Donatello's dashing utility. They haven't got any of that, so they just have to tuck tail and run.
Do we need to pay attention to Dynasty's attempt to fix the status they've created for themselves, being the worst post-plant team, success-wise? I feel like instead of holding, they just push.
They took that personally, that Death Judgment. So all I'm saying is maybe they're doing it for you, Dash, because they, so far, obviously it's a small sample size, but they are starting to improve.
Indeed, and right-hand side being taken up here. Could be a rapid change of approach. Donatello on the receiving end, he's got Cupid to hold hands with.
Nice off angle.
It's just a matter of timing. Not off enough, is it? Creamy Dreamy getting away with 1. Cupid doubles up to level up the scales. A site open. Dynasty can just walk in.
Barrier deployed.
J-Site is here already, so there is an angle that he can try and peek, but the only issue is he's already been spotted out. So they're going to be wary of this potential peek. Oh, just look at this util that they're setting up over towards site. It's just going to be nasty going for this retake. You also have Waddle playing over towards that flank position over towards main, making sure there's no one flanking. Even though there isn't anyone, there's a recon available, 2 shock darts.
Let's see if Team Liquid Academy can crack the code.
Poison's off.
Only taking a few steps forwards for now. Dynasty giving them nothing. Recon broken, but the shots reveal 2 of the players' positions. Waddle. Not converting of the recon onto the back of sight. That's a great flash, but it's just the 1-for-1. Waddle appears from the screen. And Rexstone's alone. This is going to require him a clutch moment. But he realizes there's not much time for him to deliver at this moment in time. Dynasty start things off with a bang. This is going to be their 4th consecutive round.
Yeah, it's not looking ideal. whether you're a Focus fan or a Team Liquid Academy fan into this one,
No.
because you're looking at the money as well. Obviously, they're going to be on the full loss bonus, which isn't ideal to be on that so early on. And it's just, yeah, you're looking at the retakes, the initial engagement, sure, they go 2 for 2, but when they start getting into the retake itself, it's down to the trays, and Dynasty start those engagements and come out on top. Now it's going into the saved rifle. This is the only rifle that they're going to have coming into this round. And you're putting it on your Vise, which you have had a little bit of a switch up, having a 3-stack over towards B main. Trying to get a little bit cheeky.
Yeah, a completely different beat to what Team Liquid Academy delivered the other day on their own group. Next
I mean,
round.
a Paranoia has been sent down A to try and maybe push them and funnel them into this B, and it might just work.
Oh, if the first shot landed, maybe there was a chance for a double, but Waddle gets given a chance to readjust. And therefore, opportunity missed, and that rifle is pretty much unrecoverable, especially if Dynasty decide to over-invest on this left-hand side.
Yeah, and especially picking up another kill over towards the B site, they're going to be happy enough to redirect their attentions over towards A. But you can see what Liquid Academy wanted to do. Like, Cupid sent that Paranoia down A to be sort of a, we're taking A, try and contact into B. They had the play, it's just unfortunate the shots weren't there. Like I said, it's not a weapon that can be recovered. No. Health bar is not also ideal. You're looking at Ninja's the only one who hasn't necessarily had any sort of contact. Cupid's been dealt with on the elevated angle.
I mean, look, we have witnessed Team Liquid Academy take these games on time after time, and it's often with them that the success comes when they are the ones to lead the charge in terms of pace, in terms of taking confrontations, taking fights. And the way we've seen teams be able to beat them is match them, beat them to it. Enterprise is a great example to that in the grand finals they played against them. That 3-0, it was just Enterprise saying, we can take you on that individual level. And it feels like Dynasty are doing a lot of the same here.
Yeah, I will say that grand finals in Northeast was insane. It was, yeah, because you're even talking about if this matchup, if this series even gets to Haven, that was also another map that they got dominated by Enterprise on. It was like a 13-2. And it's just, it's not going to be an easy series for Team Liquid Academy unless they can start to put some rounds on the board now.
Strong setup for Team Liquid Academy here, though. 3-player strong. I think this is the strongest situation they found themselves in on the receiving end. But Dynasty not forcing the issue here. This is going to be a back off, clone not broken, and back to square one.
Well, they've at least spotted out GSR, right? With this operator, they know it's going to be a threat. They know that is already online. Turn their sights over towards mid, which nobody's home from Team Liquid Academy. They might have an opportunity to threaten Cupid. Well, he's going to deal with the Vise utility over towards top mids. We're still just... They haven't necessarily put any of their eggs in a basket just yet. They're poking and prodding. You still have Tags, who's been the constant player outside A main of the last 5 rounds.
With the mid pressure you've exerted, you've forced, not only forced Cupid backwards, but you're kind of asking the rest of Team Liquid Academy to account for that lost control.
But at least 3 players are closer to the B side, so off the contact of this, they might be able to rotate in, but I don't think anyone's going to save GSR in time.
No, he's just way out of sight. Ninja cannot cross that corner soon enough, so that's a freebie of the pick. GSR is stuck, but he still gets dealt with nevertheless. Oh no. Dynasty so far playing it superbly, reading Team Liquid Academy like a book, and now it's down to the fight. Let's see if Team Liquid Academy have got what it takes to finally get around on the board. Famzi doubles up with his teammate in the corner. It's enough, a triple kill for Famzi, and Waddles Hunter's Fury puts the final nail in the coffin. This is looking clean.
And even if the gunfights on the initial retake from Liquid Academy coming out of Boba weren't necessarily great, you had Tag in the back line anyway, ready to come through mid, over towards top mid for that flank pressure. And you can see that they are trying to play for these retakes, but the use of the Deadlock Annihilation, absolutely perfect. It isolates the only player close towards this B site, even though they've retreated towards CT, towards Boba, isolated, brought out onto site. None of the rotating players can help. And it's just a formality, it feels, from there for Dynasty to close out the round.
Yeah. And it's moments like this I wish we had face cams as well. Got to see what Bacon is thinking of right now.
I don't know if any
he's
of
very
the
emotional.
Yeah, I don't think any of the Liquid players who are gonna rewatch, if they're gonna rewatch, would want to see the Bacon reactions, but
I highly doubt that as well.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Not ideal in thesis. But
yeah.
Eco this one, right? Hear me out.
Sure.
You have a couple of ultimates already, right? You have GSR keepers, so you can make the conversation whether you want to invest into this one, go for a set play. But at the same time, you're looking at trying to get Rextone's ultimate line, see if you can feed him a couple of orbs, a couple of kills.
Okay.
Donatello's ninjas are going to be up into the next one, and that's something that they will have over Dynasty going into the 8th round. Ultimates, and they'll have weaponry back online. Just not in this.
That's more like it. If Donatello's winning his 1v1s, it's going to work. Cooper brings out a sheriff, and suddenly Dynasty are a little bit scared. Sure, GSR's ultimate gets a bit wasted as he's stuck in place due to the grab net. But other than that, I take 2 picks and damage onto Dicey. He's down to 2 points of health. Oh dear, this is Team Liquid Academy's round for the taking.
There will be an opportunity to recover those rifles, but it's just when they pull that trigger, because Dicey is sticking around. He is the low HP player. So maybe off the contact or any sort of sound call they can get over towards B, they'll start to re-explore over towards A, play for the retake, because they have the numbers, but they still don't have the weaponry.
Sure. Which makes Dicey's position ever so crucial. The defender of the Arsenal.
Surely not.
The fact that he sticks around also, well, he doesn't stick around, but Ninja doesn't want to stick around and find out.
But that's the thing. It's relatively unconfirmed damage onto Dicey. He gets one, backs away. They can't recover these weapons, so it's still retaking with sheriffs.
Setup still not the easiest to deal with. Sure, you've got pieces of utility available to you, thankfully, with Creamy Dreamy being alive. You've got everything the Deadlock has in store for you. Breaking the first instances of it, though, onto the spike. Team Liquid Academy go. Dicey cannot afford having a bullet landing on him. But the random spray still does connect. Creamy Dreamy, that is gorgeous. But these sheriffs can fight back. And Models found himself one already. Reaccounts, readjust, and the triple is there. But the thrifty diffusal from Team Liquid Academy is timely.
By the skin of their teeth, it's just the first round that they've been able to put on the board. Remember that, Pavlos, because sure, it started off great. It was a 3v5. And then a 2 HP player manages to stave off any sort of weapon recovery. GSR gets sat down when he tries to use his ultimate. And it still comes down to the wire of even, what, 0.1 second more, we could have been seeing a 7-0 lead for Dynasty. And it's done 0 impact onto them. They've still got rifles out. They're still ready to pressure TLA, and it's fast over towards A.
Well, it's definitely putting rounds on the board, and that's what matters for now. Donatello with first blood, and that's 2 rounds back-to-back, where he's opened things wide for his team. Creamy Dreamy with a bit of pressure, but it's Team Liquid Academy. They're getting most done here. Hunter Shuri putting Creamy Dreamy under so much trouble. And the rest of the team fall like flies. This is as clean as we've ever seen it so far this game. Team Liquid Academy are online, and Summer, we've got our game on our hands.
We may have a game on our hands, Pavlos. But
yeah, we do.
We can talk about the disparity in rounds, okay?
Sure.
It's still a 6-2 lead for Dynasty. And it's only 2 in a row that TLA have been able to...
Rounds are just the construct, Summer.
Oh, okay.
Rounds are just the construct.
Guys, it's okay.
Matter.
You can win your ranked games if you just think you have 13 rounds. It doesn't matter if you're getting 0-13. As long as you think you're winning, it's fine.
Mental is everything.
Okay.
Again, a first blood for Team Liquid Academy. And this is looking a lot more like this roster.
Yeah, and it's the confidence hopefully brewing for the players as well, taking that peek out over towards mid, TPing back to safety, and being able to play from a relatively comfortable position of that 5v4 that they haven't necessarily been afforded this match so far.
Ooh. Still guarding out. And Team Liquid Academy, the push and pull in mid. They realize Dynasty are no longer entertaining that area. So the cross into the B site has assumed. Oh, Creamy Dreamy. At least gets one before he drops, but Rexona is The Grand Interrupter tag needs a little bit more than that. He's left into a 1v2, but now has a chance to isolate. Goes for the chase, but Cupid's not giving him anything.
And Donatello is going to be joining up with his teammate now.
Oh, tag's going in. And he's just spotted Donatello's elbow. Headshot connects. And I think he knows where Cupid is. And goes in for another bite. But instead, Cupid is the one to put his opponent to rest. And Team Liquid Academy, that's 3 in a row now.
Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe we do have a game on our hands, okay? Liquid is starting to stabilize into this one. A nice multi-kill coming in from Rexing that really makes it believable. And sure, obviously does come down to that 1v1. Seems to be in a safe pair of hands of the IGL, of the captain. And now this is where we're starting to question what sort of response does Dynasty have to this. They close to a couple of ultimates, tags one away. You can see maybe a Viper's pit play, group up on towards site. You also have the Creamy Dreamies, which he's been so impactful with this annihilation, especially over towards those B site hits. It's like themselves getting the players that are stuck over towards backside or even towards Boba.
My territory, my rules.
Annihilation coming in again.
There you go.
All 3 times Annihilation has been activated. It's connected.
Is anyone going to shoot it?
Oh, no one is. It's too
hello?
late. Ninja's out. But there is a trade back. Donatello has answered. GSR with a sneaky corner, and it's good enough for the adjustment. Oh, GSR. He's loving life. Great anchoring responsibilities. But with tag joining in, looking to drop into this A site.
But this is the issue. The A site is technically free. Obviously, Waddle over towards mid is going to be licking his lips, getting that free kill on towards Rexstone. But if they get this Viper's pit onto ground, and Waddle's just doing even more mess over towards mid. But the thing is, Tag doesn't even want A. He wants mid, and he wants the kill onto Cupid. And that's another round for Dynasty. A break to the street. Team Liquid Academy was starting to put on towards the boards. And that was the answer back that we were talking about. No ults even needed, bar the one to start it off with.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a really important one. Question marks as to why the Cocoon wasn't shot, but at the same time, you don't really want to be busy shooting when players could be crossing onto your monitors. That last fight, though, that was tricky.
But the thing is, there was 3 players on towards that B site. And even a player safed over towards Boba that could have shot it. But now, please, that's not safe as elbow. But Donatello is not going to win out the fight this time.
Brilliant flood smoke. Donatello couldn't do a thing apart from try and back away, but unable to do that. It's Dynasty with numbers advantage and A-side control.
You may see Viper's pit invested. That's exactly what's going to happen, especially with Creamy Dreamies Sonic Sensors being placed out now. It's just an added layer of defense for this post plan.
Paranoia, 2 flashes available for Team Liquid Academy. Not impossible, but the Viper's pit is treacherous.
You do have GSR's ultimate, so you could try and find them, especially if this Aldrin doesn't necessarily connect a tag onto tag.
Without a pick, it feels difficult for Team Liquid Academy to go for this. It feels like they want Dynasty to appear on the streams, and without that happening, they're going to drop away. That's exactly what they've done.
Oh, how many saves have we had from Team Liquid Academy? And especially when we're talking about coming into this, we were saying, oh, listening to the death side from a Dynasty aren't that necessarily good in the post plans. Oh, that's not great. Team Liquid Academy are a team that love to go for that sort of set play, whether it's on the attack or whether it's going for structured retakes. They've been sort of bullied away from going for them, especially sure, it is difficult to retake against, well, not only the Viper's pit, you're a man disadvantage, also Creamy Dreamy set up on site, so you can understand why they need to do it, especially given the money situation. They wouldn't have had enough money to reinvest into this one. They want to keep as many rifles alive for the last round of the half. But at least in this one, they have the better ults. They have ults online that they can use to tip the tide, tip the scale, and try and make this an 8-4 half.
Really valuing this round. You've got to. Last chance to put a 4th on the board. Famzy, a lot of pressure in mid. He split the map in 2, and now he's tempting to pressure the back line of B.
Does Rexstone know?
Into Rexstone. Rexstone gets a pick. Has time to readjust, but Famzy gets away with murder. Finally, but Dynasty need to be careful because their backlines are also being infiltrated from mid. They've got to be cautious while they cross into this B side. Cooper yet to be dealt with, and boy, is he a menace. That's a double kill for the captain. And Dynasty, with the spike down, are attempting to hold it down, unable to do it with Team Liquid Academy from joining in from all sorts of directions. Successful in closing out the final round of the half.
And
We felt a little bit weird about Dynasty's early pick on Sunset, thinking how Team Liquid Academy can be pretty damn strong in it, but safe to say, on the attacking side, Dynasty showed us damn why they thought this would be a good one for them. Can they close things out on the defensive, though?
Well, they're going to hope they can. Especially this being the map pick, especially, and with recency bias, Team Liquid Academy want to at least get something back into this one. A pistol would be a great way to start off. We're already heavy aggression with the paranoia off the back of it, and again, fancy with the entry.
Nice little set play here from the Dynasty side of things. The first pickup goes to them, and the reposition is on. Team Liquid Academy thinking they could potentially jump the gun, get quicker to this B-site traversal, but instead of crossing fully, they've taken up mid.
But they're not necessarily doing anything with it just yet. Dynasty are starting to reshuffle their pieces, but there's still a crossfire up towards top mid.
Could get so dangerous so quickly. Waddle gets pre-fired, forced off the angle. Famzy knows he doesn't have a chance. Then now that they've allowed 3 players to cross, that recon could be helpful. Ooh, into the air and a distraction. Famzy drops, and so does Creamy Dreamy. Waddle with the first blood of Dynasty on this one. Team Liquid Academy are doing a lot of damage, but the fact that Dynasty are all around, have got everything under lock and key. Pissed around to the Italian org as they take over the first pistol of the second half.
And for the pistol itself, if you're looking at the players that were over towards A, right? You're looking at Creamy Dreamy and Waddle. They both instantly got dinked as soon as they did any sort of peek over towards top mid. And yeah, you couldn't re-peek that. But the thing is, they didn't re-peek it. They just sent the utility and then used that to sort of be that push and pull of the attention. Waddle picks up an easy kill onto GSR, who's just been sat down by his teammate, and then it's just a cleanup from there. But there was a way for Team Liquid Academy into that one. It's just Dynasty played the exact sort of counter to that of use your utility. Don't put your lives on the line.
Yeah, and closing out this map slowly starts to feel trivial. It's early doors, I know, but ooh, that paranoia is strong. If you catch tag on the rotate, maybe there's an opportunity for a gun upgrade. Fam's nearby, so you're curious if you want to be going for this. Ooh. And the fact that you overwhelm it with pure numbers, it works out. Push out from GSR is a little bit too much. Sure, 3 kills go to Team Liquid Academy, but again, Dynasty guarantee double digits.
It did get a little bit scary for a second. You've got to admit, you started like, oh, guys, what's happening? But no, I wouldn't even say it's a stabilization in the round because it wasn't. It sort of, they just picked up the kills that they were presented with, especially in that 2v2. Sure. They were low HP, easy pickings for a Vandal and a Guardian. And it's these initial picks that go over towards CT. An ultra wide swing from GSR.
That is wide squared.
Okay, I see what he did there. And do you know what? We have pistol squid because Dynasty have been able to pick up both pistols. And we saw the streak of rounds that they were able to go on the first half. We had that 6-0 lead, which wouldn't be ideal for Team Liquid Academy because Dynasty are already on double digits.
Early flash, forcing the issue. Team Liquid Academy getting out on top on that one. No reply from Dynasty.
And Famzy getting caught with that flash because Tag was already behind the Viper's wall. But it's the tag and the notification of the flash onto Famzy that gives away the game and presents them with a clean double entry.
Yeah, Tyce's attempt to go in for a heroic play there is respectable. You know, you don't really have a chance in this one. You'll likely be dropping back altogether. So trying to guarantee a pick here or there, you don't mind it. But it doesn't really go his way, and he will not end up taking his Guardian to the next round. Creamy Dreamy sticking around, maybe looking to do some damage with a Stinger. GSR definitely aware of his opponent's position, location. Creamy Dreamy, look at that. Reload time. Had a chance to swing there first. Look, there are some trades available there here from Dynasty. It's not completely one-sided, but Team Liquid Academy have put themselves on the board on the attack.
that supporting thing doing a lot earlier than on the defense.
Sure, yeah.
They haven't necessarily got the space or the comfort to let a couple of rounds slip or let a bonus round through. With the side of Dynasty, walking into this one with Creamy Dreamy's ult online super early yet again. We've seen so many of these annihilations not only hit their mark, but be very influential in the round win. And you know what? He doesn't even need the annihilation. He can just send the net and peek.
I feel like Creamy Dreamy is one of those players that can do anything, right? He played 4 different agents in their best of 5 against Qualification last time. Viper, Fade, KO, Deadlock, and that's 3 different roles as well, right? Controller, Initiator, and Anchor, if you will, Sentinel.
When I was doing my prep and notes for this, I started looking at Creamy Dreamy for like sort of the stereotypical roles. Obviously, in this sort of meta, you see a lot of double duelist. But for Creamy Dreamy, I've just put question mark because I do agree with you in the sense that we could see him on anything. And especially with picking up a second for himself in the round. There is a trade from Donatello, and that is going to be the A site, at least under pressure, because there's no one there. There's no information that they can do that flood retake in, but Waddle's there already, and he wants to fight forwards. Oh, and he's picked up Ninja, not even looking.
How much more can you do, though? Donatello on the task. That is a quad piece for Donatello. And he's ripped this round wide open. Suddenly, Tag is left into the 1v1, but Rexstone doubling up Donatello's position makes easy work of the round by the end.
You almost feel for Creamy Dreamy. Everything's been sort of pulled by the seams in a matter of seconds from Donatello, because everyone was towards CT because they were grouping up for the retake. Power of friendship, powering numbers, but instead it felt like the complete opposite. It was not power of numbers. It was just an opportunity for Donatello to pick up the kills very, 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 very quickly.
These are the type of plays that boost Donatello's ego. This is one of the reasons why he posts on his Twitter, quote-unquote bad boy and quote-unquote I'm him. This is what's fueling the fire.
Okay, Pavlos, let's be real. And anyone in Twitch chat, if you hit something like that, would you not think you are him or you are her? Like you would think that, and yes, it would feed your ego, but hopefully it would also feed not only the individual confidence of Donatello into this one, but also sort of fire up the team, get a little bit of hype into it, because it is an uphill climb for Liquid Academy into this map. But you also have the next map to think about as well when we're going on to Ascent. So even if necessarily they can't convert this one or bring this one back into an equal standing and make it a closer game, they still have to have the confidence and self-belief going into the next one, which I'm sure they do, given the track record of this team in comebacks and slow starts into series.
Yep.
At this point, it's part of the course.
It's part of Northeast, I feel like, Summer.
Yeah, Enterprise as well do it.
Yeah. And these are the 2 teams that have been victors in Northeast altogether.
The only 2 teams.
Yeah, only 2 teams across 3 splits. As if that's little. Famzi, on his attempt to drop back, gets a bullet caught into the back of his skull. Painful way to go down. Team Liquid Academy making clean work of Dynasty's pistol. Not much left in it, is there? Just a couple of players. But Sheris, Waddle will not be waddling anymore.
Spike planted.
And Creamy Dreamy, his moments are numbered as well, especially with Team Liquid Academy going for the chase. They're going after him. But he shows he needs to be respected, and I feel like that's a statement in and of itself, though. The gap is starting to close here, Summer. It's starting to feel like Team Liquid Academy are not going to let this one go without a fight.
Ooh, I saw a cheeky little operator being bought for the Dynasty side, so that's going to be the first time they can actually bring that out on towards the defense. So hoping to see Fanzi on this operator not only be similar to what we would have expected from GSR on the defense of being able to take aggressive positions on the Neon with the operator, but also having that ever-presence around the map of being able to be on that fast rotate, take early picks towards A, rotate to B. But straight off the rip, we have GSR using the dimensional drift straight in through to market.
Spotted one.
Only one.
The thing is, there's been a blockade here from Dynasty trying to block off access into market, but does it matter? Because Donatello, Ninja, and GSR all have gone berserk. Yep. you've got to respect Dynasty's effort there to try and block this push in two, trying to stop the reinforcements from arriving, but you couldn't beat them.
This smoke on top mid has been awful for Dynasty to deal with. They have not dealt with it very well in the sense of, sure, they try and peek out of it. They don't necessarily want to leave it alone because you know that it opens up a route into Boba and to catch your market players or your B anchors off guard, that they want to fight through it. But it's something that Team Liquid Academy have been ready for every step of the way. Multiple times that they've tried this, the peek through the smoke or just waiting for the smoke to fade and then peeking. It is going to be watched, and maybe that's something that Dynasty need to address, because Team Liquid Academy have been so good on that mid pressure, whether it's mid-rounding to pull sort of rotations or just going for a straight hit. We saw Famzy do it on their attacking side, straight up through top mid, round into Boba and be an aggressive force in that sense for Dynasty. But now they need to figure out how to shut down the sort of similar play that Team Liquid Academy are trying to go for.
Okay, that'll be interesting. We're starting to see a lot of ultimates being unlocked as well. 3 per side. This is getting a little bit interesting.
And they still have the operator out, so instead of starting over towards A and being cut out of the round completely, which in the last it might have been the case, but this time the spike's drifting and the pack of players are drifted over towards A. Might not necessarily get the engagement that he's hoping for.
Well, free information to begin things. The Famzy tells his team, chillax, B site's clear, hold the rest of the map down. And to be fair, that's what Team Liquid Academy are focusing on as well.
They've popped the wall. That's something that's going to buy at least a bit of time. Or should they start going for trying to break this out? You might see an annihilation popped or a cheeky swing, because we know Creamy Jimmy's all up to be an aggressive anchor.
You heard 3 players here, Creamy Dream. 1 footsteps over and stairs and 2 players shooting your wall. But Team Liquid Academy knowingly gave that information away because they're going for a bit of an obfuscation, aren't they?
And with the reposition of Famzy over towards holding this mid-cross, there's not necessarily that deep control of B main. It's going to likely be another retake, unless Tag can do something massive on the way in. But he's even starting to rotate out over to Boba. It might be the right call. The spike has drifted back over towards A.
This could get intricate very, very quickly. Will Creamy Dreamy have enough time to throw out the annihilation? That's the question. The answer is no. A profound one at that as well. Donatello going insane here. Hunter's Fury from Model is not finding the marks that he wants. And with 13 seconds to spare as well, Spike will be going into the floor with Dynasty holding their heads. This is not fun. A triple for Donatello. A complete takeover over this A site. Dynasty losing their lead. Only 1 round of difference here now, Summer.
I will say, even though Team Liquid Academy didn't necessarily have the best showing on defense, okay?
Sure.
The fact that they were able to save when they were saving, because obviously Dynasty are saving now, but that's saving 2 guns, right? Sure, there's an operator in the mix, so you can maybe call it like 2.5, okay? When Team Liquid Academy saved, they were saving with 3 or 4, so it was always not necessarily the half-by eco that Dynasty were having to play up against. It was majority of the time full rifles from Team Liquid Academy, but now Dynasty are going to be in a situation where they're going to have to make a decision on what kind of investment they bring up around this Vandal and Operator.
Indeed. Bit of a lifeline, if you will. This is starting to look very scary. A red carpet being laid out in front of Dynasty's very eyes.
Yeah, it's not a great red carpet. It's not the red carpet that you want to be walking on if you're Dynasty.
No.
And the decision on the investment is not to, but it doesn't seem to matter. The saved rifle in Waddle's hands gets a nice, lovely entry.
It's going to be tough, though. Paranoia is going to save some time. Donatello looking to rush from main, but with Ticey being caught there, Cupid has permitted access into this B side. GSR's position is sneaky, but he wasn't looking at the right position at the right time. Annihilation does connect. No spray going in because Rexstone wants to go in for the fight. Donatello does the same thing. Waddle with a triple. Oh, dear me. Finally, Cupid goes down to the cocoon. But Rexstone has been put onto the hottest of seats, which Famzy will not allow take over. Operator lined up in the right position, and Dynasty are able to break the silence.
Creamy Dreamy took the exact right person with that Annihilation, by the way, because it's the spike. They had to fight forward. You can see the attempt being made, and it did become a close endeavor when you're talking about the market fight here that you're going to see in the replay. You have Rexstone pushing, you also have Donatello pushing, but inevitably Waddle just stands strong and stands firm, collects the spike off the back of Dreamy's ultimate. Now we're back up onto 11 for Dynasty. Sure, they were still in the lead this whole time. There's something to stave the drought off, and Famzy seems to stave the drought. That has been his kill because he's been out of the action so many of these rounds.
Yeah, it's good to see Famzy perform here. It's good to see him gain some traction on the server. He's looking to back up round after round, pick up where he left off. And Team Liquid Academy, though, still looking to knock onto this A-site door.
Yeah, especially with Tiger's Vipers put over towards B, they don't necessarily have any space to go anywhere else.
Famzy over pushing the smoke, drop us into a shorty mode, which Cupid cannot react to. And now 2 players of difference on the side of Dynasty here. Team Liquid Academy on the back foot, and they don't really have site access. Poison Cloud drops, and Famzy seizes the chance to just weave into the fight yet again. Quad piece for Famzy, a flawless round, and Dynasty with 1 round left to put this map in their pockets.
And this is what I was talking about of Famzy on the attack. He was first in, getting multi-kills over towards Boba, especially on those speed hits, was always in the fight. And in the last 6 or 7 rounds, especially when Team Liquid Academy were getting sort of that streak of rounds, Famzy wasn't necessarily on the site itself. He was never in the position or in the area that Team Liquid Academy were pressuring. We see him now in the last 2, and then it's 2 rounds for Dynasty on the boards.
Yeah, a few of these Dynasty players have had a taste of Ascension, a taste of VCT. And they know that this series is all they need to get to that potential again. Hunter Syria enabled, doesn't really find too much. Famzy just dancing around, but instead of dropping back, looks to stick around. Does get punished though. And for that 1v1, Team Liquid Academy have stabilized the endeavor. Cut noise, but still want to go in for another fight. That's a great out drone. Reveals a position of 2. So Dynasty will be sticking around to this close proximity. 2 players left on site. Cooper avoiding the paranoia. Waddle swings and gets the fight either way. Tag comes alive with a shorty and a smoke, and everything is falling in line for Dynasty here. The number 1 seed from Spain looks to take down the number 2 seed from Northeast in map number 1. And 2 players are the difference to that for now. GSR Ninja holding on. Individual brilliance is the name of the game of this team, and it has been since the start of the year. But this looks a little bit too far-fetched, especially with Ninja down to just 10 head. 10
and they don't even have the spike, and they just can cycle smokes over towards the Salvo position. You have the Viper's Orb, you have Tyce's smokes as well.
You're just hoping your opponents make a mistake at this point. GSR, though, presses the issue. Finds an alternative angle. Tyce will make sure GSR is number 1. You know when Ninja's coming for. And 1 bullet is what is needed. Tyce closing things out with a double kill. And there you have it. Dynasty locked down Sunset for their own. That was an impressive showing from the Italian org.
I mean, it got a little bit shaky. I don't think you can deny that when they first transitioned into that defense, but it was the stabilization over towards the end. Getting that operator out onto Famzy has been so impactful. We could see it in the last few rounds, but also Creamy Dreamy, you have to give him props when props are due with his ultimates, the multi-kills on towards the just aggressive positions he was able to take on the defense. So I'm really impressed from Dynasty into this one.
Yeah, it was a game of momentum and definitely a lot of thoughts on this one. But let's let the analysts do all the breaking down. Let's hear their thoughts. Zesht and Hazard on the mic.
Well, that looked like we might just get ourselves into overtime. That might be an absolute wonderful reverse sweep coming in from Team Liquid Academy. But at the end of the day, it was not enough to bring that one home for the guys from Team Liquid Academy. It was Dynasty taking it 1-0 on the, honestly, the map they have picked, Hazard, the map they have decided, and it was a phenomenal start that they have picked up right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just those first 5 rounds in a row, 6 even, set them apart from Liquid Academy to kick things off. It was a slow start for them, which is never what you want to see, but every now and then you have a moment like what you saw there on the replays from Donatello that can alter the face of the game, and I think for Liquid, it felt like a bit of a slow burner. And when we talked about this map veto as well, more towards the back end, continuing to favor Dynasty, I have to say that this is going to be a loss that feels like a gut punch early on.
I mean, yeah, to remind everyone again, Team Liquid Academy recently took this one 13-1 off Frankfurt. It's that's an absolutely different story, and it was pretty surprising to me that it looked absolute opposite of what we just saw. I mean, again though, on the side of Dynasty, when we talk about the players and the ones we definitely want to highlight, I think one man stands out who definitely had his counterpart under control, and that is Famzy, who definitely had one hell of a series. They're coming out with 20 frags and most certainly led the charge for this team to take the win.
Yeah, it was pretty important for him to get some early traction. Like I said, I mean, he started really strong. There was a little bit of a dip in the middle, but towards the end of the game, you saw the amount of value that the operator was giving to Dynasty to play a little bit more aggressive and not be so passive in their site holds. I think Liquid got the best out of the late ult cycle in terms of the investments that they needed to make. It was little to nothing a lot of the time. 1 kill and they were in post, maybe even, you know, a 5-on-5. So when Famzy started cracking the whip and laying down the law with the operator, it made life a lot more difficult for them, at least in terms of clearing him out. I think Donatello gave his life a couple of times to just create the space with the light speed, and that's kind of how the double duelist works for Liquid quite a lot of the time. Donatello's creating that space, but then if that's at the sacrifice of his own life, you don't get him later in the round to have the big moments that we know he's capable of delivering. So it's a bit of a balancing act, but yeah, Famzy doing a brilliant job there.
I fully agree, and I mean, especially when we take a look at that first half, the first 6 rounds, it really looked like it was that it was absolutely looking like they were having the control in terms of understanding so well on the side of Dynasty on how to approach Team Liquid's CT side, on how to approach them on defense. But this was just one map. This was obviously the Dynasty choice. So we're heading over to an Ascent in just a moment. You should stay exactly where we are because it is about to be decided who's moving out of the groups as a winner. So stay where you are. And
Where you been? I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll crush that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the body frags hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the alpha and you know, don't make that tick a spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Being anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy. Just say we got sheriffs, so sorry, eyed boys got the banner highs blown to the banner. Well, who's there? Know this. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite. I go.
And so we're heading over there on to Ascent, where it could be all decided for Dynasty, a map that could once more prove that they belong in the circuit of the 8 best teams of all the regions of Europe, or if they're not, made for it. It has us once more on my side to take a look at what we're going into now, as this is the decision of Team Liquid Academy, and this map is something they've really grown into after they were not so interested most of the year.
Yeah, and it's a map which we've seen them build on ideas of how they want to approach it as well, because while you said that we hadn't seen them play it too much originally, you're looking at it now with it being a very off-piste meta read, I suppose, still running the Waylay, a true believer in this type of composition. You don't see that too much in VCT, with a few exceptions being like RRQ, for example. I don't think there are many others that are already such firm believers in it. Even the Liquid main roster had a bit of a trial with it on like their Lotus and maybe Icebox comps, I think, when it first came out. But, you know, since then, you've not seen all too much. And yeah, I think this one has quite a bit of thought behind it.
It does have a lot of thought behind. I mean, the double duelist, especially when you take a look at the defense side, is always to have the deeper angles, to have the opportunity to have those very early fights in a committed utility way, which can give you a great man advantage. But if you find nothing, well, suddenly you made a lot of noise for 0. But it brings us also to the point of the same could be said about Dynasty, because this map itself was, throughout all the months before July, not really interesting to them, made the roster change, and ever since they played it in the playoffs, in the semifinals. It won it against the final against Koi Phoenix, but they're more conservative on that end.
Yeah, they've only played it 4 times, but the last 3 were all in split 3. So, as you say, it's a very new development for them. And when I think back to the old versions of this team, Desire versus Dynasty, Desire used to love playing Sunset, right? And that's why you saw it at the beginning of the veto. That's traditionally much more their type of map. Whereas this one, I think, has been influenced by that shift in dynamic towards the players that they've now got. Ticey and Creamy Dreamy as well have always been big fans of this. It was part of the Sweet and Sour map pool. It was often vetoed by Apex when we saw those big head-to-heads happening. And yeah, it's a huge opportunity for them to now kick on.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see, because this is one of those maps where it depends so much from the get-go on the control that you're getting with it. And Team Liquid Academy, they played a close game against Frankfurt. It was not as dominant as the #1 they had. Could have also went the other way. Could have been Frankfurt picking up the W there. That didn't happen in the end. And Team Liquid Academy especially were struggling once more on that attacking side, which is interesting to see, to be honest, because this time around it looked a bit different. But it's very interesting to see from the start, from the beginning of this map, how are they coming out of this in terms of, okay, we can directly hit the ground running or not, because Team Liquid Academy struggle when they are not really starting that great.
Yeah, it was a slow start in the first map, but you always expect them to bounce back. And as I've said many times already, the extra value that a coach like Bacon brings you can't really be understated enough, or overstated enough, sorry. He'll know what to do to reset this young group, because if they lose now, then that's their year over, right? There's no more Valorant to be played for them until, you know, potential off-season events. You don't really want to cling on to hope for that too much. I know we've got Project Blender coming in, but yeah, absolutely. It's full focus on Ascent right now. It's their map pick. They have made improvements to it. Sure, they ended up losing it against Enterprise in the grand final. It was another one of those maps, but for that same reason, they'll have had a look back over it. That Frankfurt game, I think, was a promising result to take, albeit, like you mentioned, it was probably cut a bit fine for their liking, especially considering how one-dimensional Frankfurt felt at times. But they can take safety in the knowledge that they performed well there, I think, and already have some track record on this map.
Yeah, that's the difference once more, right? A win here on Ascent for Dynasty is a totally different story. The Team Liquid Academy. When I'm taking a look at this map, though, I'm now curious to see if there was any compositional change, because from Team Liquid Academy, I don't see it coming.
Okay.
Dynasty, on the other hand, made a minor change that still can be very impactful against this comp.
Yeah, you have to be thinking about GSR's Yoru here, as well as Donatello's Waylay, of course, right? It's the duelists that we really want to be focusing on, because there was a bit of a battle between the Vice utility, the wall specifically, and GSR's fake out in the previous matchup against Frankfurt. Tag's just going to have those traps in as well, of course, making it harder for Donatello to gap close with his dash as well. So definitely things to be thinking about. But with Liquid Academy, I'm particularly more focused, I suppose, on that second half when they move to defense. How good is the extremity control going to look? Because that's one of the reasons why you bring the Yoru in. It's that extra presence and potentially getting an op out as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it's with both of those duelist agents where you can take like that, I would say like the second life approach, where you can take a risk that is very unusual to a certain extent, but you can gain information, even the first kill, and you're out of the situation successfully in the end. And the Cypher adaptation on Tag, I think it's great. I think it is that little nuance that could make the difference when talking about that attacking side.
There's one more thing to note though, because it isn't the Killjoy. We spoke so highly of the retakes that Dynasty have. You're not going to be with the lockdown in those situations. So that's not a win condition that you can potentially lean upon as much anymore. Whether that kind of makes it a little bit more simplistic or not, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's definitely something to think about, and it's much more by the book.
Most certainly one of those round-winning ults that you're capable of using, then swapping around the momentum for the opponent. It's an option. It's a very valid option to think, but at the same time, the dashing, forwarding approach that the guys from Team Liquid Academy have. I mean, as a viewer, if there's one thing I would look out for, now Team Liquid Academy as an attacker, it would be swift, fast goes that are full of explosive behavior. But you know what? Let's see if this has become an explosive map or not. Pavlos, why don't you take us through this?
That we will, Vincent. And look, it is going to be an interesting one. We know that Team Liquid Academy don't go down without a fight. Always love to bring some chaos into the mix. And I'm not going to make Dynasty's journey to Ascension that easy, are they?
No, like we were talking about, they are the gatekeepers of Northeast. Now they've just decided to take it internationally, right? They're just trying to do an EMEA as well. But for Dynasty, I do love what they were talking about on the desk, especially Tag going over onto their Cypher. This composition change, like I said, it doesn't change up anything fundamentally over this composition of how you play those rounds. But you, like Hazard said, you lose the kill drive for those lockdowns. But I think Tag going on to one of his most played agents is going to give him a little bit more comfort coming into this one, especially playing against Donatello and GSR of this double duelist. And look at the setup we have to mid.
Sides.
Yeah,
both teams have got something planned up here. Dynasty on the one end wanting to collapse in mid, but Team Liquid Academy about to find a very open B sides. In they go. Sure, they've spotted out Creamy Dreamy, but it's just one smoke away from dealing with them.
Look how quick this flank is.
Oh my god, and there's just so many players around as well. I don't think Team Liquid Academy have got a clue, and they're so slow with taking this push on. Finally, they realize there's something up here. So many sheriff shots have been used there, but Team Liquid Academy promptly go into the site.
That's actually not too bad for Team Liquid Academy. They only lose one, and they have an almost immediate trade for Donatello if they answer back. They just need to get this spike down, but there's so many players here already for this flood in.
Looking to push into the smoke as well. Team Liquid Academy looking to play aggressive with this one. Dynasty, on the other hand, lacking the utility. They've got one flash available, but Famzy able to find a pick dry. A shot through the wall. Rexstone with only 4 bullets remaining on the chamber. Uses 2, backs off for the reload. Spike not down yet, and that's important. Once you try and get the spike into the ground, you're limited to one player holding a weapon. And that's when Dynasty can choose a pounce. A bit of a bait early on. Rexstone trying to force Dynasty into his position, but even if Dynasty just play the trading game here, it should be easy pickings. That's indeed what is going to happen, and first blood goes to the Spanish seed #1.
I love the immediate walk down mid. And you can, even though they only get one initial kill on towards main, because of how close everybody is from the side of Dynasty, TL have no comfort with, even with 4 players on site and an equal player count, they've been unable to get that spike down because the constant pressure of the Dynasty players right up over towards lane, or making them feel like they need to fight through stairs because that was always under contention.
Sure.
And another pistol, 3 for 3 so far in this series for Dynasty.
Look at GSR, looking to play it quick, but Creamy Dreamy anticipating it. That flash is gorgeous! And Creamy Dreamy really sweeping Team Liquid Academy off their feet. Not in the good way, though. knock them down into the ground, basically. Rexstone and Ninja, 40 points of health between them. And 1 bullet, 2 kills for Famzi to close things out.
That flash was absolutely gorgeous. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I hope we see it on the replay because sure it's against pistols, it's barely an investment, but it still is such nice team play, okay?
I mean, look, the last second rounds we've seen, Team Liquid Academy have been getting away with 3 kills, right?
True.
It's a bit of a change of pace, isn't it?
Yeah, and for Dynasty, they're going to be happy with that, right? It had a nice little confidence booster, a little bit of a clip for Creamy Dreamy over towards main. Oh, this is a lot of aggression over towards Rexstone, but he's managed to get out for free. But that does mean that Team Liquid can need to speed up onto A because they've lost so much space over towards mid and B main.
Yeah, you know you've got a tough chance here when you're facing up against rifles and know you've only got the full stop weapons from before. At least there are no casualties for Dynasty so far, but the side takeover is free and Donatello takes a swing. That's some strong information as well off the owl drone. Dynasty considering if they want to be approaching for 2 different directions, but one of the flanks has already been crushed on Catwalk, as where they're looking to pressure inwards.
No use,
But then again, Waddle traversing back into heaven. Wants to get some spray shots across, but even though the 3 players around here, none of these bullets are connecting, and Team Liquid Academy just playing the patience game, allowing for Dynasty to appear on their screens, and just like that, 4 players remain, and Bob's your uncle.
Now
is Bob your uncle? Is your uncle's name Bob?
I'm actually trying to think if I have an uncle called Bob. No, I don't.
No.
Now we wait.
I mean, it's only the bonus, right? Not necessarily counting Dynasty out coming into this full rifle round, but it's coming into those retakes. Team Liquid Academy, if they can keep that sort of setup of having players towards side and main with Rexstone just being a nuisance on the extremities that we saw, similar to this sort of round setup, it's that 1-4. It can be incredibly difficult and annoying to deal with that player, especially if they lose players early over towards the site hold itself. That's taxi down already.
That's more like it from Donatello. The way that Team Liquid Academy got into the game previously is with Donatello unleashing his first bloods. Likely to go in for another here. Tag, instead of giving himself over, is the one to do the damage. Inflicting the pain, spike down. And look at Dynasty, knowing there's a potential flank. They're so smart to look behind him, and the timing's right. Rexstone is going to get forced. Oh, still gets away with 1. Better than nothing. But now they can just focus onto the site itself. No flanks remaining for the Liquid Academy.
This is the thing. There's no utility either for the side of Dynasty. The Recon has just come back up, so now you're looking at Famzi to be that initiation, to be the spearhead coming in, and that's exactly what he's managing to do. Q put down. Ninja spotted over towards main.
Famzi double kill, and GSI in trouble, especially when Tag creates another angle. An alternative position shows up, and Dynasty, a really clean retake.
And really, it does start off with Tag and ends with Tag, right? He gets the kill over towards heaven, then repositions to join up with a teammate towards short, clears out Rexstone being, like I said, the thorn in the side, the nuisance that's been able to deal with B and mid so low for the side of Team Liquid when it comes to those A plays itself. Deals with him, and then, sure, last player main. Yeah, I'm feeling like I'm going to hit. The shot goes for the main kill as well, and realistically, off the back of, sure, some util coming in from Waddle, a nice dash out from Famzi, but yeah, props to Tag in that round.
Yeah. And even though we did kind of flame Dynasty for being worst in tournament in regards to post-plant success, yeah, well, I'm being one with the broadcast talent, you know? They are the best at retaking in the tournament, though, and they just illustrated that, which is cool. Creamy Dreamy attempting a spray shot as Team Liquid Academy cross closer and closer to A. Donatello jumping above all obstacles. And the A site seems to be theirs again. Yet another 5v5.
Okay, this is the same exact setup that they had before. They have at least a couple more players to work with in utility. But again, Rexstone, the player over towards mid that's supposed to be not the first point of contact, but the second or even the third. Dealt with now, and that they want to fight forward. Already shut down by Tag.
Oh dear. Yeah, it's not working out as planned for Team Liquid Academy. Dynasty have got the read, and their execution are just as spicy. They don't lose a single player throughout that process. And look, I don't know what we can attribute this to preparation in regards to what Team Liquid Academy like to go for, but covering all ends or being brilliant when it comes to these situations, but that was clean.
I mean, you can talk about it being a timing issue over towards mid, of Rexstone getting caught off guard or in transition between positions, right? Which helps to get this ultimate online. But it is just benefiting off the fights that they're being given for Dynasty, right? They take the fight in mid, they win it out. They're being given opportunities and engagements over towards A Heaven. They take it, that gets the neural theft online. Utilize that. Everybody else is free for all then for the last few remaining players.
Donatello wanting to demand some respect here in mid. Shotgun not breaking enough, but Rexstone's Guardian and Donatello's Sheriff have come alive. Wait,
surely
does this ring any bells, Summer? Does this ring any bells? Does this remind you of something? Perhaps the previous map when they started winning?
I mean, it just reminds me of how poor some teams were in Northeast about playing against Ecos and half-buys. That's what it's ringing a bell.
Liquid Academy as well. Okay.
Yeah, they've sat themselves over towards backside. They have the numbers.
Ooh, you found a corner to work with here, Tag. That's beautiful. Unaffected by the ult, but Rexstone still is able to trade it. Ticey, fake of the TP. But then again, you've got to deal with two. And Rexstone still has a Steel Guard, and if he needs it,
Smoke up in
first one, time ticking, and it's crucial you move fast. Smoke to create some space on the spike. It goes once more. Within it, Rexstone goes. He's down to 1 HP, and he eventually goes down, but there's no time remaining. Ticey, even though he got so many things right, timing isn't with him. And Team Liquid Academy on the board off the back of a Thrifty.
By the skin of his teeth has he been able to clutch that one up, especially since it hits his sort of toes as he's jumping about. That hits a body shot. He would have had enough time to get back onto that spike. And obviously it does start with the initial double kill from Rexstone, which you have to give props to where they do. He's managed to double entry with a Guardian. And it does seem like Dynasty were caught with their trousers down, standing out in the open over towards Stairs and towards Market Switch. Oh, that's an aggressive ultimate.
Yeah, it is. But it pays off. Creamy Dreamy's ult is
my god, he can't get res.
And GSR denies Ticey's resurrection. Oh dear me. Well, Creamy Dreamy, you got information of who's crossing and who's not, but is that really enough? No, it's not. GSR has got his teammates back. Clean. Very, very clean here from Team Liquid Academy.
Well,
You've got to call it off, right?
I mean, unless you get something early, which that would have been the opportunity if Tag was able to get a kill there. Donatello's not even going to allow the save. And that was a big investment. That was the operator coming out in that round as well. I think they might still be able to reinvest into this one if they want to, but they might just choose to get maybe the Blade Storms out. But yeah, a little bit of financial woes. Dynasty take a timeout. 2 back-to-back rounds from Liquid Academy and relatively strong ones. Yeah, that just whole engagement over towards short felt like a panto.
And it was all under Liquid Academy's control.
Yeah. I mean, you could see the way back into it for Dynasty. Creamy Dreamy pops the ult, so he doesn't die to Ninja's ult, but then Cupid pops his ult, and then they also get the kill on towards Shorts. Then there's no one coming to help him. So they were ways back in, but they were quickly plugged by the Liquid Academy players. And it has put Dynasty into a timeout. Not necessarily happy with how the last couple have been going.
No, because let's be fair, they've been losing a lot of rifles. Sure, they've been able to save 1 or 2 here or there, but this time they didn't. The operator's been invested into a few times, so you can't quite keep that going for you. And therefore, half shields are required by every single one of them. But they have found the rifles. The thing is, you lose this, and you give your opponents the opportunity to take the lead off your hands.
But they also have the operator out for Famsi, so they have been able to refield that back in, and it was something that was able to get the initial kill.
Good info for GSR. Dimensional drift. And they spotted out 2 of the players' positions so far as well. Famsi, backside, realizes the Wailing has already crossed in. Cooper caught off. So still some positives available. Waddle, a preemptive Hunter's Fury, and realizes no one's crossed until he takes his 3rd shot. Rexstone, taken down, puts Dynasty in pole position.
He also managed to get a tag onto Ninja as well, so he's a walking wounded.
Spike planted.
Wall broken. Team Liquid Academy wanting to play this aggressive, but Dynasty have got the perfect counter. Paranoia dropped in, and sure, there's a bit of an exchange here, but Donatello cannot survive for long as multiple positions are infiltrated GSR. He is an explosive player, and put him in positions like this, he will thrive, but this was a bit too much to ask for, and Dynasty get away with another.
There you go, another retake for, what was it, the best team? The best team in the EMEA for retakes. I think it was about 44%, right? And
In the tournament, yeah.
yeah, and that's what I was talking about on the last map. TLA, I think, have like 40, 41, 42, so they're not far behind. So they have similar playstyles, these 2 teams. So my thought is, they should be defender-sided maps.
Ah, I see.
But
I see what you're saying. But
after watching Sunset, I'm not too sure. Because even on Sunset, it's not as if we heavily favor the attackers. But for me, it was like how clean of a difference that we saw of the Dynasty and TLA retakes specifically on that map and coming into this one as well. There's something to keep your eye on.
3 players strong. Tag's got a camera to help him out, and he's also got Creamy Dream for reinforcements if needed. Flash away, smoke for a block. Tag is caught, nothing he could do. Creamy Dream at least gets 1 in the process. But now you need to take over the B site, and from the shadows has been enabled to place a 2nd player around.
But the delay...
Still Garden was expended, but they're not taking advantage of it. Not going to the B site, catching Famsi on rotation, though, is the final nail in the coffin, isn't it?
Yeah, the delay of the smokes over towards the B site was perfect for the players on site because they obviously got hit by that Steel Garden. They could wait it out. You saw by the time any of the TLA players were ready to go out onto site, the weapons were back up, and that's what forces the rotation. Well, not even forces. They just like, do you know what? We don't want to push through a smoke onto 2 players anchoring a B site. We're just going to go to where 1 player is, catch them in rotation, and have a free A site. And look how far away the Dynasty players are, and how much ground that they would have to recover, not only just for a retake, but in the fact that it's 2v4. There's not really much point putting that on the line when looking at Famsi and Tag. They don't necessarily have the funds to reinvest, might need sort of a loan from a friend, from Ticey and Waddle to make it a competitive buy going into the 10th round. But from the side of Team Liquid, perfect mid-rounding decision of the aggression they've had over towards mid, being ready for the pop flash through the smoke, dealt with, not forcing anything over towards the B site, knowing they can just tuck tail and pivot to a different side of the map.
Team Liquid Academy looking solid for sure. So far the attack and the defense is another beast. Worthy to note, the only team they've lost to on this map this season is against Enterprise, right? Both times they lost it was against the best team as of Split 2 in Challengers EMEA. So I don't feel like that's too bad of a record, you know?
I mean, yeah, it's Enterprise, of course, but they're the reigning champions of Split 2, one of the main teams people are trying to size them up against coming into the interregionals.
Sure.
Sort of on the same level as how you talk about BBR Pacific. Teams want to fight them. They're regarded as some of the best and the ones that are more likely to ascend. Sure, you want to see how well you're going to be playing up against them.
All right, let's see if there's a change of approach here. A bit more widespread here, the Liquid Academy side. But they do mostly converge into mid. Famsi fancying a peek. He's enabled the dash and it gets him to safety. Early pickup, gets away. No issues there, just 11 points of health taken away from him. And Team Liquid Academy slowly wanted to see if they can get any other advantages. No, stopped again.
And that's the controller off the board as well from Cupid. So a lot of the sight lines now are going to be a lot more open. They can't necessarily cut them off. That's something that Dynasty are going to have over them coming in towards these retakes, especially with Ticey playing up close with a paranoia off the trip.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds remaining. You can't hang about too long. Ticey barely damaged there, but Paranoia definitely reveals his position, but it's enough of a deterrent. Tag is there.
They have
that could
to
also
go.
help out. You can see Dynasty rotating all the way back towards the site, wanting to defend it in point-blank position. Still, though, Team Liquid Academy have got some sort of a response. A double kill for Tag. That's insane. 2 kills to him already. Ninja does close up the gap. Not much time. Creamy Dream, do you think you can go for this, Ninja? But no time to put the spike into the ground. Creamy Dreamy has done what was required of him, and Dynasty collect the round.
Yeah, you can't underestimate Tag on that site. And especially with the time being ticked down so low, not necessarily the right utility available to work off the back of it. The flash coming through is perfect, isolates the kill, every single one. Tag just puts himself forward and short. Creamy Dream goes down, dies, but it's for the sake of the round.
I'm going to be honest though, Summer. This round had no right to be that close.
No.
Especially with the advantage Dynasty had and the potential setup. It's crazy how Team Liquid Academy get themselves out of sticky situations.
Well, talking about situations Team Liquid Academy are getting themselves into, this cross might be very, very dangerous.
Clean. Smooth. No dash required either. You can just walk away to safety. But that makes Team Liquid Academy react with a fast approach. Ticey wanting to see if he can cut off the rest of the team from the push that's
Hang on.
determined it. Ticey getting some good shots through, and the fact that Dynasty have adapted their response so damn quick. Team Liquid Academy had no time to enter the site.
Yeah, it's off the back of the ultimate coming in from JSL, the dimensional drift. So sure, you know, out Ticey over towards lane, but off the back of his paranoia, the rest of the follow through from main just gets stunted, especially with the rotates in coming in from Creamy Dreamy, backs up his friend Ticey, who's TP'd into logs into safety. Now back-to-back rounds for Dynasty put them up to 7, securing themselves a winning half. It's just how far they can push that. Waddle has the Odin out. Oh, hang on.
Fancy doesn't care. Look at him go. Just wants to interrupt Cupid's position. Team Liquid Academy's captain will have to be calling from the grave now. Oh, Team Liquid Academy don't back out. They don't fall back. They go force inwards, brute forcing their way in. And yeah, sure, Waddle escapes the ult for now, but now it's a 4v2 required. And I'm afraid that seems a little too far-fetched, or am I speaking too quickly? Because Waddle just secures Donatello's life. Tag has also been explosive in situations like this. Will the presence reveal themselves to him? How much does he need to fight for this?
They know they're both heaven.
Here.
But they're not going to peek. It'd be so unwise to peek. Unless they seize the timing, which is exactly what Rexstone does. Doesn't really need assistance. Takes both of them down by themselves, closing up the gap by the final mark here at halftime. 7-5 being the score, with Dynasty having a slight lead.
Over here.
And
Team Liquid Academy have won every single pistol on the defensive side of Ascent so far in Stage 3. But Dynasty have won every single pistol this map. The series, one of these two stats is about to be broken.
It seems similar to how Team Liquid Academy like to approach the attack. It's a wonderful setup with a fast control over towards A main, but it's not going to find much resistance other than over towards short. And with the exploration of 3 players through towards B main, it should be a relatively simple hit out on towards A.
Brilliant stuff. Bit of a trade back from GSR. Takeover from Dynasty, and there are a couple of levels to it. They've left Tag behind, a potential late flank.
Might just get timed onto Donatello peeking over towards mid as well.
Donatello didn't spot him, so he's got the timing on it. Thing is, Dynasty, are they going to pressure the issue in cat? Waddle wins the 1v1. Donatello being stopped in his tracks. The flash is thrown. All Dynasty need to do is wait for Tag to join in. Sure, Donatello gets a double, but Tag has revealed himself. And Famzy knows if he just joins his teammate, hold hands with him till the dear end, there's not much that can go wrong. Ninja, oh, took the fight on his own there, Tag. But as soon as the spike is touched, Famzy knows to swing. And the unstoppable force of pistol rounds from Dynasty doesn't get stopped. They continue. Flawless so far. 4 out of 4.
Yeah, you're talking about stat lines that are going to be broken. I don't think any sort of stats right now is in favor of Team Liquid Academy, especially on these pistols. It's been devastation after devastation for now, like you said, in favor of Dynasty. They've been flawless on these pistols, and especially on those follow-ups as well. So looking at this one, again, it's not as if Team Liquid Academy tend to force in towards the second round, even if they're on attack, get a spike down, or on the defense. They like to go as minimal investment into the second round as possible, so it's likely that you're going to see Dynasty be able to convert this one. Especially sticking in as a full 5. Waddle and Tag don't necessarily have upgraded weapons, but they're there to recycle those in front.
Hilo set up in receiving end. But just the one for the Liquid Academy. Dynasty will just take this free real estate for themselves. And likely going to 9 rounds. It's done them a world of favor winning the pistol and the follow-up, haven't it?
Yeah, and look at Waddle Green Thumbs recycling that Phantom over.
Yeah.
Can be happy he's got such a nice weapon gifted to him. And towards this one, making sure it's important to keep this rifle coming into the next one. They can't necessarily afford to lose too many extra players. But it doesn't seem like Academy want to do too much of poking and prodding, maybe playing for those exits or going down to the spike itself.
It does seem like they're going to try and deal with the remaining players, trying to make sure these rifles ain't taken over. But there's not much to lose for Creamy Dreamy's regard. Sheriff only in his hands, and you know he's going to be buying something up the next round anyway. And there you go. Cupid and Donatello just avoid handing the ult orbs to the other side. 9-5 being the score. Dynasty with a pistol, the follow-up. They've created a bit of a lead now, but it's this next round that could decide the fate of the flow when it comes to the second half.
Yeah, you talk about flow into the second half. Momentum was such an important thing on Sunset that we saw both teams take advantage of, whether it was the 6-0 streak we saw Dynasty lead or the comeback Liquid Academy were starting to mount in towards that second half. Dynasty start to get more momentum coming into this, especially off the back of a bonus and Donatello being spotted.
Oh, instead of using evasive utility, ends up walking to the Cloudburst to get himself to a safer angle. Donatello can hear the approaching movement. Although Dynasty
Oh, that's
started
three
to
players
tiptoe their
spotted.
way in. Our drone, that is crucial info, which you probably know now. You don't really want to force the issue on the A side.
Yeah, especially with it being Donatello, GSR, and Cooper. The amount of stopping power they have with flashes, paranoias, you even saw Cooper using his early to make sure there wasn't that sort of follow-up from the drone over towards main. Dicey being able to deal with a little bit of Redstone's utility over towards mid.
Bit of a reset though in terms of information and space control, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a readjustment from TLA. They've decided to concede mid, reinforce the sites themselves. You still have the same 3 players over towards A. You don't even have a crazy rotation
30
TP from
seconds
GSR. That is still over towards A itself. So it's 2 players to hold down against 5 of Dynasty.
Well, they still have a few pieces of utility available to them, as well as the arc rows that can allow them to swing out together and potentially find some picks. Here he goes, and it does let them 3 kills! 1 piece of utility is all that is needed. Well, 2 players as well. Dynasty don't really have much space or time to get this recovered, and Team Liquid Academy crack this one wide open.
It's a 5v2, Pavlos.
Yep. That is
Look
the
at
most
this.
impactful flash we've seen all day today, I think, Summer.
Sure, you have Tyson and Famsi chiming with a couple of kills towards the end with the players coming out of CT, but it doesn't really matter at that point. You're leaving, running down the clock, right? It's coming down to 14, 15 seconds as they were coming out lane. You can't afford to lose 3 players off the back of a flash.
No.
Tyson in an
Difficult round
elevated
this.
position. Ooh,
Both
GSM
teams on
might.
the verge of...
Nice.
Not too bad. But again, economical collapse is
Oh, no.
very much in their minds, Cooper. Of course you get away with a pick like that. Deny the cross to be safe. But eventually Dynasty get through with 3 players, 2 actually, and leave another 2 behind.
Nice ultimate as well coming in from Creamy Dreamy. Null Command's just going to buy a little bit more time to get into more comfortable post-plant positions. Give Tag an opportunity to come back through main.
Rexstone looking in mid as well, wanting to see if there's any lurk in the making, but Tag is not going for that. 3 players now walking in through short. Dynasty having got this one under control so far. Good crossfire, and the paranoia doesn't affect them all that much, but here come the cavalry. Rexstone with a double. Tag, can you make this work? Surely not. Has got the spike in his POV, but with 3 players lining up shots against them, doesn't stand a chance. Therefore, Team Liquid Academy starting to chain things together.
Yeah, you have to be looking towards Rexstone, not only in the previous round with the flash, and sure it's a double peep with some help from Ninja, but again, it's Rexstone just being the change and the wow factor for Team Liquid Academy in the last couple that has allowed them to close the gap. Sure, it's not necessarily equalized just yet, but it's starting to get into a scoreline that you can start to believe in Liquid Academy that they're going to be able to equalize, especially now coming into this one. They're going to be up against Stingers, Harsh Shields, and even Waddle with nothing but a ghost.
Yeah, it's a rough one, for sure. Definitely creates a doorway for Team Liquid Academy to enter back into the game. Puts their foot through the door at least.
I do like that they're playing the strengthening numbers for the side of Dynasty. Sure, it is an opportunity to isolate these players with Rexstone's utility. GSR doesn't even need the utility. Just takes the 1-on-1 against Famsi.
And Liquid Academy really not taking any chances. Hunt is Fury, rotating everybody around. That paranoia is strong, but GSR's repositioning and re-strengthening of that angle is even better. Sure, there's a spike plant. Barely. Creamy Dreamy just getting that one into the ground. But that's 5 players standing for Team Liquid Academy by the end of that. That is a confidence booster.
Just about though, right? And
Sure,
sure,
yeah.
you can see GSR going down to 20 HP. The paranoia was great coming in from Tyson. Just there wasn't necessarily the best capitalization off of that utility and off the initial utility and pushes it onto site. And yeah, they get a spike down, but from Liquid Academy, they've got to be chuffed with themselves that they haven't been followed by the Stinger, the half buy, or the fast plane towards B. Keeping 5 players alive is going to be massive, not only for the economy in the long run, but also starting to build up those ult orbs as well. We've got Rextoned, Steel Garden back online, could be pivotal coming into this one against Dynasty when they've got the rifles back out. I mean, hey, we saw how great one flash could be. One arc rose.
Yeah, so true.
Give the man an ultimate, see what he can do with it.
Well, don't. If you're Dynasty, you don't want to see him with the ultimate. Well, mid-play seems to be the case. To bait the wall once again. Instead of dropping back, Famzy goes a few steps forwards.
Out of charges.
Oh, that dimensional drift is important. He doesn't find Famzy. So, do you still consider he's in mid? He just pushed up, gets the pick. Donatello's position isn't checked, but they're not crossing it. Information available for Donatello, at least gets one on the cross, but Dynasty have made up their minds, looking to crunch into B. Ninja catching a timing, and so is Rexstone. This is going awry, but Waddle somehow picks up the pieces. 2 versus 2. Dynasty spike to go on down to this B side, but Waddle barely standing.
Everybody's been caught in transition in every single engagement that we've seen, whether it's trying to get up onto the box in the main, pushing past the wall in mid. Waddle has his ultimate online. Both of these players are split up from TLA. There's opportunities. Or maybe not with a shorty.
For Cupid to arrive, wanting to take both offensive angles simultaneously, but instead they group up. That paranoia can have more impact though. You definitely hear the commotion of him dropping backwards. Donatello looking to put some craze into the mix, but Waddle isn't affected by it. Quad peaceful Waddle doesn't have a care in the world. Even with 7 points of health, gets that one down, locked and loaded. Double digits now for Dynasty, as Team Liquid could not quite catch their opponents on the rotate.
Yeah, just look at all these engagements. No one's really 100% ready for them until you see towards the end Waddle playing that great, using the smoke from his teammate. But like, all the kills that happened beforehand, it was sort of like you're on the edge of your seat. You're sort of like, oh, is it gonna go this way? The timing, and then it's just, it starts to get a little bit messy.
Oh, you can definitely tell Waddle wants to make Ascension for a 3rd time. He's done it once with Desire. Well, he's done it twice with Desire and Focus. Wants to do it again with Dynasty.
Yeah, 3 different ones with 3 different teams.
Would be impressive.
And it's
but I'm sure he'd want a little bit more than that, right?
A little bit more. Yeah, obviously all these teams, bar, I guess, Liquid Academy and all the Academy teams, are looking to Ascend. They want to make the dreams of playing in VCT come true. And Famzy's putting his best foot forward.
3 assists as well on that kill. Everybody had a part to play. And still, though, there are some fight back from Team Liquid Academy. GSL and Cupid, on their attempt to fall back, also get away with some gifts. So 3v4, Team Liquid Academy have the upper hand.
And it's a similar plan that they're going for, something that can be played from main specifically. You have Waddle going for the long way around from short. Where's the Steel Guard from Rexstone? They're going to speed up on this retake.
This is huge. Dynasty, can you hide along? Can you hide long enough? Surely you must realize that there's 2 players hiding out, and Ninja even pre-fires tags position. Waddle comes in from Catwalk, but 2 picks is all that he can get throughout it, sure. Spoils of war, but Team Liquid Academy keeping close, a leash on Dynasty right now.
Yeah, it's nice to see the Operator and both the Odin seeing the impact, right? You saw GSL get the initial trade back over towards the A main. TP's realistically back to the beginning of the round, over in towards defender spawn. But it's also the fact that Cupid sticks around a little bit longer, even though he's that solo anchor at that point, since GSL's already left, he's gone out, sticks around, gets another kill, and it puts them even in an even better position going for that retake, making sure that they have the numbers by another advantage. It's not just that 5v4 retake that they're going into. And especially utilizing the ultimates from Rexstone, the Steel Gardens. We've seen how impactful that can be in multiple rounds before. And coming into this one, it's the second and last time out for Dynasty. especially on the verge of having this equalized 10-10 with the money that they're going to be bringing into this. You're looking towards Waddle with that rifle that he has enough money to invest into the next one as well, but also Famzy with the Blade Storm specifically. Those two are going to be your main win conditions coming into this one.
Yeah, it's a difficult decision to make in a moment like this, and bringing in Bromas to help make that decision seems to be the play for Dynasty. We've seen a few impactful timeouts so far, paying dividends for both Team Liquid Academy and Dynasty. Let's see if this one is going to be one of those. But it's a small buy for now. A couple of Stingers and a Vandal in the hands of Waddle.
Last time we had Stinger buys, it was a 5-man walk through B. TLA not reading into that too much. And a couple of pieces over towards mid.
Yeah, they know something sneaky going up here. You can see a couple of buddy systems going on. And the catwalk exploration coming through from Donatello. And gets given the early pick.
And that was the rifle as well. It's not as if he's going up against the classics. Should be recoverable for Tyc.
Sure.
Cover going out.
Tag using his own smokes to get across into the site. Thing is, he doesn't really have the spike, so...
And he only has a classic to defend against an Odin.
What? Where did that kill come from Tyc? I'm not sure. Still, though, it's traded. Tag looking to be a distraction as Famzy looks to drop in with the blades. He's put a little bit of a dent onto Ninja, which Tag is able to make sure he can break. Double kill. Spike could be retrievable, but most importantly, he's found himself a rifle
30
upgrade.
seconds left.
There's only 4 bullets in the rifle, so the shots have to be clean.
Yeah.
He's not going to get a chance. Double digits, equalization for Team Liquid Academy off the back of, well, an Odin being an absolute menace over towards side. It does get a little bit scary. Could see ways for them into it. But lovely pick from Donatello over towards the start, and from there, it's just a trade game.
Spike.
Respectable effort, though, from Tag. Keeping things close, keeping Team Liquid Academy on their toes.
Honestly, I'm surprised he managed to get onto site through 2 cyber cages, only with a classic, just past the Odin as well. And sure, takes 2 down with him. So it's not a free round for Team Liquid Academy, but it's not something that's necessarily going to adversely affect them either.
No. Back to square one. Back to start. 200 Monopoly dollars collected. And
oh my gosh.
let's roll the dice, shall we, Ninja? Beauty of the spray to get things going.
Yeah, that's not what you want to be happening, especially losing a KO early on with the null command flashes. It's a large piece that you're missing on your attacking side.
Oh, careful, you don't want to pay tax here. Wreckstoned. Could be a really treacherous player to cross by. How did he get away with 2 there? I don't know. But Waddle, wait. You shouldn't be winning this, Waddle. A 1v2, he's given himself a chance.
But does he know how far away the 2 other players are? Because
no,
they hadn't even rotated yet off B. At least the step's going to be huge.
Distance. And the window's broken, so he can just walk right through
30
it.
seconds left.
He's just avoided being spotted, and I don't think Cupid got to see the slither of him on the minimap. Oh no!
Neither did Ninja.
Waddle! Oh, Waddle knows, but now he's given away his ground. Throwing down a shot has also told Team Liquid Academy where he stands. That paranoia gets him up position, 15 seconds. And Team Liquid Academy know if you just don't let him plant, this is it. Cupid can even pre-fire. Waddle, what a shot! Shot that lands directly on Waddle's head though. Down to 10 points of health. Ninja wants to force the issue. Oh no! Realizes Waddle isn't going for the stick. Superhero classic landing. And Ninja puts Team Liquid Academy in the lead.
Oh, if only just a little bit more of his forehead was showing. But off the back of, well, the initial entry kill, right, that we get on towards Creamy Dreamy on Cat, it shouldn't have been coming down this close to the wire. So thankfully for the side of Team Liquid, they were able to stabilize towards the end of that round. And Ninja, like you said, superhero landing with the classic. And this is what we're talking about the momentum coming in with both of these teams. The last 7, TLA have managed to win 6.
Oh boy. This game is getting very dicey, isn't it? often decided with clutches. At least the past few rounds have seemed that way. Dynasty seem to not really be greeted by the defensive line of Team Liquid Academy. Just a couple of pot shots being thrown in for the smoke. Not really netting any frags. So the side securement should be theirs. 5v5 now. Hunter Fury from Model, not slowing things down at all. Famzy wants to play it aggressive. Knows that this is how they could potentially destabilize Team Liquid Academy before they even get going. Paranoia puts Famzy in his place. So now you've got a fight on your hands. Cooper knows he's got to balance attention towards main and the site, and Tag weaving in and out of battle like a madman. So damn smooth. GSR knows he's got to wave that damn white flag because there's no saving this one.
It was great proactiveness off the back of Waddle's ultimate over towards market. I'm not sure if the door had been initially broken or that it hadn't even put down in the first place, but it's the proactiveness of Famzy then peeking with the ultimate itself during the chaos, able to pick up another couple of kills. Talking about a couple of kills. Oh, manages to get 2, yeah.
Exactly a couple.
That's great for Team Liquid Academy, but not so great for Dynasty coming into this one. They should be able to reinvest, but they might be lacking a couple of flashes, maybe. Just to field 5 rifles.
Last player standing.
Ooh, we're starting to see some glimpses of Dynasty like we did on Sunset, right? As soon as they got the site takes, they realized they find more success by pressing the issue, playing aggressive. You can't really do that too much on the A site.
I mean, for me, when I was thinking of Famzy on Sunset, it was like, get the entry kill and then another 3 kills. But that was maybe what Donatel wanted to get. There's 3 players there, spotted out by the recon, but no one was peeking. And this being your only rifle, you're hoping to get something early on, something you can work with, something tangible. It seems like they're playing for overtime with this buy.
Our drone not seeing anyone in wine. Team Liquid Academy playing aggressive off the back of this one, but it's just an exchange. Donatello as well, down to 22 points of health. So can't really feel confident by sticking to his guns there. Close position. Still though, Dynasty happy to take that exchange. They know they're dealing with lower equipped players, and that neural theft provides all the information they need to just make the decision.
Or does it?
What does it? Two on each side? What do you do?
They've decided they want to make sure this rifle isn't going to be too much of an issue. Not going to go into hands of someone with HP, and sure, it's just one. But that's going to be a rifle that's unrecoverable for the rest of TLA.
Still 2 players left onto the site, and Tag finds both of them. A net triple kill for the round itself. And these teams are exchanging the lead time and time again. Dynasty's turn to now be on the helm. But how smoothly can they set sail on the 7 seas? Ninja will be a bit of a disruptor for now. Is he going to give this a go?
I mean, this was a half fight, so yeah, put your hat in the ring. See what you can do with it. Nothing.
Well, no. It's good. It's difficult when you've got 2 players holding the position like that, but a quad piece for Tag. And that's impressive. The 20-year-old Italian showing up.
There's a lovely adjustment on towards the having kill. See it in the replay here that sure it's the kill over towards Tree, but this adjustment onto Rextones. Clean as can be. Another shutout from TLA on towards that retake over towards A. And this is what they were playing for though. They were playing for this round 24. They were going for a halfway in towards the last. They've managed to get a couple of ultimates online, one away from Rextones. They have a lot that they can use, but they need to use it now. They need to push this to overtime if they want to have Haven even be a possibility.
The 2025 campaign of Team Liquid Academy could be coming to an end in 1 round, but they could also upset Dynasty with a potential overtime streak. Only 1 round's the difference, but for now, Dynasty looking to see if they can split this map in 2. Famzy, a solo journey that I think he regrets for now spotting 2 players.
And that's sort of the trade back of information as well, that GSR was able to get over towards mid, like you see 3 players, but Famzy's also managed to get something back with his explorations over towards top mid. So whether he's ready for the reposition of GSR in towards the wide corner.
Eyes on the prize for Dynasty. Ascension could pretty much be secured with this win.
That's the thing. They had a lot of ults. They've used a lot of them already. You have Donatello still online. Rexstones is close to being there, but this has been sort of a red herring from Dynasty. They've been able to use a lot of these ultimates.
You've slowed down the Dynasty players on the rotate. You can catch up to them. That is a brilliant ultimate. Is that enough, though? You can see that Donatello has closed up the distance on the smoke, looking to push it. He's pushing past the smoke. Fancy turns around. No way he reads that. Ninja counteracting. 9 seconds. Team Liquid Academy taking desperate measures. But it's just not enough. GSR could be the difference maker. Time and time again, GSR has topped the charts in Northeast so many times, being the player to watch. And now all the hopes of Liquid Academy are on his shoulders to keep things running in 2025. 7 bullets, 3 players, a dream, a spike to defuse. But his opponents are toying with them, but they're not toying with Ascension. Qualification Dynasty make their way into playoffs, and with that, quite possibly continuing their fight for the dream.
Yeah, and you have to feel for Team Liquid Academy. Sure, they weren't necessarily in the running for Ascension anyway, but it does pull an end to the year. And with this sort of roster and project, you don't even know if this is going to be the 5 players that we're going to be seeing going into 2026. It's a roster built to be picked apart, really, by the VCT teams or some higher up teams that are wanting to make those deeper runs into Ascension tournaments. But for the side of Dynasty, this is not the last of that you're going to be seeing of them.
No, at that, it's worth to note that with Team Liquid Academy losing this one, Focus no longer has a chance to make it to Ascension, I believe. I could be wrong, but I don't think that no longer is possible. Throwing this one over to the analysts, though, to give us their thoughts. That was an epic game. It could have gone either way.
Man, oh man, was that epic. I'm telling you that one. I saw it coming that we're going on to a first map. I saw that this might all just not be working out one way or another for the Dynasty guys, but smooth sailing is the wrong word, but it got it over. They have made it there for out of Bruce, and it's looking great for this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you win both pistol rounds, you're always expecting to have a huge advantage, especially on Ascent, with how close this map can be at times. Even Liquid in their previous series against Frankfurt, 13-11, and more of the same here. Huge win for Dynasty, though. In terms of what it means, it pushes them up into the Ascension places. Whether they're able to hold on or not, it's a different story. Relies on certain results perhaps going their way a little more favorably in playoffs. But to be honest, by the time we arrive there, they might already be qualified. You really can't understate what this means to them.
It's so important. I mean, all year they've been pretty much working for just that, and there were times throughout this year where it didn't look too great. There were times where it was just not going according to plan, even within their regional league, and suddenly they're stepping in when it's needed and get themselves that very, very important victory, which was, sure, could have went the other way as well on both maps, to be very honest, but at the end of the day, it was just enough to secure exactly that win. And again, I think there's a lot to go back to the drawing board before they head into their Ascension run, in case there's nothing magical happen on the board. But for now, it's very clear for me, Haza. It's very clear that I have to grab my board, right? I have to.
Oh, here we go.
Hold on. I have to.
Here we go.
Ah, there we go.
I can tell you they've moved up to 6th before you start wondering where it is you've got to put them. Oh, you've already left the gap. It's just brilliant. It's brilliant.
I left the gap, and we're making this.
Oh.
12th, right? This looks correct.
For some reason it says 10 on Wikipedia. It is 12. Yeah, yeah, it is. Oh, actually, wait,
is
no.
It 10?
It would actually be 10, right? Yeah, because they already.
Why?
Well, they've already had points. Oh, maths on broadcast. Let's not do it. But they're in a very good spot right now. They are in a very good spot.
That's believable, right? that's believable. I mean, at the end of the day,
they're
it
in
puts
the
Ultimates
Ascension
for
places,
now.
right? That's all you need to worry about. They're in
Ultimates has been in trouble.
Yeah.
To be fair, but no, that's enough for now from that. Heading into the retakes, which have been actually phenomenal to secure them many rounds in that first half. This was out of this world what they have performed. Some rounds looked absolutely unwinnable for them, and somehow they draw it back and got themselves in such a great position in that first half.
Yeah, they definitely did, right? I think we spoke so much about the Dynasty retakes coming into today and how successful they can be, and you're just going to see here on the replays what exactly that's about in terms of the spacing, playing off of one another. It was Famsi, honestly, and a lot of times just closing the gap and playing off his teammates' utility. A player who has the only VCT experience on this team coming in, right? Only played 2 games with GX at a bad time for him, I think, really, but did pretty amicably well, sorry, and even with the call-ups they've made in the last year, definitely wants to put his hat back in the ring.
Yeah, I mean, more than understandably so. It's one of those situations where I have to admit the progress they must have been made, and especially the challenges they had, losing essential players previous to that third stage, losing their coach, which then went into VCT just before that stage. And you could have said, all right,
yeah,
it didn't look that great in terms of points for them that year. I mean, how much did they make? 5 over the entire course? No, 3 before stage 3. Like, that ain't happening. And still, they're bouncing back in that fashion, especially considering that this is not a long-term project now skyrocketing. It is just them showing up at the right time is, for me, absolutely remarkable. And it has to be said, it's pretty insane to imagine that we might see them, and especially this organization with their rebrand, for another year in Ascension.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have necessarily put them down to be one of the teams that I expected to see here, and also as well having Ticey and Creamy, names that I've mentioned multiple times, but you know, it's the sort of the experience, the environment that they were in last year. Seeing them succeed here, honestly, is fantastic, and I'm super happy for them because they couldn't get the monkey off their back, right? They couldn't win a final. Same for Waddle. This is now his 3rd final, sorry, or it was in Spain, for him to then come in and raise the title. Even the beginning of the year against HGE, they weren't able to take it, and that's why we didn't think they were necessarily going to be the candidate in this position. But to go back to the game quickly, you would have seen in the replays there as well, one of those rounds was a liquid round. I did want to touch on that a little bit separately. One thing I thought they were good at doing on their attack was having those pace changes and forcing Dynasty to react in ways that felt really uncomfortable for them. In that round specifically, it was players pushed out into the open when they went for the fast B split. The other aspect to that was, when you have such a strong retake team, if you're using a lot of utility early and not getting yourself in the best position in post, then it's not going to be anywhere near as favorable. And that was also a big aspect to the Frankfurt game that we had before, when I mentioned those sort of adaptations and how much space you're willing to give up, how much space you're going to go and take early.
That's very true. And I mean, you know, talking about people who have been on this roster forever, who've been on this roster when it was called Desire tag, absolutely showing up when we come to Ascent, especially, and this is very, very nice to see, especially when it comes to the aspect of defending on his role and doing this agent change just prior to this map on swapping away from Killjoy to Cypher. Whilst it's not crazy flashy stats, it definitely paid off in terms of keeping it all under control.
Yeah, Tag really impressed me, especially in that last map, with having some pretty crisp mechanics, but also being part of a system which he's been, you know, a key piece of for a long time now. I mean, he was there when Waddle first came in, and we saw this become an international team rather than a fully Italian roster. He's seen the departure of Caden, the players, and the coaching staff that you were already talking about, but he's maintained a consistent performance, and I think he's always been such a cornerstone to this roster. Like, when he's playing well, it elevates everyone else as well in terms of the map control, the defaults, how you're trying to set up. It's always so nice to have a capable Cypher player and one that you can rely on. So yeah, he's been a safe pair of hands. I think we're going to need to keep seeing more of the same from him, though, if they want to make a deep run in this tournament.
Absolutely. Grande level of attack. And with that being said, our first best of 3 right here. Done. Scratch. But I can tell you one thing. The second one has the same amount of spies in it. Mouz are fighting for their chance to advance to Ascension for another year. But do they have it in them? We're going to find that out in our second best of 3. You don't go anywhere. We're heading into a little break, and we'll be right back. And...
been, now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll crush that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been, I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the body frags hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now, whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself.
Hello there, everybody. I'm here to give you the roundup on all things going on off stream. Now, our first series of the day has just concluded, and that was Job Life versus the Ultimates. Now, it did end up being a 2-map affair. Sunset, a 13-7 win after a pretty even scoreline at the half. Lotus, however, a very, very different state of affairs. 7-5 up at the half for Job Life, but they have a clean sweep to close out their attacker side, finishing that map off 13-5 and finishing off the series 2-0. That means that both of those teams are now left 1-1 in terms of wins and losses in the overall leaderboard. But that is all things going on off stream. I'll let you know how the other games are going on throughout the day. But thank you so much. I'm going to hand you over to the desk to get the game right here underway.
Lovely to know. I mean, it's not too much of a surprise that we see over there in that group, but most importantly, this game has a very, very, very similar storyline to what we have just witnessed between nobody else than Dynasty as well as Team Liquid Academy. Koi Phoenix versus Mouz. It once more brings us to the story of an Academy team trying to go for the deep run, and on the other side, we have a squadron that is waiting to finally get the security for Ascension.
Yeah, and the difference is that obviously for Koi Phoenix, they've been here before, just the previous stage with a slightly different roster, of course, player change coming in. And for Mouz, they've been an Ascension mainstay, the same way that Dynasty have. Every single event, you typically expect to see them there. Sure, we didn't get that in 2023. It was a play-ins crash out instead. But this is the best iteration that we've seen to date. And I feel like we say that every single year, Zesh. You know that better than me. But I have full faith in this one, especially with the Lyman Fizzy pickups. I think heading into this year, with them getting snubbed a focus appearance in 2024, this was the one that was going to work.
Nah, and I mean, you know, this Mouz roster has been consistently attending every single playoff in the German region, whilst only winning the trophy twice, which, well, two times being a German champion is great, but considering all the times they've been considered favorites, considered they're the best team, considered that they are unbeatable, it didn't look too great. However, I would absolutely agree. The fine-tuning every single time turns out to make them better and better and better. And now, though, as they have twice bombed out in the semifinals in the DACH region this year, it leaves them now with too little points to just comfortably qualify already, but with the mandatory need to actually go deep in this tournament. And Mouz is a team that, in my eyes, is more than capable of doing so. And you know, when we're taking a look at it, it just took them another 2 stages this year to finally get that trophy. The man in the middle being such a key element of Beepo. And this is a man that we want to see shine absolutely today.
No, we do. And I think it's important that you mentioned it there as well. It has taken them 2 stages against the kind of teams that you wouldn't necessarily put them down to breeze past. But Mouz, for me, have always been this team on paper, which the list of names, and you say, yeah, like that's a shoo-in. They're going straight to Ascension. But they lost to Focus earlier in the year. That seeding of the bracket kind of shaped up a little bit weird coming out of Swiss. And then the CGN game, with the state that they'd been in this year, I think that one to me was perhaps a little bit more unexpected. But then stage 3, they go up against alternate attacks, and I think it's a little bit more straightforward, not to sort of put down on them. So yeah, we want to see them show up in these bigger events rather than it just be a case of whatever's going on domestically, what's happening at home. And the fact that they already do have a win under their belt, albeit against, you know, 4th seeded Boars coming from Northeast in their first ever appearance at this level, it's something.
You know, the thing is, we have seen enough upsets, I would say, so far in those previous 2 days. There were a few games where I think a lot of people were not thinking that the favorite was actually being defeated. And in this instance, though, this was a statement of absolute intent, of the class that Mouz is at right now. Sure, Boars is not the strongest team. I think we can both agree on that. But at the end of the day, 13-3 and 13-1 on the level we're at right now, this just doesn't come from a random occurrences of rounds.
No, absolutely not. I think it's the experience that's been built up. You look at the head of this team, you're thinking about Illuri and Kundi Kundi, the Finnish duo, with Obnok sat behind from this partnership which has existed since the big roster back in 2022, a Streets Won't Forget type name. The history is there, but it's these upgrades, I think, with players like Beepo coming in, securing the signature of Lime, who has been on a purple patch for however many years, still somehow not made it into tier 1, and been hanging around in DAC and not really getting that full opportunity to really prove his worth in a roster, in a juggernaut essentially, because he's been in good teams, he's not been in great teams.
From all the DAC what's I've watched, one of the best players by far. But taking a look on the other side, their opponent is definitely not one that is to be underestimated. Koi Phoenix, and this is for me remarkable, obviously being an academy team, freshly created this year, but when you take a look at the track record they had in 2025, everything consistently podium finishes with victories, with Challengers 2 being on 3rd place. An outstanding feat that this team brought.
Yeah, I love Koi Phoenix, and how can't you when you consider the stories of every single one of these players, misfits some may call them, but it's all the pieces of the puzzle that have come together to put them here. Back-to-back grand finals, back-to-back appearances, of course now in Challengers EMEA events, led by that man in the center of your screen, Speaker, someone who had been around the tier 3 circuit in the UK for a while, gone back to his Spanish roots as an Argentinian, and you know, picked up the reins of this team and led them on as an in-game leader in a very demanding league, with players that do have plenty of Challengers experience. I'm thinking Zach in his breakout year last year, Guardi, who actually represented Spain at the previous Ascension, but then a couple of new faces that have come in to join and actually performed pretty well.
I think with Zach Kappa, I mean, especially you're the expert on that, man. It's remarkable considering that I would say whilst they are for me still absolutely great with their results, it feels like those are still some underdog personalities to a certain extent.
Yeah, for sure, especially with the changing of the guard, the fact that we've had to have had a player change in this team because of the main roster. That's ultimately why you have an academy, to be able to pluck that talent from the pool when it is readily needed and available. And so with Monster going the same way that we'd seen an Olazera as well to Apex, there needed to be a sentinel, and so Zach Kappa has been forced to pick this role back up, one which he had on the same Chippy Chappers team in East that were a real underdog, with Globex, who's also now come in as well. So yeah, a bit of a gear shift, roles a little bit different, but this also leans into what is comfortable for him, and I think sometimes that's really important.
It is, but you know what is really important too? This particular game for Mouz. Again, Koi Phoenix, Academy team, cannot make it to Ascension. But Mouz, right here, right now, when we take a look at that Group C, whilst they are up there with the difference and the record, they need the win. For security, going out of this 3-0 is essential. Getting into playoffs to get those very important points to secure yourself in the top 8 is exactly what this team is aiming for, and would then also be the only DACH representative in case Focus are not making it. They have it in their hands. They absolutely have the opportunity here, and I believe Mouz, as much as I've looked at them and as much as I prepared against them, are absolutely looking like one of the greatest opportunities DACH has right now. They just need to prove it. When it matters, Mouz oftentimes were not ready. They were not built for the pressure, but this time around, it looks much, much different.
And it's the same thing that we were saying about Liquid Academy as well, when, or even Dynasty, having that momentum in your run towards the end of the year, everyone will forget, you know, the stage 1, stage 2 champs. It's the stage 3 winners that are the ones in form coming into the big events towards the end of the year. Most of the time, like, sure, if you can still plot a consistent course, you'll be fine. And that's what it's all about. They don't have the highest amount of points. 7 points feels not like undeserving. You kind of expect them to just have a few more at this point in time, right? Because it is such a tight window to get out of DAC, because you don't have those 4 qualification spots. And this game is really important, as you already mentioned, because when you take a look at that Group C, if they go ahead and win this one, Twisted Minds get their own result, you head into that 3rd match day of this group with both of them 2-0, essentially settling who it is that will be emerging into playoffs.
And with that map veto, Mouz taking out Ascent, which they have banned for like 3 years in a row. And Movistar's deciding no Abyss for us. And this makes it quite interesting. Taking a look at what they have decided to play against Spores, it was Haven at the time, and Mouz choose it again.
Yeah, and for Mouz, Haven has always been a map that they're very competent on. I think this is a DAC map for me, in my mind. A team which has always loved to play Yoru, a region which has always loved Yoru. And now having a Yoru player such as Lime, someone so flexible with such a deep agent pool, this has always been his talismanic choice, though. And I think it fits the mold perfectly.
It fits him so well. I mean, one of the best, I would say, on that role. Sunset coming in here, only played twice so far by the side of Movistar Koi, and that was both in playoffs, most recently taking the L against Dynasty in a very tight fashion. And against Mouz, it's going to be particularly interesting, considering that their Sunset is fine, but I wouldn't say the greatest necessarily. Not something they've shown too often.
No, not really, right? I think it's sort of a team-like focus that you'd expect to see on a Sunset instead. They ended up losing it in another event, right? I believe it was like A1 Esports or something against Eintracht Frankfurt in a final. Most recently, they've not really played it in a while, to be honest, in these kinds of events. Whereas for Koi Phoenix, they had results in the playoff stage. They run a bit of a PRX comp. I'm really interested to see Kuro towards the back end of this veto, though.
Yeah. Because this, again, I mean, especially with Mouz, they're playing over on that map, the absolutely incredible Chamber Neon Yoru. So this being a free mapper sounds very, very, very exciting. It sounds very much like an invitation to watch all three. However, my eyes are really on that Haven. It's gonna be interesting to see how it is. Koi Phoenix, you know, coming up against a team like Mouz, who are so good on this very standard, so to say, map. And you know, the Koi Phoenix side on Haven, they haven't played it too often. It's not one of their favorites, but it looks like, yep, we remain standard, with most importantly, the ISO being in the mix for Mouz.
Yeah, and Mouz having a lot of really strong utility combos coming into this map. Only one undercut now for the ISO in comparison to when the agent first found itself in this lineup of agents. But yeah, A-lobby control is going to be absolutely huge for them early on in a lot of rounds, especially when they see that pivot towards the attack. For Movistar Koi Phoenix running the Neon, are they going to be a little bit more heavy on the retake? That's the expectation. If Demet can get on an early line, though, his operator is quite nice.
Absolutely, I would say so. If for me, it's going to be very interesting because Demek recently for me has not been that insane duelist kind of performer. People on the other side is going to be one hell of a tough opponent. I'm really curious to see if he can step up, because he's been a good duelist. Don't get me wrong, with him being recently picked up, fine choice, but it's not this overly star, insane kind of player that we have yet to witness from him. Perfect time to do so, because again, I think we just have to briefly mention Koi Phoenix come in this with an 0-2 loss, including a 9-13 against Twisted Minds on Haven. That didn't look too great at all.
Yeah, and for Demek, this Neon choice for him has been an absolute vintage. It was a real spearhead in a driving force for the Shakmat team we saw get picked up by Go Next earlier in the year. But yeah, we have to see, is he going to be well supported? Is the utility there to actually help set him up, or is he diving in by himself? Because these pacey takes can be really strong when they flip to that attack side, but we need to see that little bit more support. Shakmat were great at having good spacing when he was playing with them, because they'd spent so much time playing together. They'd had almost a year of work coming from tier 3 into tier 2. That can't be said the same for this Koi team.
I'm very excited about that one. Mouz, there is a lot on the line with this series. And Hazza, I would say?
Okay, Samsung, Mouz anschauen.
Don't know what that meant, but I'm assuming it's funny, though. Mouz, on the other hand, like Zesh said, everything on the line for them. They need a match win, series win, to keep their Ascension hopes alive, and Koi Phoenix, yet another Academy team, could be the reason why they don't get there. It'll be interesting to see how that happens. But yeah, after seeing the agent select, after seeing the maps in hand, how do we feel, Summer?
I mean, we're going into the first map, right? Haven, obviously this is going to be a Mouz pick, because they currently, in the last 3 months, have a 7-0 record on this map. It is an insane stat line in general, remembering back to some of the similar ones we had of players and teams back in Northeast, like they were undefeated on those maps. But MKOI coming into this with a 0-2 record on it. It's not the best showing of them on this map in particular, but this is their chance to have a redemption arc against a team that has us talking about the region's known for that, but this team, especially inside that region, also dominates on the map itself. So there's a lot of things at play, not many in favor of MKOI right now.
Sure.
There's still opportunities for upsets.
Time to get excited, time to get fully focused, and time to put this tab on your main monitor or your TV. Either way.
Project it onto the wall.
Project, you reckon? That'd be cool. If someone has it, take a picture, hashtag us, at us. We'll figure it out. We'll post it somewhere. Anyway, Qualification on the outside looking in as Mouz have already taken a lot of space control. Lacking the numbers will make this a tough endeavor. And they're looking to see if they can group up. Actually, no, they're not lacking the numbers. They're 4 versus 4. But look at Mouz wanting to play this one aggressive. An early 1-for-1. That stun is good, but subsided by Obnox. Looking to go in. Early shot does connect, but Globex delivering right back at him. Mr. Impact himself has found a triple kill to boot. And round number 1 goes to Movistar Qualification.
Yeah, it's nice from Movistar Qualification coming in for that retake itself. Sure, you go 1-for-1 over towards Garage. It is that 4v4 retake, but the fact that Mouz wasn't actually able to get any space over towards backside, nestle someone in over towards Plat behind that box, and pressures they're coming out CT. There wasn't much of an established post plan. They tried to fight, but the immediate answer back of the slide, the stun. There's a lot for
Last player standing.
Kai to work with, at least on that retake, and of course it does come down to the shots as well that was able to get hit by Globex, and that was actually something that I was thinking about coming into this one itself, was for Mouz in the region, 4 of the 5 players were in the top 5 rated of the entire league, and for Kai it was only 1, so hopefully they can have a little bit better showing against the international teams. And currently on this eco round, the judge is doing a lot of work.
There's definitely a lot of talent available for Mouz.
I have retrieved the spike.
And Fizzy showing that talent by holding on to his life for now. He's being flanked in on though. I wonder when you go for the reload though.
Right there.
Stuck in place. And you know Qualification aren't really going to challenge him. There's no point. There's no need. You've got weapons as well that you don't mind taking to the next round. Either way, that's going to be a nice 2-0 for Qualification to begin things. And look, we already talked about the history of both these teams on a map like this, and there's a massive discrepancy of what both of them have been capable of. Mouz has been so damn good on it. So with Qualification starting things off with a 2-0, that's as good as a start as you could hope. Boom. Headshots.
Yeah, 2-0.
You need it with a judge, though.
Yeah, especially on, what was he, 30 HP? Yeah. With an inch of his life. It's fine. It's a conversion. Lose a couple, but not anything crazy. It's not as if they had, like, crazy investment coming in. There's no Vandal. It's mainly playing with these Stingers, Spectres, Judges, wanting to go for the lower investments. Sure. A little bit of damage. You're not gonna be upset about that if you're Mouz. You didn't really invest anything coming into this one. This is now your round to make a stand. But the thing is, with a judge on the board, things start to get a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, look at the push as well on that left-hand side. Zach Kappa gaining a lot of information on the setup of Mouz, not opting to break the trap. So Mouz confident to hold their ground, but information for the rest of the team to hold in the right direction.
Yeah, that's already the paranoia. And TP is being used for Obnox. So there's less utility for Mouz to work with when it comes down to those XX themselves. But they are managing to find and scale up over towards A-Long with that spike. So they get in space. It's just whether Dynasty is going to be able to do much as this solo anchor of A with a judge.
It's going to be interesting. Hillary lining up
He
the
has
information
reinforcements.
with the Aldron. Indeed, Qualification bolstering up that defense. But instead of Mouz maneuvering inwards, they've held their position. Spike slowly but surely heading towards mid. Zach Kappa knows it's not C, guys. Focus on the other two sides. That's exactly what they do. Globex, brilliant trade back. If you're Mouz here, what do you do? How do you react? If you're able to pincer down Demic here would be massive. But Demic realizes he's in a really tough spot, and Illuri is able to find the back line. Therefore, Mouz taking over this A site, and Obnox on lurk duty as well.
Yeah, really pushing it down to the wire.
Spike planted.
Zakaba able to finally get out of that C-long position he was stuck in, pick up a weapon. Not to count Koi Phoenix out just yet. Especially, it seems like they're being given an opportunity.
But look how Mouz will close up the distance, disallowing the setup, disallowing the entry, and disallowing the round. Mouz get themselves on the board. Although, you do lose 3 players, it does get a bit expensive.
A bit. I feel like that return on investment was definitely not the one that you'd want to do again.
Sure.
10 seconds.
Especially since a few of the players didn't even have any sort of weapon. They were still on the pistols. A ghost or 2 being used. Now coming into this one, now expecting maybe something a little
Time to jump.
similar to the one before, but very heavy defaulting, slow, trying to see what they can get anyway. A lot of solo engagements we saw coming in from the last round, which you don't necessarily expect on the bonus itself.
No, you really didn't. A lot of interesting dynamics if you look at Koi Phoenix overall. A lot of adjustments. If you look at the previous years, you'd expect Zach Kappa to be the heavy lifter, right? If he played on comfort roles, tended to be the winning case scenario for the team, but now forced into some Sentinel duties. The changes brought in with Demic's appearance.
I will say,
yes.
I've actually really enjoyed seeing Zach Kappa on the Sentinel.
Yeah. It's taken
Because
some
not
time,
only,
but yeah.
not only does it open up double duelist options, which, as you know, are very popular at the moment,
Sure.
but also I feel like it's taking a little bit of weight off Zach Kappa's shoulders. And talking about weight off the shoulders, might have his head taken off right now, but instead it's the other way around.
Yeah, it's Pika to lose his life. Demic loses his right-hand man. And in the process, Mouz get the pick and vacate the premises. A complete pivot towards the other side of the map. Your theft is important. You know there's already one player hiding out and see that you need to take care of, but Illuri sending a Hunter into this A side will keep the Koi Phoenix players busy here.
It doesn't necessarily get a kill, but still a tag or 2 is going to help. Globex dodges the paranoia.
But should be a simple spike plan,
yeah,
right? 10
reinforcements
seconds.
aren't close enough.
Oh, you don't want to interrupt it now. Is there a chance Koi Phoenix can do that? I don't think so. Aftershock
Spike planted.
to permit the close entrance. Fizzy closing out, but shoots the trap as soon as Zach Kappa swings out. Bippo Obnox finds some trades back. Have got the answers, but Zach Kappa, you know where he is. You know he's on the flank, so he's either entering through garage all the way around. And Obnox has got that corner covered. No issue to him as Mouz are able to square things up on the score sheet.
I think we're going to be in for a very long half from Mouz. Of the way they... Both of these rounds that they've been able to convert off the back of actually having rifles in their hands have been coming down to the 20, 10-second mark before they're even attempting to get that spike down for the first time. On one hand, you can see they've been able to play sort of that push and pull with Koi Phoenix relatively well in the last 2, but there are situations, especially in that last round, should have Koi gone for a flood in. If they had the pieces just a little bit quicker on the rotate, you could have seen it completely dismantled, or if the aftershock was placed in the right place.
Yeah, it was fine margins for sure. But this one could also be, given that Mouz are looking to walk into a trap. 4 players strong, this defense, albeit the lesser amount of rifles around, meaning 0. Pick up. Slight swing of him. Oh, do you take this fight? That's a rough one. Stun up for Lime, so it could be a bit of an exchange. Overdrive enabled, but it may be a little bit too much. Globex, though, getting a double kill keeps things very much in play. Bippo wins his 1v1. Globex in the process gets another frag, and he wants to close up the distance, and he's got an upgrade. Bippo in trouble. And he knows his opponents have grouped up, and it's a high-low for Koi Phoenix to get them the 3rd round locked in, and it was all off the back of pistols.
And the Stinger, you can't underestimate the Stinger. They managed to get 3. And this is what might start to be the downfall of Mouz. They're walking into these sort of trap setups we've seen twice now over towards this A long. Lucky it wasn't much worse on the initial engagement, but then you also have a player in the backlines, Globex, just being a menace. Currently 10-2 already, and this was one of the players, the only player of Kai Phoenix that were able to break into the top 5 players of the region.
Okay.
There's the Omen on the other side that wants to put his hat in the ring.
And look, it's Mouz on the eco this time around, and it's the hero Vandal for Obnox that has done the early damage. Now, in the process, Mouz did go for poke and prod in C. Doesn't bear any fruit. Just some some chip damage here and there. So back to square one for Mouz, wanting to realize, I want to make up a plan again.
Yeah, the only sad thing for the rest of the Mouz players is that was your rifle.
Yeah.
And then the kill that he's managed to get, both of them are relatively irretrievable.
Well, that's the second tag of the neural theft, so you know where Mouz are going, at least their trajectory. But the switch up into mid, close angle, Bippo. He got unchecked? How did he get away with that? No, Picker's got himself a bit of an answer. Hunter Shuri being available to him is massive, and Koi Phoenix spreading out, having multiple corners to their advantage. Make this whole quite treacherous.
Yeah, I also love the reposition of Globex down into towards main. Obviously, you still have the pressure of Zach Kappa over towards Garage that can pressure the Garage, push with the CT one. But knowing they don't necessarily have control over long, go to plant for CT.
Zach Kappa
Plant for
out of Garage already. Both players revealing themselves. Pippo ready for the first one. Oh no. Could this be another Thrifty? Back to back, but this time in favor of Mouz. Not yet done though. Not quite completed. Pika at 30 points of health. 1 bullet she'll do it. Globex closing in as well, but the timing doesn't quite work out for Pika. And that was Globex. All to himself, and position closed in on Bippo. That was fantastic. A triple kill. And Mouz win a Thrifty off the back of Koi Phoenix's one.
I feel like we need to call Mouz like silent but deadly or something, because the amount of kills that they've been able to get just by existing, not necessarily doing anything fast or aggressive in regards to the site hits, or even in the post plans, they just stood there waiting. They've positioned themselves accordingly, and they're able to be a menace, really, in every situation it feels they find themselves in. Now another shotgun for the Neon player.
And a bit of an illustration as well to the people that haven't been following Bippo this year as well. He's been #1 in the local league of DACH in pretty much every statistic available, right? ACS, rating, KD, ADI, he's been fantastic.
When I was looking at just general stats of being able to like, oh, how are they doing? Like, sure, all four of the Mouz players are in the top 5, but the fact the difference in
huge,
first and second over the region is insane. Thompson coming in towards second, but Bippo first. 1.56 KD, 1.3 rating. That's across the entire split.
He's nuts.
And now he's coming to EMEA wanting to do something similar.
Yeah, well, this is their first Challengers EMEA tournament of the year, albeit some high ending results of the previous splits. Let's see if they can take advantage of it and make an Ascension run. Pika catching them off guard. That little Demic is also quite dangerous. You've got to be cautious here, Mouz. You don't want to be overstepping your welcome, handing rifles over, upgrades. You do not want that. 20 seconds and closing. Fizzy is able to get the pickup and provides enough space for Luri to put the spike into the ground. And Zach Kappa, albeit his occasional brilliance, this round doesn't feel like it's it.
Not even gonna get a single chance.
Deleted.
Yeah, and it does start to make you think, even with rounds like these, when we have Sheriffs.
That was a pre-fire through the smoke? I didn't realize that. Or maybe his feet were visible because the smoke was left up high into the air. Not quite sure. Either way, a very important frag.
Because that's the way not only back into the round of being able to have security to put that spike down, but also to have control over towards backside, because you saw the second kill that he got was from when the Globex used from the shadows to get in closer, so the rotate was there on time. It's just unfortunately Demic catches a stray bullet right to the dome and puts a crux in that plant. And at the moment, Mouz's rifle rounds have been something Fenix have been struggling to deal with, especially with how slow-paced they are. It can get frustrating sometimes, especially when you can't necessarily play to your own speed, because look at the composition that they have. You have a Neon, a Breach. That's something where you want to be able to use the utility, take the fight to the Mouz players. You've seen them try it a couple times over towards long, whether that's in deep long, peeking into a lobby, or from back a site, peeking down towards that long tunnel into site. So they're trying. It's just Mouz seem to be ready every single time for something like that because of how slow they have been playing. And there you go. They try something fast, and all it takes is a quick TP from Nox, and he's absolutely fine.
Just chilling. At least the trip is broken, right? So Mal's always going to have attention towards his left-hand side in case of a potential lurk. But they will be slowly making moves into mid. Methodical as always.
That smoke as well is going to keep that applied pressure over towards C long, because you don't necessarily want to peek into it. Demic is on that line, so it turns their attention over towards Garage.
Dimensional drift. Guard is out of the position. Falls back, and you know of it. You've got free Garage control. 1v1 minigame. Who wins this? Oh, Bitpo misses the first shot, but is able to account for the rest. Picker was exposed as line breaks into the enemy lines. Oh, he continues to deliver. Demic didn't get a chance to see his opponent there.
Yeah, and that's you gotta call it off.
You've got to. Back out.
Thing is, yeah, Mouz is even they're so methodical with how they've even waiting. They have 30 seconds left. They've killed 3 already over towards this side. Do you know, we're gonna wait just in case someone pops out the smoke.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, this reminds me very much, and I know Zesh will appreciate this. I remember how the Big's playstyle when Big used to still play Valorant. I'm talking about the team, the German organization.
All those years ago.
And this was very much like that style. Very slow, very methodical, just grinding out these rounds. Yeah, just giving me these vibes. Wait, Opnox used to play in that roster, 2021, 2022. So yeah, it's really giving me those vibes right now.
And they're hunting as well. I mean, they have a little bit of money to invest into the hunt. Oh, not that much money though. Oh, definitely not that much money. Okay. Oh, it's a round win. They can reinvest, but you definitely don't want to be losing 4. It would have been a flawless round at that point, and especially after not on the replay. Yeah, that is insane. Especially after those kills, and then you go into the place where you've just lost 4 guns, 4 exits, really, and yeah, you can see the idea, like, how much that would impact Fenix, but losing 4, definitely not worth it.
Okay.
Camera is destroyed.
Back to square one for Fenix. Can you get things back here? You don't really want to allow Mouz to get away with any sort of pacing, although they will slow it back down again. Again, Demic, interesting position to take up, an off angle, a higher position, hoping he can get away with something, but Mouz clear that angle. Don't let anyone be a nuisance to them in their attempt to make long their own.
That's the thing, again, slowing it back down. We're under the minute mark now, and still look how much space that Mouz have been able to gather. It's barely anything, but it's the same thing for Fenix. They haven't been able to establish control over towards long. Sure, you have a little bit of info over towards C long. Mid's a gap. There's so many gaps for this defense.
Mouz have made the decision. And Koi Phoenix allowing it to happen. Likely to be a 5v5 on this retake, and that could get a little bit dicey. A little bit difficult. Got to start looking at the utility available as well for this potential retakes. But Mouz might take it a step further. Oh no, the grand traversal. And sure, Demic gets away with a pick, but he had to give away A-site control in the process. Double kill for Demic though. A silver lining for Koi Phoenix here on the comeback.
Do they know about Beppo?
Feels like they know something's up.
Eagle-eyed.
Zach Kappa goes looking and is awarded for it. Obnox and Illuri. Illuri, the #1 clutcher of the team. Bippo, the #1 rated player of DAC Unsplit #3. Obnox using TP to sidestep the stun. Paranoia is nicely timed. Nets him the first one, but now 4. Needed to be found by Illuri. And sure, he might be the best clutcher of the squad, but a 1v4 is too far-fetched. Therefore, Zach Kappa lining up the shots through the smoke. Eventually, a bullet lines up. And Koi Phoenix keeping close score. A bit of a tug of war going on right now.
Seconds left.
And good awareness from Demic as well, and Zach Kappa, knowing that there is a second player attempting to come on towards that B lurk through. At least it ends the streak of rounds Mouz were able to put together. And off the back of the exit kills they were able to get in round 8, nice confidence boost in round 9 to be able to answer back with a round itself. Now a couple of ultimates are starting to come online. You saw the defuse being shuffled over towards Guardy. Rolling Thunder can be nasty for a retake, especially with how slow Mouz have been playing. They decided to speed it up.
A big change of pace. That stun has slowed them down, forced them to a halt essentially. Pickup takes the bait, and the flashes make sure that Picker doesn't have a chance to retaliate. Rolling Thunder though, this could be interrupting. Oh, the wall comes out in time. Overdrive doesn't find the results he needed. This is chaotic, and Guardian goes berserk. Just a 4 kills though, unable to convert on the ace, and a 1v1 now. Illuri, time to make your case.
There's a reveal available, but the timing on short.
Zach Cap already entering sight, and Illuri wanting to clear long. He's heard the footsteps.
He thinks he's gonna see
information available for Illuri. Oh, he's just being quiet.
He
Wants to see if there's a re-swing.
Zach Kappa get as far away as possible, but with none of the traps being hit, nothing being seen on the camera.
30 seconds left.
Oh boy. The swing from Zach Kappa is just surprising for Illuri. Even though he knew where he could potentially come from, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily expecting him that close, hoping that he would have rotated a little bit further away. But just round the corner. He sits. Yeah, I was thinking that it was going to be the Rolling Thunder to be one of the main things coming into this, and sure, gotta use it amazing to buy time, help his teammates get a couple of kills, but it's him that's standing on the front lines, getting that quad piece that even puts into a winnable situation for Zach Kappa when he comes into that 1v1 situation.
Indeed. It was crazy how that round went on. So much chaos, and it was off the back of Mouz just switching up the pace, just going aggressive. Props to Koi Phoenix catching up to that.
Yeah, and talking about switching the pace, again, it's something similar, a little bit faster coming over towards Garrett, but they are on those sheriffs. Only Obnox has that rifle, so you're hoping he can get something done.
You can sense Guardian wanting to go into the backline. Fizzy wins that fight. How did Fizzy get ahead of that one time? As well goes berserk. Zach Kappa trying to stabilize the ordeal, but I feel like this is unsalvageable at this point.
And a new rule theft as well to note the last 2 remaining players. Sure, there's not necessarily full shield to work with, and Demic can use this outlet to its full potential.
They realize the smoke depletes from Garage, so they take another moment to spike, plant another position to be taken up. 2 different angles for the Koi Phoenix players, but Fizzy has got this one all under lock and key. Boy, did the Sheriffs go crazy there.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, it starts off with Guardy falling over towards Garage with the jump up, but this flash and shot from Lime, this is the second time we've just seen like absolute belters of a shot. Like we had the one towards Long, of the Cubby player, and then now we've had that one with the Sheriff towards backside. Like, I want to know Rez, Sen's, Gaming Chip, cereal for breakfast, because some of these shots have been really nice.
And it's good to see Zach Kappa perform, even no longer on the duelist role, taking up Sentinel responsibilities. He's come a long way in a very short amount of time.
It's nice to see a decent amount of fight though coming from Phoenix. I will say my expectations were relatively low for them coming into this map. In particular, expecting a domination from Mouz, but they're being tested right now. A lot of space gathered by Lime.
And Bippo's just annoying in the middle of the map. Lime as well.
This
if you
is
are
so
holding down this A
frustrating.
site, it is so damn awkward. And eventually Pika falls under pressure. So does Guardi. And so does Demic. Mouz pick them apart one by one.
It's the fact that look at where the bodies are. Look at where all three bodies of the fallen Kai Phoenix players are. One's like that garage, sort of deep garage peak that was killed from towards A. You have a player that's walked through B to sort of tag team the A anchor. And now it's coming for the retake, 2v5. Like, you have to go for it. It's the last round of the half.
There's no other option, is there? And Lime will be the gatekeeper on one end, Fizzy on the other, and a 7-5 score nets Mouz a slight advantage going into the second half. The attacks look decent, but is the defense going to be better to see if they can close this map out?
One enemy remains.
And
Well, Kai Phoenix have exceeded my expectations coming into this. With 21 rounds they've played on defense of this map in officials, they've only actually been able to win 2. So now they've exceeded that stat line. They've managed to win 5 and going on to a side that they've been relatively comfortable on in their matches against Dynasty or against Twisted Minds.
sure.
They might have an opportunity to close this up.
And unlike Mouz, they start things off explosively still. Plenty of defenses available here. Obnox is the first to fall, but you still have a couple of players to the back of the site that have created a bit of a crossfire and are looking to delay. Lime, how do we get away with all that? That's 3 picks. He took the pick of the litter there. Whoever appeared on his screen, he took down, and Kui Phoenix left holding their heads.
I mean, you say pick of the litter. He took the whole litter, really, onto
Sure,
a side.
he took the entire garbage can. Garbage
So-
can. There you go.
Fizzy stole one. Could have been a lovely 4K from him, but not yet.
It's like you
Maybe
go
if
through
you
a
can get
thrift
that
store and then you're like,
cover.
I'll take this, I'll take this, I'll take this, and then you've got your friend saying, no, I'm taking this. I don't know, it made sense in my head. Don't worry about it. Zach Kappa, though, left in a very lonely world after all that.
a spikeless world as well, and a lifeless one at that. And Lime does eventually get his 4. Okay, so it's a quad kill for him in that round. All headshots, and we were making it up to be this is their way back in. Qualification is the side that they haven't necessarily struggled on. I'm sure it would have helped for a pistol, but Lime had other ideas. With no spike plan, you haven't necessarily got any extra funds to invest much into this one. It's a couple of pieces of utility, but it's full classics across the board.
Still though, Qualification use the strengthening numbers. Only just an individual player, Zach Kappa, left on his own individual devices. He'll be met by the rest of the squad now.
Yeah, and they've managed to do exactly what they wanted from the side of Qualification. So they've pressured Garage slightly of breaking the first initial trip.
Sure.
Caused the back off for some of the players. They've repositioned over towards site, only now regressing, but now they've rotated all the way over towards 8. So an opportunity to overwhelm with numbers, but that's about all that's going in their favor.
One sticking around. Pippa wants to see what he can make of this. Lime has also approached, and he's got a stinger. Finds 2, but these pistols are hurting. Sure, you've damaged up the 3 remaining players of Qualification, but the spike going down, you've got the numbers. This is scary if you're Mouz.
It's not that much damage, really. It's mainly all onto Zach Kappa. Admittedly, he is the only one with the Guardian and gets taken down. It's that first initial pick.
And Fizzy finds the opener against Guardi. So Pika's the only one remaining. Now it's very methodical. We're taking these fights and now look to group up together. Paranoia, center of the site. Pika is able to avoid it for now. He can hear some commotion to his left, but the panic jump, and Obnox will take advantage of it. There goes the defuse, and Mouz. It could have gone wrong there, Subba. It could have gone astray, but they're able to collect it nevertheless.
It did get a little bit scary. Obviously, great double kill from Lime in itself, being stunned up towards backside, but with the numbers there, all getting stuck in that stun coming in from Demek, it gave them an opportunity, gave them numbers. It's just they weren't able to necessarily get the weapons onto the right players. It's the low HP.
That goes there.
Stuck over towards Graffiti. Gets isolated, and it's an easy way back in for Mouz then against the pistols. But that was zero investment, right? Coming from Qualification.
Just pistols.
Sure, a bit of util. Brainy classics. Maybe have a little bit more bite to the bark in this one, especially Guardi.
I think a headshot connected as well, but because it was through a wall, you're not taking the entire player down. Just chipping away at him, really. That shot, that could be good, softening up the players. This fight could be huge, though. Bippo want to close up the distance. It feels like Qualification know of this. They vacated the premises, a complete pivot.
Yeah, they want nothing to do with the players over towards 8. They know there's 3 there, already putting pressure through the paranoias, shock darts, and just position. There you go, the low HP player does get taken down, though.
Stun for Fizzy. At least Qualification know where he is, but reinforcements have arrived. Obnex looking to create another position that could create difficult situation for Qualification, but they're not falling for it. A double kill for Pika. Site takeover, and they're being diligent, wanting to make sure that Mouz aren't overstepping their welcome. Taking their time to get the spike into the ground, and now with double the amount of players available to them, this round should be history. And Qualification should be getting themselves their first round of the attack, making sure Mouz are reigning supreme no longer. Bit of a stack up though for Mouz. No, they don't really have too much to lose because a buy-up is coming up, but it's a pad of the stats here for Pika by the end of it, a quad piece.
Listen up. Kill them before they
Hey, you can't call it pad in the stats when it's against full rifles. That's when you're against the ecos. This double kill over towards backside is nasty. Look at how they clear it. Off with the paranoia initially. Pika clears over towards log, which is exactly where one player is waiting. Then turns his attention over towards plat, and sure, the last 2 are through a smoke. That's fine. But it's the initial clear of backside that was so clean from Qualification that really didn't give the remaining Mouz players a chance to get in because they're in such a deficit of numbers in an instant.
Early takeover of space and long, which is respected by Iluri. Just a bit of a poke and prod, like Qualification like to do, whether that's garage, whether that's long. They've done it again.
where Mouz are playing? I don't know if they know something we don't.
I mean, the Qualification have tended to go for a poke and prod in one direction, trying to force players in one direction and then go the other. So maybe this is a bit of an adjustment, a read. Vizzy, that's a good first blood. And now you could potentially give Mouz the numbers advantage into this, but they're not going to hold back. They're not going to go for retakes. They're holding to this one strong, creating a grand wall that is pretty much impenetrable. Zach Kappa fully spotted. The second tag already goes through. Gets given a chance for a double, but Alluri collects the pieces.
It's just mayhem, and that's what you get. And sure, it could have gone a little bit cleaner for Mouz in the sense that they had more players than they should have been expecting from the side of Qualification, but that's what you can do with that amount of mayhem, is you don't necessarily expect 4 players to already be in C-Link at the beginning of the round and not have moved. So you have this initial flood through here, and then it's the further push and the further fight towards front site with the paranoia, with the flashes, and eventually come out on top with in a 2v1. Similar sort of setup from Mouz. A relatively heavy stack over towards that C side of the map.
And it's pacey, this one. Wanting to make sure that you can potentially overwhelm, at least find strength in numbers. Globex snapping at that distance away. No way. No way is a smaller buy winning again. And it's exactly what happens, because Mouz, you're hoping for a miracle here. You're hoping you get a pick. Otherwise, this round is not something you'd want to be going for, but they're going for it nevertheless. Look at him go. War gives Bipper some space. Vizzy wins his 1v1, but you're running out of bullets, so you can't really account for Globex's crunch, and Lime has only got an outlaw. And an outlaw with players creating a crossfire is not gonna give you any success. And Qualification are able to square a couple of rounds together, albeit losing so much the previous, forced into pistols this one. It doesn't matter, because they'll win it anyway.
Normally a struggle to get up close and personal with B with those frenzies or stingers, but as soon as they get onto the site, it almost becomes Fort Knox, especially with players peeking in and out of smokes on timings, being able to hunker down and turtle on towards the site itself. Not necessarily the greatest showing for Mouz, losing against that half bite, which has put them on their own financial woes.
Okay, more of that, Demek. That was cute. Well, it's more than cute. That was cool. But it is up against pistols, so Mouz hoping they can get away with a pick here. But Zach Kappa is having some aim training done in the middle of the game. Thanks to takeover. Slowly but surely, Summer, Qualification are knocking on Mouz's score. Mouz's score door, if that makes sense. They're getting close.
The gap is closing, for sure.
Yes. That is the simplest way of saying it.
It's just about what sort of damage they can do on the way out now for Mouz. Kill or 2 would be nice. It's necessarily the most believable round. It's definitely not the most believable round. Couple of cleanup kills from Pika. That's a cleanup kill, Pablos, okay? When it's against ecos, against sheriffs, and the round's already over. But yeah, that puts Qualification up onto 8 within 2. Honestly, touching distance now to the Mouz squad, especially if you're able to get this rifle round across the board, because we've seen what a couple of expensive rounds have done to Mouz in regards to economy, that they've been pushed onto ecos or half bites a couple of times now. But they definitely want that to stop sooner rather than later.
Demek holding on to the outlaw here. It feels like the overdrive play is what Qualification have got in store for us here.
Similar wants to pressure over towards mid, possibly try and deal with a trip on garage.
Oh, it's a bit of a trap play also. Mouz very heavily fortified in the middle of the map.
The thing is, it's not as if they're going to be walking into V site. Instead, it's Lime walking into the crosshair. Bippo does take the chance, since he does have that full armor, to go for the trade.
And indeed, he does take damage, but he stays alive to get the fight back. Kill contract. And Bippo, with the skin of his teeth, is able to hold himself afloat. And with that, Mouz have got the numbers. But Koi Fenix aren't done just yet. If they overwhelm Bippo's position, which is indeed the plan, Mouz could be under a bit of trouble. Recon able to avoid the tag, but the shock dart could be the end of him. Repositions Paranoia, missed as well, 30 seconds. Koi Fenix needs to start make a move, and the Paranoia has been counteracted. Zach Kappa going all the way around. Bippo switching his position, Globexifying it first. And the B site will be taken over, and a 3v3 is now required.
This is where it starts getting difficult for the retake, especially with the neural theft online being utilized now. They know exactly where the players of Mouz are going to be retaking from, exactly where the weak side is, and that's exactly where Luri is, and he's going to be pressured 2v1.
They're pushing him, and they've taken him down. Shock dart does the job though, but Obnox is so damn low. Mouz have got their hopes on his shoulders, but Globex and Zach Kappa know exactly where the opponents is. They can just hold back, play it safe. There's even a shorty that could swing out in a moment's notice, but Obnox is having none of it. Knows his chances are minimal, barely any to be honest. And round will be handed over to the opposition. Koi Fenix have really closed up the gap here. A bit of a rough start to the half, but now have really stepped into their own.
Yeah, it seems mid is a bit of a contention space for Mouz in regards to a lot of stuff has been let through over towards mid, whether it was the B play itself, a couple of rounds going on the eco that started off this streak of rounds for the side of Koi Fenix, or into that one where an Outlaw's just been able to creep up, no inclination of the positioning of those players. Makes sense to have a Mouz timeout.
Yeah, I wonder what can be said in a situation like this, right? Because it's hard. You seem to have the right plan, right? The B trap was the right call, but Koi Fenix got away with a few too many free picks at the start, right? Demek doing God's work on the Outlaw. And he's created a bit of a fear factor for Mouz as well, right? Do you feel that confident to take individual fights, knowing that you could be on the receiving end of one of those first bloods?
I mean, I like to see the reactive play that Bippo took, right? Of knowing he has the full shields, going for the trade peak, guessing it, being on that 10 HP, utilizing his kill contract then to have another equal fight with someone, of it being on that 100 full HP position, is able to get the kill onto God. It's just, it then starts to slip apart then once they're able to get out into the B site.
Sure. But 3 rounds in a row could quickly become 4, given the status quo of this one. Weaker buy for Mouz, just a Marshal on Lime, Obnox on a Vandal, the one saved from the round previous. And you can't help but feel Lime seems doomed. Rolling Thunder. Make sure the site is cleared up. Easy pickings, easy takings. Spike down, not a hint of damage taken in the process, and Mouz with a tough task ahead of them, with only sheriffs to work with.
They do have a decent amount of utility though, so hopefully they can make that work in their favor, especially with Bippo's utilities and flashes, or it's just a jump down from heaven.
And Demek is ready to receive every single one of them. Pika's there to align a couple shots of his own. Demek gets a bit overexcited. But then again, this round is guaranteed. Luri will try and make sure more players are unable to take rifles to the next round, but thinks better of it, thinks it's better to make sure the Vandal stays in his hands instead. Walks away. Handshake agreement between the remaining 4 players. Double digits for each side though. Equalization of the score. Koi Fenix. I don't know how they've done this.
I think Pika just used his ultimate though. I may have heard wrong, but I feel like he just used his ultimate accidentally towards the end of that round.
Oh no.
He did.
He did. Oh no. Oh.
And that was for them coming into this one. Zach Kappa used his in round 19, and now coming into this round 20, they used 3 ultimates. Mouz are going to be so happy. They almost have a full deck of the ultimates. Back out onto the rifles. Lime has the operator. They've been gifted the best chance to get back into this defensive half.
It really is a silver lining for Mouz right now. Let's see if they can take advantage of it. From the shadows enabled, but quickly stop. But you can see that Mouz are checking their back lines in case of infiltration. But the target is clear. But Mouz look well equipped for it. Every single one of them are grouped up together in unison. Looking to take this one on before it even starts. Fizzy showing himself. Zach Kappa can't really join his team. Pika does have a trade back, but the neural theft will make things a little bit more complicated, because where will you hide? The answer is you cannot! 3 players line up their shots, line up their ults, but Gotti is not done just yet. Spike in the middle of the site, but it's got to be careful of his backline as Fizzy closes up the distance, and I'm afraid Gotti... Whoa! For a moment I thought he wasn't ready for it, but Ilori will stand his ground. Crisis averted and round secured by Mouz.
This was, you could see it at the start of the round. In the first initial sight hit coming through, you get the kill over towards Market, over towards Garage. You get the ultimate coming through from Fizzy. Then it's sort of like free for all. You know where everyone is. Then Iluri pops out his ultimate, and that's where you see the benefit of having this full stack of ultimates. You can overwhelm them on site. Just look at the mayhem that they were fighting through. This should have been a clean round for Mouz, and yet Gardy has other things planned. Sure, it's not necessarily a round win, but it keeps Mouz honest, because look at the money and the investments that they're coming into this with. Sure, there's still a couple of ultimates, right? You have Limes and Obnox, but nothing like crazy to point the fact that we have 2 Bulldogs, a Guardian, half armor, while, well, Kai Fenix have everything they want.
Yep.
Weaponry wise, they don't have no ultimates, but like,
Sure.
at that point, do you even need them if Guardy's hitting shots like that? Like, just send him in first.
Yeah, he felt a little bit left out and wanted to have a piece of the action, but even though there was that, there were those crazy shots connecting, it was around for Mouz, so streak broken. Perhaps feeling a little bit more confident about closing out their own map pick. They're 2 rounds away after all, so even though it's a close score, it doesn't stop them from potentially being closer than their opponents to putting an end to this. Lime, first blood for him. 26 points of health left on him, but the pick is his.
Take flight.
That's fine. You're an operating. You'll be fine on that 26 points of health, and especially with the reposition that he's going to be able to gain over towards A.
Sure.
Hopefully catch Kai Fenix's players off guards per se in those positions, because he didn't necessarily take his TP out. It seems off the back of a little bit of exploration, a little bit of peek out of Garage, Mouz are deciding to refortify this A site around the operator.
Indeed. Mouz again seemed to have the right read.
There's no
3
TP out
players
for
and a
Lime.
stack up.
He's very committed to this position, so thankfully has a little bit of help close by. You can see the pings coming out for the stun. What util they want to take out on towards site.
That's a good line to have, because that's going to be catching out Lime. And he's the one in the front lines. Globex in sight. Blinded for now. But when does he choose to pounce? TP to the side, and it's enough of a distraction to get a double kill. That's crazy. And now he's got the rest of the team to help out. Create another angle. Obnox cannot escape. It's getting chaotic. Spike hasn't gone down. Bippo thinking that he could try and interrupt it, but Zach Kappa's there for the guarantee. These trades, albeit chaotic, were never out of control of Koi Fenix. They get this one unlocked.
Yeah, it's that TP coming in from Globex just unlocks the round completely. Playing Limbo with an op shot is insane, and then jumping over the next one for Zach Kappa. But this sequence of kills from Globex, it's the triple from him that wins Koi the round, because it catches the 2 players that are already on site off guard, and then denies any sort of flood back out from the 2 players that were just arriving in CT.
All right, Miles taking a moment here because it's a rough situation to be in. Economically, you cannot sustain these buys. You're potentially giving an opportunity to your opponents to get one step away from taking your own map pick, and that's not fun. This was your winning case scenario for this series, taking Haven.
That's the thing, it's not just a winning case scenario for the series in general, because coverage is a relatively equal place for both of them, like kinda. But this was a map that Mouz were coming in incredibly dominant on. They've played it 7 times, admittedly majority regionally, but they even played against Bulls that was showing good things in Northeast on Haven.
Sure.
And Mouz, this was their map to lose because Qualification didn't have any sort of good track record on this map in the last few months. But decided today was the redemption arc for that start line. An opportunity to put themselves up onto map point.
Yeah, they put the work in behind the scenes and it's paying off. Mouz also not looking at like their usual selves. On paper, so many of these players can pop off on any given moment.
It's going to be a bloodbath in mid.
What?
Spike down mid.
I'm putting my hands in the air. I surrender because this no longer makes sense. These sheriffs are finding way too much damage. And Bippo, the moment you thought he had the favoring 1v1, is not the one to come out on top. What is going on? Clipex can't quite convert on it. Mouz dropping back. And they've only got sheriffs remaining. They haven't upgraded. Still anyone's game. They're sticking around. Crossfire
At least there's a
setup.
crossfire.
Globex, if you walk into this one, you're a dead man.
But is he?
Spotted. Can he isolate them? Is he really toying with them that much? That's one! Oh my goodness, so damn close to the second. But the Thrifty is found by Mouz. And who would have thought they'd be the first one on map point here?
I knew mid was going to be a bloodbath, but I didn't necessarily think it was going to be the Sheriffs and Classics being the main thing. And yeah, sure, it does come down to the wire when it necessarily shouldn't have, right? He was in Bippo's ultimate. They could have killed him where he stood when he came out of it. They have to make it a little bit interesting towards the end, but that's still 12 on the board. And with the fact that they didn't necessarily invest too much into that because it was their half-buy round, it was the eco. Sure, you use Bippo's ultimate, but you're looking at Limes, Fizzy's close by as well, and they have everything that they want for rifles. And this is where it starts to come into question for Qualification. That was sort of their best chance to close this out. Not only in the sense of getting up onto 12, but that would have at least secured them a full buy coming into round 24. Now, their money situation's coming into question. Zach Kappa's forced down onto a Sheriff. Pika's half armor and a Bulldog. Silver lining, they have Zach Kappa's ult. They have Guardies one away. So there's things that they can use that they can work with in towards this one. And they decide mid is what they want. Gearing up for a very heavy mid window peak, but they're not going to find anyone home.
No one will check them, like you said.
Right here.
No one will be spotted, but the game plan
Take flight.
will
They
continue.
want to go for a B hit?
Doesn't look like
A
it.
straight B hit?
Aldro only spotting out a couple of players to the sidelines. It's Fizzy with first blood, and the entry already made here for Qualification, but Fizzy well equipped for this, and the rest of Mouz have joined in. This is a bit anticlimactic. Qualification falling for the trap. Mouz so damn quick to converge on this position. And Zach Kappa is a dead man walking. Dimensional drift as well, revealing where he is, having to break a recon. He's being blocked, not given the delicacy of even running away. 13-11. Sure, it was a labored one, but Mouz is the first team in this series to put a map in their pockets.
Yeah, and sure, they can keep their win streak alive on this map, I guess.
Sure.
Like, we'll take that for the Mouz fans. But yeah, like you said, it was a very labored game, and it coming down to the fact that they've managed to get thrifties or get rounds with classics, or maybe like an iced ultimate in there, really does prove the difference of what we're seeing from MKOI from what we were looking at from the regionally to when they're coming into this Challengers EMEA event. And I'm pleasantly surprised if we've seen that sort of glow up from this team.
Sure.
I'm very excited to what we're going to be seeing in the next map, which is going to be their pick.
Indeed, they've got their own map pick to look forward to, and they're way back in this series. Let's throw this over, though, to the analyst desk to break everything down.
Boy, oh boy, I didn't see that one coming again, like 13-11. It seems like we're blessed today with those types of series. Mouz, they're serious, their pick, their decision, and somehow they still made it so close. After they're nearly undefeated this year on this map, only lost it once against Focus, and it still looked like this might slip out of their hands in no time.
Yeah, it's textbook Mouz, what can I say? It looked like it should be a surefire win, and takes a little bit more to get it over the line. Globex starring in a performance which they can be happy with, I think, on the Koi Phoenix side, but it's just frustrating to lose in that fashion. A matter of 2 rounds between the teams, and Mouz sort of getting away with it in the end, I think, is probably the best way for me to describe it. I'm seeing a lot of the same issues, perhaps, that we've had with them before.
Yeah, and again, I think it is one of those situations where I am personally a bit, on the one hand, I'm a bit surprised at how far Mouz got pushed, especially considering how good they can be on this map. On the other hand, I have to admit, it brings me to a point which we touched on earlier, which are a few small conditions, very, very tiny conditions that still make me think, that Movistar Phoenix roster, it's not looking too perfect as it maybe was before. I mean, I'm taking a look at the scoreboard, and especially when I'm thinking of, when I'm in my head comparing a Beepo with a Demic and be like, you know, there's 1 or 2 factors where I wish they would be better. But in general, with Mouz, we wanted to talk about a pre-show. We were getting really tight, very close there. Besides Fizzy up there, I think for me, it's again Lime as well as nobody else than Beepo really making Mouz shine. And I love this combination of the two.
Yeah, it's really nice to see. It's a different play style. It's their own brand of this composition rather than some of the other teams we've seen play it, like Team Heretics in EMEA, of course. They patched it from Fnatic, but very micro heavy in how they want to set up those defensive rounds, whereas Mouz kind of sit back on their setups a lot of the time, instead invite that pressure, which can lead to some interesting rounds, I think. And it's good that we've got both of the anchors here, Fizzy and Globex. Fizzy joining this Mouz team, I think, sort of setting up in a similar way to what we saw from him in Ascension the previous year. It's with Lime playing in front on the up this time rather than Zus, but yeah, double layering a lot of the time, whereas for Globex it's him being one part of sort of the rest of the team, I suppose. There isn't as much spring loading in there.
Yeah, it was very interesting. Fizzy, I think, being part of this like 10 or 12 man official trial that Mouz held at the end of 2024. And I think Fizzy, I remember vividly, you know, watching and preparation against him. He's the most annoying player to play against in the entirety of Dach League. He's a disgusting anchor, but in the good way, not in the way that he's a bad person. He's amazing at what he does, but playing against him and looking at how he plays, you can't really explain it because he finds the ugliest timings to play against you. And that's remarkable for me about him.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to say, as a player that was sort of molded by the ranked queues and spent a lot of his early career in Spain, the same region that Koi Phoenix are from, he learned from the mistakes of previous rosters, I think, all the way back to, you know, even like the short stint that he had on BDS in the middle of everything else, right? And figuring out what kind of work ethic he needed to bring to a team to succeed when I spoke to him coming into the previous year. And it's nice to see him now with this roster and a little bit more time really gel. On the flip side, I do want to talk about Koi Phoenix just a little bit as we're heading into Sunset coming up next, of course. I think with it being their pick, you know, it's a stronghold for them, but I'm also still thinking back to that grand final with Dynasty, because I still believe that the confidence in this roster maybe has taken a little bit of a hit. I mean, you were talking to me about it, but at the same time, you even look at their previous game, losing to Twisted Minds, it still feels respectable, right? Like, I think Twisted Minds are a very good team. We've not been able to see them compete interregionally yet, but I still believe that they're going to do damage in this group. Bigger point is that when they were in the previous stage, they beat the Dutch champions in Focus because they had the confidence to do so, right?
But, well, you know, that's a very good point. We're going to figure that one out because Koi Phoenix, they still have a chance to already annoy that Dach champion on Sunset, or will be Mouz going through this group? Let's figure it out right here after a break. And
Straight to the top like a new fade. Come for your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes. But I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date. And I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop on road. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large, we go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop on road. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Sure. And then we come back. I'm also frozen by. There we go. Okay, we're back. We're back. Okay, I was also trying to, you know, do the mannequin challenge. What year was that? 2023. Okay. Let's not waste any time. Quickly, we're heading over to Sunset. It is actually the choice by Movistar Koi Phoenix, as they have decided to go for this map. And I think, considering the history of Mouz with this map, it might be an excellent choice, but also one where you can't really prepare for Mouz.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though, because as we mentioned before, Mouz do have typical play patterns, and this map was a huge part of that Ascension campaign, right? Coming into the group stages 2024. The question on my mind is, how much have they actually changed since then? Because as you say, like, Mouz are typically a team where we feel like the fabric of this roster and their identity, how they play, is similar. But like you say, it's also a new lineup. Lime comes in here. I think he makes things really interesting. Back when he was playing with Focus, we saw him on the Sage on this map even. And if we get that head-to-head potentially with what we know Koi to play, it's like Sage versus Sage, PRX versus PRX. I don't know. This could get very interesting very quickly.
It could very much. I mean, when we take a quick look on, for example, on the other side, you know, the Spanish side, when we see there, they obviously have not really shown too much interest in the map of Sunset, because simply, you know, it was not a thing that was very present in the pool. But here is the thing that we expected. Taking a look at the compositions, Movistar, Koi, Phoenix, they remain pretty much the same, but Mouz, they swap big time.
Yeah, and they lean into playing the Vice here as well, which is really cool to see from me. This is the first Vice that they've played so far this stage, coming out of their own region. So, yeah, it feels like much more of a modern meta read, I think, than what you would previously have got from them, which would have been the Cypher again. They actually used to play Raze on this map too, so just keeping Lime on that comfort of Yoru here feels a lot more up to date. The double duelist with Bippo though, it's worked for them pretty well so far, and there's a lot of attack speed with this too.
Finally, Mouz is not being scared, is what I'm seeing with this. Because always it was those super safe comms with the breach. Finally, they put this out of the composition. Most importantly, though, we need to touch it. Look at that Koi Phoenix comp. It feels like I'm in a different universe. We have a Sage, we have a Gecko, we have a breach. I mean, sure, it's not too off considering the history of this map, but nevertheless, this is an absolutely fascinating comp that has like stalling power, a lot of that, and so many things. As I can comprehend it, I need to see the map myself, and thankfully, I can see it with my own eyes, and I can hear Pavlos and Winter take us through it, please.
Look at you being able to hear into the future. That's right, we're taking you through yet another map here, and this one could see Mouz getting another chance at Ascension, but Koi Phoenix, this is their own map pick, and albeit the spanner in the mix, albeit the changes shown here, are they going to be enough, do you think, Summer, to give Koi Phoenix a map here? Yeah.
Oh, I think I'm back. I'm all here for the Sage and Gecko, okay? I will sway my allegiances now to that composition, and I just want to see how well they can actually use it. Because like we were touching on the desk, that they have had success with this when it comes to the matches that they played most recently, and Zach Kappa was able to get a decent amount of traction with this Sage, but I want to see a little bit more consistency in that. Again, it's only 2 reps on this map in the last few months for both of these teams, so the sample size is relatively small, and even smaller. Mouz have only played 1 team so far on this map in particular, so maybe it's sort of a learn as you go for them, especially in this official against Koi Phoenix on this map.
And away with the breach, in with the Yoru. Let's see if it makes a big difference. Lime already starting things off strongly. Mouz wanting to take the fight first, and indeed, it goes to plan. Just a couple of players remaining on this Koi Phoenix side, and Guardi doesn't remain on his 2 feet for too long. Globex, last piece of the puzzle for Mouz to unlock this first round, and it's Lime sliding through his opponent's screen, and it's 1-0 for the DAC representative.
It's a good start for them coming into this one, right? It's not necessarily the best map. They would much prefer to close this out in that 2-0 fashion. And when we were looking at the previous map as well, the pistols meant a lot to the teams to get that extra boost of coming into the second half for the side of Mouz to try and elongate that lead that they were able to build in the first. And similarly, again, Koi Phoenix, without a spike plan, 0 investment. You got half shields coming in, that's about it.
And you can see Koi Phoenix looking to force their own pace into this one. Quite aggressive at the start, but Mouz well equipped for this. Plenty of players around. Weaponry of all sorts. And as Spike is left into the open, sure, it could potentially be retrieved, but Koi Phoenix in a really tough spot. If they continue moving into the A site, they'll have 3 defenders to deal with.
Even if they start to rotate over, you still have all the Vice utility up over towards B, plus a Marshall to care for that mid-cross. But that's the only thing. Now the mid-cross haven't been watched the whole round, there's question marks of have they managed to slip through? Do we have to keep the backline? So their decision is to push forwards. And that might be the wrong decision. But thankfully, Illury does at least get that trade back because that could have been scary. Zach Kappa collect that, get the spike onto site, has an upgrade, and then it becomes a 1v1.
It's a bit of a statement as well, isn't it, from Zach Kappa, showing that can't get into my get into these situations easily for free.
You say that, but having a quick look at the buy before we went into the replays, because of how costly this round was, it looks like they're going to be fully investing into this. So this is a scary round if you're Mouz. You want to make this as clean as possible. Only Obnox really has the utility to invest into the next one. This is a heavy buy.
Ooh, first blood for Fizzy though. And if this does indeed work out for Mouz, they're in for a treat. This could be a brilliant start to the game. At least there's a bit of an answer, but chaos ensues in mid. The fact that Mouz did win the first couple of fights, the fact that Fizzy put already a couple on his belt, put Zach Kappa now in the hot seat.
He's also one away from the resurrection, so there is a world where he might be able to get the orb. Pop back over towards mid. Yeah, have a little bit of a stroll, collect a friend.
That is far-reaching.
We might just go for the spike plant. But there's not going to be many engagements offered up to him.
The thing is, if you go for the plant and then end up going for mid in that
No,
res situation, you're just given all the information available, right? So that's not going to happen.
Playing this as a 1v2.
Yeah.
Actually, they've split apart, the Mouz players.
Standing ahead.
This could work out in Zach Kappa's favor. He's able to isolate them. Look how Mouz, how slow they're playing this. How safe.
Lime has barely moved from spawn. He's only now starting to walk in the timing.
Did Illury spot him? I don't think he has. Lime knows where to peek. Lovely swing, quickly finding the headshot. And Mouz get that 3-0. Investing fully in the third round pays dividends.
Yeah, it is a...
Redundant.
An investment, a very risky investment, but thankfully for them it does work out. And yet you were talking about how slow they are. You can see in that position, Zach Kappa was worried that they might have walked out onto site. But even then, Lime's only just getting towards that position, towards like top mid on towards A-Link. It's just so unexpected. Hoping someone's already walked out onto site. Missing the timing on the flank player as well. Now it's forcing them down onto Sharaf's the stinger in hand for Demic, and he's making it work, at least for the first.
What? Still Phoenix keeping things level. 3v3, and they still want to keep up the pace. Though Mouz aren't slowing down. This is a different look by Mouz. So damn aggressive on the defensive. Really not letting Phoenix set up their own play. And Zach Kappa, again, for a third time in a row, left into a 1vx. And this time will not be taking anyone down with them. 3 survivors by the end of that one, as Mouz are able to continue their streak.
It's nice to see a little bit more aggression out of Mouz. I think it's fair to say that Haven was a slower matchup than what we're seeing, at least in the first couple of rounds of Sunset, whether it was the mid push that we've been seeing, the proactivity to wanting to fight deep in towards A main, wanting to fight towards that choke point time and time again. And sure, it becomes messy some of the times, but most they're coming out on top in regards to numbers, and it's working out in their favor so much that Phoenix are taking an early timeout the 5th round, back with rifles in their hands. Sage ultimate to work with, close to a couple when you're looking at Pika's ultimate, maybe Glowbags if you can get something worthwhile coming out of that, like a fast round. We can see the splits that a lot of teams like to do over towards B, send the Omen TP over towards spawn to try and disrupt, or to help with the neon fast-paced coming through top mid. So there's options and there's things that they can work with, and now with the coach input as well, I'm trying to smooth out a couple of wrinkles in play that have been highlighted in the first 4.
Jump them.
Well, Koi Phoenix, the first hurdle they need to cross is winning their first round of the map. It's a bit scary not getting a say in after how back and forth the previous map was, and now moving onto your own map, your opponents have thrown in a spanner into the mix, and they've made you to walk out of prep. But here comes the mid crunch. Mouz again equipped for it. Lime accounts for a double, and again Koi Phoenix on the back foot in numbers.
Raz available, and even up and over the wall just to secure the well-being. I say secure the well-being of the Res.
Fizzy sticks around.
Oh my god!
Fizzy cannot get cleaner than that. Patience aplenty, allowing Koi Phoenix to move into a screen.
Ah, and it falls apart at the seams. Sure, this initial fight over top mid you can take as it is. It's just trays back and forth. Zach gets up and over the wall, takes the res, and Fizzy just decides that's as far as they're going to get.
He doesn't move. He plants his feet in the ground and stays there.
Oh, and the worst thing is he didn't even need to, because there was a player coming in from bottom mid anyway to clean it up. Should he miss? But do you know what? He doesn't miss, so it doesn't even matter.
No, he doesn't.
Flank is null and void.
Man, there's a reason he's been highlighted quite a bit today. Baiting out the wall to begin things out here for Koi Phoenix. Back into the pistols, and it hurts. It hurts going round for round here, doesn't it? Buying one, ecoing the other, but winning none.
But you do have a couple of rifles, right? Not maybe the premium ones, going back to the Guardian, but you're looking at Demic as well. If you can get into a good position, ready for an aggressive sight hit, you can pop that, run it back.
Overdrive enabled. The win condition for Koi Phoenix this round, but it's Globex with first blood. Look how patient they are, though. Don't want to overstep their welcome. Overdrive is no longer there. Runs out. Ilori walks back and pick a nose. Does he go for this? He's got friends. They're all pushing in through mid, and they've just split the map in two. Ilori, you're in a world of hurt, my friend. Oh, never mind. Beakers, still the trade, but Obnox is ready to pick up the pieces. Pick up right where Ilori left off. A 3v3. And now Koi Phoenix switching up their minds, heading to the A side where Bippo is holding.
But there's less than 20 seconds left. They need to get the spike over towards site. Like you said, Bippo's on towards the site. He just have to buy time. And even a player falling over towards top mid, it's down to this fight onto site now.
They don't know where he is. He's just hidden away. Now all he has to do is just toy with them, mess with them. Spike will go down here. Oh no! Oh,
wait, hang on.
Wrong. Is that a rifle upgrade, or is it just too far out to reach? Cardi at least has got himself a Phantom. So not the end of the world, Fizzy. Close by with a shorty, switches back to the Vandal spray onto Zach Kappa. That gets close, but again, no cigar for Koi Phoenix.
I don't think Fizzy can do anything wrong right now in this matchup.
No. He's missed it perfect.
He pops into the smoke, gets the first, somehow manages to get the kill onto Zach Kappa as well, and yeah, this is a little bit criminal towards the end, but it was that sort of formality you were expecting to happen, especially with Bippo over towards side, but unable to connect the shots onto the dancing Sage in front of him. But that wasn't necessarily a full buy. It was a half buy. It was a buy for next round for Koi Phoenix. So this is the one that they're going to be coming into with the investments of the ultimates, of the rifles, of the weaponry.
Yeah, but Util is met with Util here. Even though the Thrash is thrown in, it's not like you can capitalize upon it straight away, because the paranoia has delayed you. Demic, the speediest of the Koi Phoenix players, is going to try and use that rolling thunder into his face. Oh no! Oh no! At least you find two picks here, and Globex has got air superiority, but is that quite enough? I'm not sure. Obnox flashed, but he's got given time to reposition, and headshot connecting, putting Globex in a lonely world. Still Garden, insult to injury.
He hasn't been able to pick up the spike.
Oh dear me. It's getting worse from second to second.
He does have an ultimate though, so if he retrieves the spike, there's a world in which we see him go for an ultimate over towards B, but he maybe wants to get a kill before he goes for something like that. Bring it down to more manageable numbers in the retake, maybe get into a 1v2.
That does look like what he's doing.
30 seconds left.
Realizes there could be already a potential rotate over, trying to play the mind games, but Mouz have thought about this already. Raycon revealing where Globex is, so it's an easy swing out from Fizzy. Again, being the one to seal the deal in this one, 7-0. It didn't look out of reach at the start, but these rounds are starting to accumulate. And if I was Qualification right now, I'd be scared.
Now we win.
Yeah, this is a reminiscence of the first series we were watching of how dominant it was to start it off, but when you're Qualification, this is your map pick, and how competitive you made it look on a map that Mouz on paper should have been blowing them out of the park. And now when the tides have turned, it's Mouz having a dominant start. Again, another eco, another half buy for Qualification. But this time they turn their sights at least at the beginning of the round over towards B. It's just to bait out the wall.
Well, I'm going for a walk.
The time of the TPs, you're gonna get an option just as it runs out.
Out of dodge. Free as a whistle. Oh, gets a third tag in as well for good measure. Zach Kappa did have armor, so not the killing blow. But again, 3 players available to the back of this big bomb site is going to make this a treacherous endeavor for Qualification, and they've yet to find any damage. That's another tag from Line. He's softening up everybody. So the rest of the squad of Mouz can do the cleaning up. The spike plant is permitted, but that's just about it, because no other player from Movistar Qualification is allowed to see the light of day.
Yeah, honestly, we could barely see anything on the B bomb site, yet alone what some of the players were seeing from their POV with the flashes, the walls. A lot of bunch of utility thrown out towards the end, but yeah, it starts off with this initial pick and so much work being done by Lime on his own over towards that mid position. Obviously you get the first initial pick, but it's the reposition back in towards that deep angle towards mid for that mid cross to get the next kill, and also that tag onto Zach Kappa as well. This is the second timeout.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to. You need to get your way back into the game, and sure, you've got an ultimate now available to you, you've got another buy going your way. This has got to end here, right? The streak. You don't close things out. You don't stop the streak. Right now, this game is already lost. And look, I know, we're looking at an academy team. We're looking at Koi's academy roster, who will never win Ascension, right? And even, you know, there'll never be a team to qualify into Ascension.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's not that we don't think they'll ever win it, it's they cannot play.
That's not what Ascension's for, right? It's for...
They are not allowed to enter. But it is also... We were talking about it before when we were looking at the TLA game of the Liquid Academy of... Sure, they don't necessarily need to make it out of groups because that's not what the project is for, but making it out of groups, being able to play as many matches as possible is only going to develop the players themselves, and that's the whole point of these academy projects. So it's not as if Qualification don't have anything to play for, it's just...
Oh, sure.
Maybe the Mouz team have a little bit more on the line.
You're on the big stage now. This is where you get scouted. But things aren't really going to plan at this moment in time. Globex so close to the fight, not falling for the classic clone. Fizzy lines up the first one, and now Globex looking to step backwards, not taking any chances. Qualification, this is the best opportunity they've had as of so far. Did the timeout work out for them? Look at the flank though. Up next all the way around. God, he seems wary. Aware.
Nice angle.
Should have The jump, oh, caught out into the open, still ends up with a headshot. Now the rest of Mouz look to walk in. Iluri shocked us doing work, and so is the overdrive from Bippo. 2 versus 2, but you're running out of time. Can they catch up? Guardy spotted. Headshot connecting by the end of it. And Guardy will end up dropping. There's no time to defuse, is there? I don't think so. Koi Phoenix are able to break through the streak of rounds that Mouz have gotten finally. Putting an end to the drought.
It just took 9 rounds, 2 timeouts, and a lot of effort from the Koi Phoenix side. And yeah, it does come down to the wire in the sense of, sure, they get what, 0.57 a second more, and it would have been 9 on the board for Mouz, but Koi Phoenix definitely counting their lucky socks on towards that one. And coming into this, now they lose that lost streak bonus. They don't necessarily have the greatest weapons coming into this, with Mouz, on the other hand, have everything they could possibly want. An operator out for Lime as well.
Yeah, job's not done here if you're Koi Phoenix. You need to back this up with more performance. Lime playing it safe. Dizzy permits the cross, and Wingman will take care of spike planting duties. Again, a 5v5, Koi Phoenix. They've been pretty decent on these holds when they've been given the chance, where they're not down in numbers. Zach Kappa misses a chance to get a cross pick.
But he also survives, so that's the important thing of keeping the numbers alive here.
Here comes the flood. Mouz are moving in unison, together. And Koi Phoenix are having none of it. 2 picks to boot, and there's no response. Sure, Obnox has found a trade back, but if you're Mouz, you probably want to back out now. The chances don't seem to favor you. Globex has got himself a great angle to work with, and that's the end of that. 2 consecutive, both looking clean.
Pump us up. Let's hear it.
Both of it towards this B site, so it would be interesting to see if Mouz do any sort of adaptations coming into this, knowing what the last 2 rounds of this half mean to both them and Koi Phoenix, in the sense of an 8-4 scoreline versus a 10-2, or even like an 9-3. The impacts can be felt when we're going into the next half, especially when we're looking at how relatively poor Koi Phoenix have been on the pistols so far this series. Again, it's a full buy out for Mouz. They have no sort of money issues, but they might should they lose this one. So they decide to take matters into their own hand.
Okay.
Bipper and Lime, the double duelists, taking their efforts over towards mids.
I mean, that's how this half started, right? With Mouz taking matters to their own hands, pressing the issue from second number 1. And indeed, it happens again. Iluri making this look so damn easy. A shooting gallery. Slight high ground advantage, sure, but it's Mouz to come out on top from that.
I mean, it's the double duelist that started it off for it. It's the supporting agents and the Sova and Omen to close it. Again, there's no real utility when we start it off. It's just both teams dry peeking it into mid. It's only when we see the jump across from Bippo and the attempted stun, but even then they don't even reach the player's bottom mid. It's just, like you said, a shooting gallery, but yeah, Mouz having the high ground, pulling in Star Wars references for that one, because they definitely had the advantage.
Rolling Thunder off the B. Market taking over. And now B main also approach. Koi Phoenix losing multiple approach. Thrash also going to delay some of the rotates, but that doesn't mean Mouz doesn't have defenders nearby.
Obnox is still on site.
And still, so is Fizzy, at least on the other end. Oh, that is not what Lime wanted.
Planted.
Okay, well, there you have it. Numbers advantage for Koi Phoenix. That's what they need. A 3rd round potential, at least close things out with a positive. Go down with a bang. That's what Koi Phoenix need, especially considering this is their own map pick and their way back in on the series. 9-3 is the score. At least it's not a flawless clean sheet from Mouz, and it keeps things at least in view for Koi Phoenix to recover. And at least it's not a landslide. That's what Koi Phoenix are thinking. 9-3, closing things out, closing the half out with a bit of an upbeat tone. Now, do they have what it takes on the defense to turn their fate around?
I mean, yeah, they had a little bit of a redemption arc, right? Towards the tail end of their attacking gambit. Now switching over towards the defense, you're hoping like if they can put the off-meta comp to use, and currently they're going for a little bit of a stroll down mids.
But it's a bit of a switch up of space, right? It's an exchange of control. As the A side is taken over. A double kill potentially here for Demic, but it's a switch up between himself and Zach Kappa. 2 players advantage, but Mouz have got the read. Doesn't matter though. Pick up. A brilliant double kill. Ilori is the only one left for Mouz. And obviously that Koi Phoenix with a chance to get themselves the pistol. This was the winning condition for Koi Phoenix. You lose this, you're out of contention. You win it though, you've got a fight in you.
Yeah, this little exchange over towards main where you have that breach stun that comes from mid all the way across that sort of bracket area just denies any sort of answer back or even destroying of Pika's Dizzy that gets thrown out. So like, you saw in the kill feed like 3 people got an assist when they were going for those kills themselves, and that's sort of the trade-off that you have when you don't invest into that Viswall in the pistol and you don't set it up outside A, which is that sort of default position that you'll see, especially if they're going for a heavy A push. They pay the price. Talking about paying the price. If they do go through this wall, the gap that they've created, it could be death and destruction waiting on the other side in the form of a judge, but they decide against it.
Sure. Death and destruction is incoming anyway, though, this round, isn't it? Maybe not. You're right. You can't count the pistols out.
Not in this series.
Yeah, anything could happen. Demic could be on the receiving end of this one, though. At least he could gain information straight away, spots out a couple of players, and that's enough for him to walk further back. Recon spots him retreating, and Mouz will continue the pursuit of this A site. But
they haven't necessarily moved too many of the pieces to come in assist, though, from the side of Koi Phoenix. They have backed off a little bit, so they're not as committed into the positions over towards site, but Mouz may be able to get an isolation onto a kill and the spike down relatively easy if they don't get those rotates coming in fast.
Right there.
Oh, look at Mouz wanting to explode out of this. That's an upgrade for Opnox. Guardy wanting to pounce back, but the spike needs to go down. Mouz know it, which means one of the players is a bit preoccupied right now. Spike will not be going down. It's interrupted. And Koi Phoenix clean the rest of their opponents up. That's 2 in a row off the change of halves. But now is where the buy comes in for Mouz. This is where they could put an end to Koi Phoenix's fun.
I'm just talking about momentum. Hopefully they can build on what they were able to recover in the last half on top of the pistol. Now the conversion as well.
Sure.
10 seconds left.
But the pieces in towards the right positions, coming in towards this bonus. We saw how strong Mouz's bonus was because they just fully invested into it. It's not something that we're going to see Koi Phoenix do. Instead, just saving the weapons that they had in the previous. Hoping the utility will be enough to push them over the edge.
I'm out of here.
It's at least enough to push the players away from A and funneling into B.
Well, a lot of space gathered here for Mouz, for sure. And if you're Koi Phoenix, you have to respect it. You've got to be wary of where they could be pushing out from. Guardy want to go for the swing, but Bippo ready and waiting. So that's the pick advantage. Look how Pika's closing up the distance, though. Sure, he's only got a pistol, but doesn't even have the benefit of surprise.
You dial.
Fizzy does instead. And this looks like a very swift collection from Mouz, and they are in standstill.
No man's land right now, because sure, they have 5v2, but they have absolutely no idea where the last two remaining players are. Both of them have shotguns. Now one's going to be upgraded to a rifle. Globek's also here.
Oh no, don't tell me this is
can
a
be
Globek round.
scary.
Ooh, okay. Secured by Mouz in the end. Look, you've got to respect Mouz being diligent there, not taking any chances. You know Koi Fenix could have potentially thrown a spanner in the mix, and they were waiting for that to happen. And look, it paid off on a couple of ends.
You dial.
Yeah, I mean, they eventually get the round over the line, but it does get scary towards the end, going into where both of the players are, both with shotguns, even giving Demic an opportunity with that rifle. But still, a bonus converted for Mouz, double digits hit, and this is where it starts to get scary for Koi Fenix if they're not able to convert these rifle rounds. They haven't necessarily got too much leeway, too much wiggle room for mistakes.
Yeah, that's true. Koi Fenix know of this. Demic not taking any chances to stick around. Drops back to the safety of the site, and he's got a couple of teammates to help him out. But Mouz, that's a bit of a push and pull. They hear the Thrash as well, looking to drop further back, and Obnox has got his teammates his backs. Guardy not getting a chance to push through. Therefore, numbers advantage now for Mouz. Double push from Koi Fenix. I like this. But it only nets them one. And they can't afford the trading game for now. Especially when Demic loses his life.
And they know the Sage is nearby because that heal started, so they know that Kappa has to be close, near towards site, towards main.
But in classic Mouz fashion, they just halt and cut noise.
What do you think the personification of
30 seconds
maybe not
left.
necessarily personification, but for Mouz, how would you classify them if you had to classify them as a food or drink? Because me personally, a cup of tea, because they're just chilling, right? A lot of these rounds, they might take a sip, it would be hot when they go very, like, initially fast. They have a little bit of a push and pull with some of these players, but then the rest,
it's just hot. Yeah.
and then it's just sort of chilling for the rest of it, because Mouz are so happy and so fine to just sit, wait, have a little bit of a chat how the game's going, because right now it's definitely going in their favor. Sure, it's a retake attempt being made by Koi Fenix, hoping something gets offered to them, and instead it's just offering themselves up on a silver platter for the two players of Mouz that were able to close that one out. What would you say? I say cup of tea. What do you think?
I don't know. After calling them a cup of tea, I can't disagree. The tea bags have definitely brewed, and Mouz at the right temperature right now. 2 rounds in a row after their bye round. Koi Fenix struggling more and more to invest in these rounds. It's getting tougher and tougher, and only 2 rounds required for Mouz to not only close out this map, but the series as a whole.
The Kappa has something to say about it. Aggressive peek down over towards A, and aggressive push from Demic, but the ult runs out!
Oh no, and I was wondering why he was speeding up there, but that's indeed why. He was running out of ultimate. But again, the fact that he made footsteps, his opponents knew exactly where to look and when to pay attention to the back line. Zach Kappa, a bit of an answer back here for Koi Fenix. A silver lining, they do still have the numbers, and Mouz spread very far apart. Bippo is looking to crack things wide open.
Yeah, this could be a way back into the round, or a solidification of it for Koi Fenix, and it seems to be the latter. Especially knowing exactly where Fizzy's going. Unlikely where Luri's going to be attempting to rejoin with his teammate, but it's already fallen. on the angle. Confirmation now. And it's a little bit of an answer back, right, from Qualification with the fight over towards mids. This shouldn't be away. This shouldn't be away.
Oh. Well, that's going to be a little bit troubling. Illuri down to 40 points of health. He's given himself a chance here, and he is the Clutchmeister of the squad. But not this time. Glowback's able to have the right angle for the situation and make sure shenanigans are no more.
Yeah, eventually they get up to 6. And yeah, off the back of the initial fights, it doesn't look great. Poor timing and lucky timing for Demic there. But this time it was sort of Qualification that had the opportunity to sit back, wait for any sort of reaction coming in from Mouz. Like we saw over towards mid, the attempt being made to get any sort of trade back in their favor. But the fortunate thing for them is they don't necessarily have to worry about losing a round or two because they have a decent amount of wiggle room between them and Qualification. They're up onto 11. They have a bye coming into this one again. There's things to work with. And again, it's these fights over towards mid. There's no utility.
And again, it's Mouz to win them, by the way. There's something about mid-fights and Mouz winning them. And that has been the theme of today in these pivot rounds.
Zarkappa's at least able to equalize the numbers with the resurrection. But it's still not massively convincing.
But look, if Mouz go for this B-side approach, they're going to find it pretty much open. Only one defender. Well, on the other hand, A, quite treacherous. 3 players defending.
But the thing is, only one player being spotted out.
Qualification are pushing.
Yeah, there's the walk out from A.
I mean, they know it's not A anymore, but what can they do about this B hold? They can alert Glowbacks to this potential situation, but there's not much Glowbacks can do. This is a free plant for Mouz.
30 seconds left.
It could be, but the longer they leave it, the less convincing it gets, especially with so many of the players close by. Piku ready to go for a flank.
All right, market gathered up here. Qualification
10 seconds
lining
left.
up their retake
Spike
positions. Pika potentially one of the most influential ones. That's a great Dizzy. Keeps a couple players busy at the same time. Wingman stunning him up. But Illuri unlocks him.
Ultimate online.
Now have only one position to walk through. Zarkappa does wonder work, though, to keep his team afloat. Numbers advantage for them. Is he playing it slow, playing it safe? And he swings at the right time, and so does Illuri. They've got this under lock and key. 2 players are what you need. And Mouz 1 away from making the series their own.
It doesn't even need to play for the Hunters too. He decides to play ahead of the smoke. Hand in hand with the teammates towards backside. Fizzy's positioning helps out crucially in that moment. Sort of a tag team on this engagement. And like you said, it puts them up onto 12. And it's a 12 that's not only the map point, it's series point to put them in such a good position to qualify over through into playoffs. Putting them on towards that 2-0 in towards the group.
Sure.
And sure, Qualification aren't necessarily thinking about the ascension points and the ramifications of if they lose this in the sense of the pathway to tier 1. But for Mouz, pressure's definitely on.
Glowbacks, though, is the first one to get a kill this time around, and this mid-fight seems to favor the Qualification side for now. Hunter Stewart, it's just a tag for now.
Yeah, but look at how many low...
could favor the rifles, right? I mean, you need to account for the corners, though, because Pika will make sure you're not crossing easily onto the safe side. Numbers advantage for Qualification as they try to hold on. Great answer.
And just look at how low some of these players are. The Outlaw's just going to have a field day, given the opportunity.
This could be it. Mouz could miraculously be contesting for Ascension after not making it to a single Challengers EMEA stage apart from this.
30 seconds left.
Koi
I'm
Phoenix.
worried about the flank.
Yeah.
You're done.
But the fact that Koi Phoenix are low Lime makes easy work of them. 3v3 now, 15 seconds. You've got to move a little bit quicker. Lime looking for cover as he misses the first shot. Head to head with a Bucky. Uh-oh, aftershock, but Illuri has ample time to put the spike into the ground, but it will cost his life, and Opnox left on the hot seat. Zach Kappa and Gardy wanting to figure out where their opponent is first, but opting to move together. No, they haven't, but now they have. But in the process, Opnox has ripped Gardy's head off his shoulders. Zach Kappa baiting the defuse, and the swing is his. Clutch, sealed and delivered. And Koi Phoenix will be holding on for now.
Yeah, holding on for dear life in this series. Pika doing a lot of the work as well, just being a nuisance in those corners. You have the trays going back and forth, the sort of sacrifices that you see are being made. If the Neon jumping in towards site, you know that's likely going to be heavy traded. Then you also have players going down to Gardy's aftershocks because you haven't got time to plant somewhere else. You haven't got the safety or security of any of the other positions to plant anywhere else. It has to go down there. Put all the eggs into the clutch from Opnox. Unfortunately, Zach Kappa too strong in the 1v1.
I'm out of here.
But there's another chance. There's another 5 chances, at least. Which is the scary thing.
Yeah. Many opportunities to close this one out. Koi Phoenix, though, have looked a little bit more competitive the past while. And they are discovering space little by little as well on this A site. Extremity Lime could potentially be a nuisance, but this high-low is able to trade it back. And Mouz make move into mid.
1-for-1 is still kind of nasty.
Not ready yet.
Confirmation of at least another player over towards that A site. The only thing they have to worry about is Gardy's ult here. This could dismantle any sort of market push into site.
But you mustn't get caught. Paranoia puts him in a real
pushing towards CT.
trouble. Beepo
They're pushing
looking to
Boba.
find a situation where he could work off of the side. Gardy able to trade it back, but this is troubling. 3 versus 3, and the spike is caught in no man's land. He's got players pressuring on one direction. Zach Kappa holding the line in the other, and Bippo trying to help his teammate into the side. Upgrade on the rifle. Illuri joining in. Bippo wanting to close up the distance, but he's in the 1v2, and Globex feels confident to take that fight himself. Movistar Koi Phoenix not letting go.
How quickly the pressure was back on over towards market, making sure that spike doesn't make it safely over towards site.
30 seconds left.
Yes. Oh, it's so unfortunate. Bippo's stun does the opposite effect of what it was intended to do. Actually stuns up his teammate. And the first time Mouz are feeling pressure even in towards this map.
Sure.
Taking their first time out. And yeah, you can understand it. The rounds are starting to get a little closer. And a lot of them going in favor of Koi Phoenix. Back down onto the laurels in regards to money. You haven't got Biffo's ultimate either to be the win condition or the added pizzazz coming into this one to sort of beef up that eco buy. So there's things to discuss in the Mouz camp, not only for when the rifles come back out, but how they're able to maximize any sort of damage in towards this one. Maybe you look towards getting a couple of orbs onto Illuri or doing something to get this ultimate cycle back in your favor, because you're looking at Koi Phoenix, you have Zach Kappa's, Gardy's has just been used, sure. I'm definitely going to have Limes going into the next, so there's things that you can work around.
Cover going out.
How about that?
Villagenizers.
Yes. Because it's thinking time, really. Mouz under a bit of stress, unable to close out the game just yet. And the closer Koi Phoenix get, the more difficult it becomes.
I mean, the pressure's on Mouz, right? In the sense of the whole point of this tournament, of it being the Ascension qualifier, of this is the best opportunity to secure your spot.
Precisely.
Kai Phoenix, they're just wanting to play further into the year.
Slow but steady again. Mouz, go figure. But in the process, Kai Phoenix have cleared out a lot of mid.
Demic's back on the angle. Not too scared of the solo Fire Splash coming his way. With no other sound from the Mouz squad, he might get caught off guard, or he might have a highlight reel. It's one of the both.
Smoke in mid, but it feels like Kai Phoenix aren't there to respect it. With the shock coming through, and Bippo making the intentions of Mouz clear, so will the rotations come in from Kai Phoenix. There's a flank being created. Bippo finds a bit of an answer, but you need the spike down to have any say in the matter here. Zach Kappa approaches, finds the one. Fizzy turns around in time to recollect, and there's a rifle upgrade. Is this a round that Mouz win? Is this a round where Mouz close things out? Make their way into Ascension? No way. Surely not. Fizzy comes alive when he's most required, and Glowbex struggling to close it out for his team. Mouz, who would have thought all they needed was site access? All they needed was a pick, a rifle upgrade, and there you have it. Playoffs on the line for Mouz, and potentially a spot into Ascension as well.
Yeah, all you need is a couple of sheriffs, a little bit of effort and try over towards side, and yeah, that's sure you can win the Eco and Thrifty round to make your way into the best possible position to make it out of groups. Sure.
Yeah, pure cinema. Pure cinema. They've got to make it exciting, right? Mouz do, and Kai Phoenix, valuable time for them, really. The past couple of splits, they really showed up and showed what some of these individuals are capable of. I know, a very unlikely mix, but they made it work somehow, and they got very close to taking down Mouz here. Not exactly what they would have liked on their own map pick, but nevertheless, let's throw this over to the analyst desk to break everything down.
Breaking everything down or having a breakdown? That is the question here. After looking some of those rounds, it was absolutely remarkable of what Mouz have pulled off here. Absolute brutal dominance they have started with, and things started to get really out of control. At some point, it was even looking like, oh no, all the nerfs getting to Mouz, but they secured it, and they're once more a step closer to their Ascension run.
Yeah, it was nice to see Mouz bring that one over the line with the old classic, right? You may have killed the team of CGN, but not the idea. The contact up main with 10 seconds or so left, and they end up winning it through some nice shooting. Overall, I have to say, just even looking at the scoreboard here, Lime continuing to do what he does best, that purple patch continuing, always top of the sheet. Yeah. I've been thoroughly impressed with how he's looked in this team. On the flip side for Kai Phoenix, you and I both said this in the downtime while the game was on, that, yeah, we're just a little bit disappointed with the ideas they are bringing to the table with this composition. I felt like the Sage didn't feel fully fleshed out in terms of some of those walls to take the sites as well. Yeah. It was a little bit here and there. And yeah, a frustrating way to lose for them, no doubt.
Totally. It was a bit surprising. It was catching me a bit off guard that, you know, especially considering the start of that game, you were thinking, okay, there must be a bit more to this idea, because it is a particular composition you don't see so very often, and that's totally fine. But you know what? It doesn't matter too much, because first of all, we need to hear from the winners, and let's see what the side of Mouz has to say. As Affinity, we'll go for that interview with us.
First of all, huge congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, really good. I think it's a nice win for us. I think we found a bit of our momentum on the second map, and honestly, we didn't play well on the first, but we ended up taking it, so yeah, great.
Now, I've got to ask, that final round was absolutely manic. Can you talk us through step by step what was going on in the comms, what was going on in everyone's minds?
Yeah, it's a round that we're familiar with, the one we did. let's just say we played it a lot in practice, and it's kind of like a joke in our team. So, but honestly, I can't remember much. It started off slow, and then the last round we went towards A, right? And I don't know, it was just kind of, it was fine until it got chaotic, and then yeah, and we just ended up closing it out. So there's not much to say.
Well, thrive in the chaos you did, but on the subject of chaos and sort of anarchy, the map Veto piqued our interest quite a bit there. Now, you haven't played Sunset in nearly 2 months in officials and then almost a year in challengers. Can you tell me a little bit about your thoughts heading into Sunset, and do you think that how does your current feel of the meta read in comparison to, you know, how you were previously running it?
Yeah, I'm not sure how to answer, to be honest, because I feel like we've been always comfortable on Sunset, and I feel like we just haven't seemed to be playing it as much. I can't remember if we ever banned it or not, but I think, I mean, every map's comfortable for us, so we tend to switch our bans.
Now, as a team, you've been moving more towards this double duelist setup across the map pool. What were the discussions like when you were implementing this, and can we expect to see more of this going forward?
Yeah, you can expect to see more of that. I think it was something that we actually tried experimenting a bit earlier in the year, but of course when the Taeho meta came, we had to jump on board, right? So that's why we're only kind of starting to show this double duelist a bit more now.
It's back and with its a vengeance as well. Now, my final question for you before I let you go and celebrate is, can you give us some words of confidence ahead of your game versus Twisted Minds tomorrow? You know, words for maybe doubters out there, or words for your fans as well to really get everyone hyped up.
I mean, I don't want to be the boring guy, but I honestly don't want to underestimate Twisted Minds. I think everyone might assume Men is a weak region, but they can surprise you, so... But saying that, I think obviously we're going to win. It'd probably be another 2-0. I think we're much better than all these teams.
I like it. The flawless streak continues, but I will let you go and celebrate with your team. What a huge win for you there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
We love that. There's a little bit of humbleness in there as well. They're not getting too overconfident. And even with such incredible showing so far, looks like they are happy in themselves, but not getting too over-eager. But that is all from the interview. I'm going to hand you back to the wonderful Des to close us out for the day.
It wasn't too long ago that I was having a similar interview with Fizzy. And I asked Fizzy, hey, you played double duelist for the first time ever in Mouz's career. And he said, yeah, we're not going to play this again. This was all a goofy joke. It was lying, and I hope he's watching. Yeah. He's watching me being very upset about that. I hope Kundi watches it too. It's a great change. I think Mouz did a lot of great work with getting finally a composition that is not so boring and dull in a way that they are able to work with their player strength. And it's kind of criminal not playing a double duelist composition when you have players like Lime and Beepo on your team.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to enable the individuals at the end of the day. And I think while it was nice to hear from Lime, it would have been good to have got the thoughts of Kundi, Alluri, of Nox, one of those players that had been there for a while with the previous system, and how they feel this is a change from what we've seen from them before, because it really is. And you can kind of feel it in the server as well, in a few of the rounds, the way that they're playing off of one another. Both of these duelists getting so active. Beepo usually being the one stealing the headlines in the Italian league, but yeah, I think that's also a situation with the leagues that we saw before, right? People thought that Portugal was weak and then saw made top 4 in 2023. People thought that, you know, Italy was a weak region, and then you get players like this come out of there. I'm so glad that they're getting this opportunity now to show that on the big stages.
And you know, the stats might here looking like, hold on, this Beepo guy is not doing too great. Trust me, this is one of his rare off games. He's been absolutely playing great the last couple of months. And again, when you have somebody like Lime, in my eyes, one of the best players Stach ever had, you don't have an easy time. I mean, if Mouz is not making it into Ascension, if Lime is not getting into Tier 1, it's criminal. It's absolutely is. But one thing we really got to be talking about here is I need to get the board. Final Time has it to take a look at what's been going on, if you don't mind. Is that I grab it real quick?
Yeah, we can get the board out. We can get the board out. I hope you have a green highlighter this time as well, though, because we've got some teams moving into Ascension. now, Zesht, which is nice. In fact, actually, they're sort of cutting into each other a little bit. We've got results elsewhere with Mandatory picking up a map against Enterprise, although that game has now gone 1-1, means that they're third overall in the standings, and we'll be seeing them in Berlin.
Exactly. So they're secured now. Focus is in a bit of a more dangerous position with the Dynasty win, if I'm not totally wrong.
Yeah.
Eternal Fire can't collect points anyway. This is out of discussion. Yeah, and I mean, Mouz is getting in a better position here. I mean, they are win.
True.
Ulf in another group also. A very good chance to go up here. Same with Ultimates. It's not looking good for the Focus fans.
No, it's not, but I still feel like 13 points when 15 is your margin of qualification feels fairly secure. There are still more permutations that include them in Ascension than exclude them at this point in time. But yeah, still heart in your mouth a little bit. Dynasty up on 10 points means that they're not confirmed yet, of course, but already being in playoffs is a fantastic start.
Right, and with Job Life 1, I can also not rip them apart, but it doesn't look too great for them.
No,
either.
they're hanging in there, man. But they do need some results to go their way.
I don't want another angry French treat, so I'm not going to do that. Leaving that one aside for now, this is the great board that has absolutely been served well. And you know, talking about what we had today, I think it's great to see that those teams that were sometimes crumbling under pressure in the past, that sometimes had the issues of actually making it in important games, finally got a hang of it. Both with Dynasty and both with Mouz, it felt like it was finally them getting into the right groove. But before we head out, I want to look at this round of Lime again because it had so many comedic aspects to it. This final round that they got them the win on Sunset.
Yeah. This is what I was talking about, man. It's the shift key held 25 seconds, re-clearing A. And at this point, I think one of the issues for Koi Phoenix is they just didn't have any extremity information. They had full clearance of mid. You can see Zach Kappa making his way through there. But it's just such a late heads up. Spike drops in the middle of the site. You're thinking it's over, and then just a couple of sharp shots. And that makes all the difference, and sometimes that's what you need.
Yeah, and it was a bit of awareness missing also from the players as well. There were a lot of fights that were just scrappy in that particular decision. And with an academy team, it's fine. You're learning this. This is totally cool. But obviously, you cannot win against the best teams. With that timing, I somewhere thought, hold on, I miss you, Benny. But, you know, at the end of the day, it was Mouz doing a great job in their adaptation. And most importantly, this compositional difference, finally getting into double duelist, and overall comfortable on every map with it, is the right choice in my eyes. And it's a thing when looking at Mouz also competitively is the best thing, because it would have made the life of many other teams in the DACH region much harder in the past if they would have seen this.
Yeah, look, you can eliminate the team, you can't eliminate the idea. The torch is passed. We were joking a little bit about DAC teams, Kyra and I, when we had Frankfurt on the other day. I thought that was a little bit on the nose, but yeah, when you see rounds like that, you kind of do understand that it's a product of their environment, I suppose. But yeah, absolutely. I think this Mouz team still has quality, though. And to take it back for a second, yeah, the only reason why we berate Koi Phoenix in this kind of way is because we hold them to higher standards, I think, than most academy teams would be. We don't have too many of them in EMEA, but when you actually look at the background of the players, they have the history, they have the quality. This will have been a disappointing tournament for them. They obviously can't progress now, but they do still have, you know, a game to make amends, I suppose, and they'll want to try and do that if they can. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too much to do at this point, but most importantly, you know, we still got the schedule of tomorrow coming up as far as I'm concerned, and we're gonna take a look really quick at what's going on before we sign off here, as it's important because there's more that comes as a decision. No, actually, today's result, I'm bamboozling everyone. Pardon me. I'm sorry. At least one French team won already.
Yeah, they did, right? And that was such an important win for Job Life because TU also got a 2-0 against Deti Elise. Those are the two names that they need to now find results against Ulf one way or another for them to have a chance to progress through the group. Liquid Academy's year has ended, as has Koi Phoenix. Both of the academies not able to make it to the playoff stage, but Koi at the very least with one more game to make amends. And Mandatory Enterprise still ongoing, but the French team out of the group into Ascension, a huge result for them.
Damage control for Enterprise at this point to not look too bad in this tournament. For tomorrow, we have, most importantly, the certainty of Mouz or Twisted Minds. making it for groups pretty much. I mean, sure, Twisted Minds is another game against Boars, but leaving that aside, Mouz tomorrow they have it in their hands for the Ascension slot.
Yeah, look, they go ahead and win this game. That's going to push them into playoffs, and I believe in a similar situation to Dynasty, knock them up an extra 5 points, which should then... well, actually, I think the difference is this time, because they're currently on 0, that would put them on 12. So they'd be ahead of Dynasty, actually, in the standings then, if my calculations are correct. But most importantly, yeah, they would be in the Ascension places. If they don't, though, Twisted Minds suddenly put themselves in a super strong position to take 3-0 in the group. With Ascension already secured for themselves, it kind of comes down to just a 1 best of 3 for Mouz.
Absolutely true. And one more thing we saw from those for tomorrow, Ulf also has it in their hands to absolutely get themselves secured into advancing out of groups, because if they win against Ultimates in the direct, even if Job Lives go 2 out of the group, direct head-to-head, direct comparison, no chance against the guys of Ulf, if I'm not totally wrong. So that should be the case if my memory is not tricking me here. But most importantly, we've seen amazing decisions. We've seen finally and figured out who is most likely going to advance to Ascension and who had to wave goodbye. It was a great day, wasn't it? Those games actually delivered, Haza.
Yeah, they did look a couple of quick games, similar in some senses in both scoreline and storyline when you consider both of the teams, but Ascension dreams kept alive for both Dynasty and Mouz. In fact, felt like they've received a catalyst and they're even further ahead of where they were perhaps expecting to be. So there's going to be drama in these last few days, whichever way you spin it. Group D's looking absolutely stacked in terms of how that concludes, but big ramifications for the time ahead.
Absolutely. And with that being said, it was my absolute pleasure having you around here. And we are signing off for today. But you should come back tomorrow for those games where we're going to see who is going to seal the deal for Ascension. Till then, enjoy your evening and see you there.
Anyone else?
Spike down.
My eyes are down.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Hmm.